Well, hello and welcome back, everybody, to another 24 of another international racing organization race, an endurance race of 8 hours. This time on the Glen, and of course that's Watkins Glen. And yeah, we're gonna have a blast again. Yeah, so welcome back. Soon we're gonna start with the formation lap. And I do gotta tell that we only have 12 participants this time. We've got one withdrawal and one team that couldn't qualify because they had too few drivers. Unfortunately, always possible. If you don't have the drivers, you can't drive. But we still have 12 of the main contenders in there, especially at the top. And yeah, we know it's gonna be amazing and it's gonna be grueling 8 hours. It's just 8 hours. We have even 12-hour races and 24-hour races. This time it's only going to be 8. Only 8. Still 8 hours. You have to do it. And as you can see right now on screen, you can see the Watkins Glen full track. So it's not the short version, it's with the boot. It's 3.45 miles long with 15 turns. And last season winner is the 45 car, and I can tell you they are standing really good for this race as well, because they will, and I will give it away. Start on pole. Oh no, that was Overboost Racing Team. This time it's Last Minute Racing. They chosen the 45 number. Okay. But we can see that Last Minute Racing is on pole and Overboost Racing is in 11th. Wee, that's the number 1 car, of course. Now, as you can see right now in the championship standings, we see that Racing Asylum, the esports team, the 44 car, is in the lead with 356 points. In second, we have Sector 7 Racing Esports with 351 points. Then we have Grid Life Racing, that's a different name, but also drivers from Racing Asylum in third. And then we have Overboost Racing Team, the number 1 car, in fourth spot, quite a bit down on points. Then we have Loose Moose Racing behind that Last Minute Racing. They will start on pole, I gave that away already, of course. The 45 car. Then we have Project 1 Racing with the number 20 car, right behind the Last Minute Racing team. Really close together, by the way, just 1 point of a difference. Behind that we have Project Platypus and the number 11 car, then GT Finland Racer, the 66 car, and GT of Sector 7, the second team, and the Sector 7 third team with the 764 car and the 64. And then we have Apex Hunter Racing, the 69 in 12th, Eric's Racing, the number 7 in 13th, and then we have Racing Asylum, the second or third team, we must see, but the black version in the 77. And you can see all the constructors as well. We have Nissan, Lexus, and Dodge, even a Dodge. And they switched, I believe, Overboost Racing to the Dodge. The Viper, and Aston Martin, BMW, even a Mercedes and a McLaren. So yeah, looking forward to this one. And really looking forward to your comments as well. Tell me what you like to hear. Tell me what you like to share with us. And yeah, welcome to the 8 hours of the Glen. The Big Glen. We're gonna put up we're gonna start soon. Yes, we're gonna start soon. There we go. We're counting down already. And we're gonna go to spectator mode, of course. And we're gonna have the formation lap, run you through the starting order to make sure you know where we are, where we stand. We're gonna display everything, but put off the car names. And here we are, slowly getting started. Of course, it's gonna be a rolling start. First, we have that formation lap. And we can see right now that MIDI or MCET put it on pole. as I told you already, from last minute racing in the GTR, the 45 car, and it was a significant gap to the number 2, and that's going to be your championship leader, Racing Asylum Esports. That is second with the 44 car, so we have the 45 and the 44 just behind each other, and just behind it another GTR, so it's a full GTR 1 through 3, and this is going to be the 66 of GT Finland Racers. Just behind that, the second team of Racing Asylum in the Lexus, the number 3 car from Grid Life, how they named it. A beautiful green livery, looks a bit like the Sauber in Formula 1 right now. Behind that, in 5th, P1R Project 1 Racing in the Aston Martin, number 20. Starting in 5th. And behind that, another Aston Martin, so they're really close together as well. And that's the 35 of Loose Moose Racing. And just behind that, in 7th spot, we've got Sector 7 Makuga in the 64 Mercedes. Behind that, we have the 69 BMW from Racing Asylum Black. In 8th and 9th, we have Racing... Oh, sorry, that was Apex Hunter Racing, by the way. Racing Asylum in 9th with the 77 BMW, and behind that in 10th we have Sector 7 the Boomers in the Aston Martin, the 764 car with that American livery. They should do good on this track if you have that kind of livery. Behind that, there we have Overboost Racing team, the number 1 car in the Mercedes, sorry, the Dodge. They switched, of course. And yeah, all the way at the back we have Sector 7, the number 5 car, driven by Macho Monkey. So let's go to the front of the field. We're gonna go double file or single file. I believe it's gonna be double file. And soon we're gonna start this one. So be prepared, and let's see who's gonna have the best start and who's gonna drop into the first corner, the 90. And after that, the SS uphill towards that tricky bus stop chicane. Here we're gonna go, excuse me, and they're gonna go side by side, double file, and when we see the sign green flag, it is green flag. And it's gonna be 68 cruising laps, because we had the first already before the last one. We're gonna come in, and then we're gonna switch to the next commentator. Here we're gonna go when we will see the green flag, and there it's go. And there is a good start from the 44, immediately pushing, and there is a really bad start from 3rd place. And we can see that one of the GTRs from GT Finland dropped back, and we have a change in position for the lead. The 44 car is in the lead right now. The 45 is just behind it. And then we have the number 3 of Lexus. Here we're going to go up in the SS, and we can see that the GT Finland car dropped all the way back to 6th place. They started 3rd, and we can see that P1R started in 5th, is in 4th right now. And then we have the... Who's that? The Loose Moose Racing, I believe. Oh, yeah, they're going to go side by side into the bus stop chicane. That's going to be really difficult. Be careful over there. It's a long race. And oh, I can hear the spinning wheels. They nearly lost it coming out of the bus stop chicane. Yeah, they're going to go side by side. And GT Finland gets back, plays a spot. Any other shenanigans in the background here? We're going to go into the booth. And let's see if the 69 can pass. Over there, here, they're going to go side by side into the toe. Let me grab that. And then the bottom of the boot, that short straight towards the heel. The 35 car in 6th place right now, a little bit behind. Wow. Let me go all the way up front again. We can see that the 44 car is in the lead from Racing Asylum. Just behind that, we have the 45 pushing him along. The number 3 of Grid Life in 3rd. Then we have P1R, and just behind that we have the GT Finland Racers in the 66, I believe. Yes, it is the 35 of... Let me grab my spotter's guide. The 35 of Loose Moose Racing, and they're gonna go in. All of them already gonna go in. Wow, this is gonna be really amazing, because right now we have the leader, the 44 and the 45, started on racing mediums. Whoa, nearly going to white into the 90 over there. And still on the lead, but they're on the racing mediums. And then we have the grid life number 3 on the racing mediums, and everybody on the racing mediums will continue, and all the others who did go to the pit, and that is from the number 8 or the number 7 even, from the number 7 P1R, then the 35 of Loose Moose Racing, then the 764 of Sector 7, the number 5 of Sector 7, and what's the other number? 64? Yeah, that's the 64 of Sector 7. And even the BMW 77 from Racing Asylum all immediately went to the pit. They drove one lap on the hard tires, because do remember, every stint the hard tires and the medium tires are required to use. And as been whispered in my ear, that most of those guys will, at the end or the beginning, use it for one lap, the hard tires, because that, yeah, to be fair and simple, useless. So they do one lap on them, and that's it. They've done that. You can see that the whole grid is now split in two groups. And let's run you through the order. We can see that the 44 of Racing Asylum has been pushed on by the last minute racing car, who started on pole, is in second right now, both on the racing mediums. Then we have Grid Live, the number 3 in third. There we have the 66 of GT Finland and the 69 of Apex Hunter Racing. A little bit further back, also on the mediums, we have the Overboost Racing team in the Dodge. And then we have all the pitters. Project 1 Racing on the racing mediums right now, but a full pit stop behind. A little bit further back, the 764 of Sector 7. Then we have the number 5 of Sector 7. And going in right now, oh, with damage. No, what did you do, Dino? Oh, yo, the 35 of Loose Moose Racing is in the pit to repair the damage. Ay, that's gonna be painful. A double pit stop at the beginning. But let's get back to where we were. The number 5, of course, of Sector 7 in 9th. Then in 10th, we have right now the 77 of Race Asylum Black. A little bit further back, the 11th car is the 64 of Sector 7. Well, let's see that fight for first place again. Here we are. Let me see if there are any comments. Yeah, smash the like button, please, everybody, to make sure that we get the most exposure possible. And yeah, it looked like penalties indeed coming into the pit, but I haven't seen any penalties by crossing the pit lane. And we know that's a really difficult pit lane entrance at the Watkins Glen, because that last corner is way faster, and the pit lane entry, as we go on board, we can see that you have to keep a really tight to the right hand, whilst everybody who wants to continue will take that corner absolutely different. And yeah, let's go Racing Asylum. We can see that shadow, they're doing good. They're in the lead right now, but as you can see, whoa, nearly losing it again. You gotta be careful on that curb out of the first corner. It's really tricky on traction. Don't lose it over there. And let's do a lap on board. By the way, we had the first 90-degree corner. That's called the 90s. We're coming out of the S's. And as you can see right now on board, we're going to go into the fast bus stop chicane in 5th, back to 4th, and throttling out, cutting as much as possible into the outer loop. And here we're going to go into the booth, the big part of the booth, and we've got the short straight called the S's. Oh, there was a penalty. No. What happened? Oh dear. There was a penalty coming out of the bus stop chicane, I believe, for the, yeah, here it is. Oh dear, for Racing Asylum. That's going to cost them a lot of time. And here they are behind the 45 car right now, behind last minute racing. So they regained the first position by a penalty of the 44 Racing Asylum esports car. Boy, that's really unfortunate, but that's not going to be the last time we're going to see that. We can see the other car of Racing Asylum, called Grid Live, still following quite close in the Lexus. And Are there any other battles? We can see that it's slowly stretching out at the top over here, but I can see a little bit further back that P1R is loose from the number 8 and the number 9, and I think there is a fight for 10th position over here between the 77 of Race Asylum Black and a little bit further behind the 64 of Sector 7, but not really close as well. So let's get back to the leaders, and we can see that last minute racing, the 45 GTR is pulling out a gap. I think this is going to be really good for Racing Asylum for their championship standings, because if I take a quick look to that, yeah, they're already in the lead, and they took over the lead from Sector 7 Racing Esports, the number 5, and I believe they're quite far back, because let's see if we can find them. I believe they're in 10th, no, a little bit further ahead. Here we've got the 764, and here we've got the number 5. All the way in 8th. Do remember they made a pit stop, and yeah, they used the hot tire already, but yeah, still you have to maintain a really good pace to get close to these guys again. And we can see that the 45 car with Maddie behind the wheel is pulling out a huge gap over the number 2, the 44 of Racing Asylum. They do chose a different livery this time, I believe, compared to the other races, but irrelevant info. Oh, don't go too wide over there, and be careful. As I said, coming out of that first corner, that curbstone over there is tricky on traction, and you can spin out and spin into the wall. We can see that the number 3 Lexus is slowly catching the 44 of Racing Asylum, and the 66 didn't lose that much time, but eventually 5.3 seconds already behind the leader. They started in 3rd place, now in 4th. They could have started better, that's for sure. Yeah, Medi takes the lead, that's for sure. River Ruckus Racing, and yeah, passes repairs on GT today and already tell me what to do. Are you surprised, River? Oh, there's a bit of a back and forward over there. Let's look a little bit further back here. We've got the 69 of... What? I need my spotter's guide. Of Apex Hunter Racing. AHR. Do know that it's random weather. The full 8 hours, although it cannot rain over here. If the sun comes out, your tires will deteriorate way faster than right now. It's a bit hazy. We've got number 1 over. No, so yeah, it's the number 1 from Overboost Racing Team. The Dodge already 14.2 seconds behind. That's a lot. That's really a lot, and they didn't make a pit stop. I don't think the Dodge is the best car for this track. They're way too far back. Maybe they're saving a lot of fuel to skip another stop, but... And here we've got number 7, the Project 1 racing car, the number 20, Aston Martin, with Jake behind the wheel at the moment, coming out of the first corner. A little bit further back there we have the number 5 Sector 7 car, second in the championship. Hey Lemon, welcome to the chat. Do remember all these guys you see from place number 7, 8th, 9th, 10th and 11th. Oh, here we got a fight. Here he comes. Here comes the Mercedes. And will they make the overtake? The 64. They don't into the bus stop chicane. It's not really a hard braking zone over there, although you can get a massive slipstream out of the S's. Oh, don't go too wide over there. A bit of lag we can see from the 64. That's not going to make it easier to pass. Let's get on board with them. gonna go into the booth, just coming out of the laces, out of the toe here towards the heel. But as I told you, you get a huge slingshot after the first corner, up the hill through the S's, but the bus stop chicane isn't that out of a braking zone, so it's going to be difficult to overtake over there. You got to be side by side already, and then still it's tricky to overtake because you're going to be on the outside 9 out of 10 times in the middle of the chicane. And whoa, we can see that the Mercedes is quicker in the corners. Will it be quicker on the straights as well? This is the closest fight we have. We can see that the number 1 and number 2 in the race. Whoa, is there going to be a move immediately into the first corner? Here they come, the 64 on the 77. Yes, that's a perfect done, a perfect move. Let's get aboard with the 77 and see if we can retake that position. Here we are on board, as I said, into the S's, uphill, into the slipstream. And this is going to be way too far back because you have to be side by side if you want to overtake somebody into the bus stop chicane. Meanwhile, we're already nearly 10 laps into this race. Well, this means place number 10 for the 64 Sector 7 car. Still a bit of lag, but hey, it's okay. Back to the number 1 in the race, we can see that the gap grew to 3.5 seconds already over the 44 car just behind it from Racing Asylum. Let's talk a bit about strategies. As I told you, you have to use the medium and the hard tires. You can use the soft as well, but it won't be smart to do, not in an endurance race. Let's slowly get a little bit further back. Already 8.7 seconds behind for GT Finland races in the 66 GTR. But it's mostly going to be all mediums and just 1 lap on the hard tires. As you could have seen from P7 until the back of the grid, they all did that first lap on the hard tires, and after that it's going to be medium and medium. But let's see how far and how good they can stretch it. Let's see who's the best at fuel saving, because that's going to be important as well. The more fuel you save, the less time you have to spend in the pit stop. But if you save too much, you lose too much time. So it's always going to be one or the other, and you have to find that perfect middle ground. Oh, thank you, Jaeger, for the donation. Nice. Always good. Always good to see the donations. This way we can make everything work and everything happen in the IRO, the International Racing Organization. And smash that like button. Do that. Make sure we get good exposure out there. Let's see a little bit further back. There we have the 69 of Apex Hunter Racing in 5th. Not more than 12 seconds already behind the lead. A little bit further back, didn't stop yet. The number 1 car of Overboost Racing team, but yeah, as I said, that Dodge is not made for this track. Although it's an American car, I don't think they're gonna do well. I think he's saving a lot of fuel. If I compare it to the number 5, the BMW, compared to that Dodge, okay. There we have Russ in the chat as well. Brucey is there. We can see Lemon. We can see Arlepin GT. Well, that's Russ, of course. Now let's see a little bit further back. Here we have all the stoppers, and we can see that the number 5 Lexus is slowly reeling in the number 20 of P1R. Keep in mind, we can see that the sun is slowly poking through the clouds, so it's gonna get warmer. Do you remember these guys from 7th all the way to the back made a pit stop already? And It's going to get closer and closer towards the end. And let's see who's going to use that hard tire. For the, a bit of a slide over there from Project One Racing from Jake. And whoa, huge slide over there from Macho Monkey in the number 5 Lexus from Sector 7. Nearly lost it coming out of the, what is that? The toe. Into the last couple of corners. Hey, Sorty. Hello, have fun and good luck. Thank you. They need it. And we can see the sun poking through the clouds right now. The clouds are slowly solving. And it's going to get warmer and warmer. That means your tires are going to wear out way faster compared to a cold track. We can see the first stopper is 30.8 seconds behind the leader. And is there any other big battle on track right now? I don't think so. Well, let's see all the way at the back. We have Prima, of course, who had that of Prima Dino in the 35 from Loose Moose Racing, who had that damage on lap 2 or lap 3, I believe. Had to repair that because it's going to cost you way more if you don't repair it. But let's go back for that 547 position, and this is going to be one of the leading spots as well. Do remember that P1R and 7 Sector Racing started on the hard tires, gained places at the start as well compared to the medium starters, but made that pit stop on the first lap. But we can see that gap slowly increasing. It's 30.1 or 31.2 seconds behind the leader right now. I don't know how long a pit stop is, but yeah, they're gonna get close, but not too close. We can see that last minute racing, the 45 car is pulling out quite a significant gap. Thanks, Rick. Doing my best, just saying what I see and trying to keep it exciting. But it's going to be a crueling 8 hours again. We're already 23 minutes in with the formation lap included. Still a long way to go. Whoa! The Sector 7 car, the number 5, nearly backwards on that tricky curve coming out of the first corner. But they've reeled in the number 20. Will they attack? Will they pass? Let's get on board with them. It's going to be difficult, as I said. Into this bus stop, there is not really a braking zone. It's nearly, yeah, it's just a short braking zone. A couple of gears down. Oh, and here they're going to come. A bit of a mistake from P1R. A bit of a bump drift over there. And are they going to go side by side into the booth? Here they're going to go. The number 2 in the championship standings, right behind the number 20 P1R car. And I believe they're 5th or 6th in the championship. So on paper they should be faster, and we can see that the Lexus is doing good, but goes a little bit deep over there. There's going to be a late apex coming out of the toe towards the heel. Here at the bottom of the boot. That was really close. Could have been a pass. There was a bit of a mistake coming out of the bus stop. She came from the Project One car racer by Jake, and we can see that Macho Monkey driving for the Sector 7, number 5. Oh, and here they can use way better lines compared to the Aston Martin. Is that a tire offset? No, there is no tire offset. No tire wear offset. Oh, that's going to be a penalty, I think, for the number 5 Lexus. A little bit too wide in the dirty air. Yes, as I told you. Oh, that's going to be unfortunate. Will they make the pass before the penalty line? Because then you can maybe stay in front. And there's not going to be a move into the first corner here. They're going to go into the 90. Be careful on that tricky. Ooh, is there going to be another penalty? A little bit wide over there. Yet again from the number 5 car. Up the hill towards through the S's towards the bus stop chicane. No extra penalty. Still just half a second. A bit of lag from the Project 1 car, and here they're going to go side by side towards the bus stop chicane. We can see that it was a huge slipstream, and they're going to pass? Are they going to go side by side? Yes, they're going to go side by side into the bus stop chicane. This is always difficult. Be careful with each other. It's a long race, and a 1.5 second penalty right now for the number 5 car. No, that's a huge penalty. An extra 1 second above the half second he already took. No. He definitely going to drop back from the 20. And this is going to be painful. He cut the bus stop chicane a little bit too far. Side by side over there is tricky, difficult to do. You have to be side by side already on the straight. They were. But this is going to be significant for them. There goes the number 20 in front again. Back to 7th position, and in 8th position we have the number 5 car. And they are gonna come under attack by their sister car, the Sector 764 car. Well, they're not close enough. Oh, yet another half second penalty. Oh, they're gonna drop back to 9th. No. That's really unfortunate. That's painful. That's more than 2 seconds of penalties. And with slowing down, that's probably cost them 3 seconds. Take a look at that lap time. More than 3 seconds slower than the fastest lap they did. Whoa, don't go too wide over there. That's going to be another penalty if you go too wide. And coming out of the first corner. Luckily, no penalty. Nope. Or else you would have got it right now. Really good battle. But unfortunately, the penalties are harsh over here. If you cut the corner too much, you're gonna get it. Will they drop back to 8th? Let's see if there are any other big battles. Everybody's quite spread out at the moment, especially because of strategy. We can see that number 5. Oh, yet another penalty. No! What a penalty fest for the Sector 7 number 5 car. This is ridiculous. It's getting too much. They're gonna drop back definitely to 9th place right now. Let's get on board with the 764 of Sector 7. And let's see if they will pass. Will they pass? Yes, they will pass. There they go into 8th. And the number 5 car back in 9th. And they've lost, I think, more than 5, maybe even 6 seconds the last 2 laps compared to the leader. We're around 31 seconds behind because of that fighting, the penalties, everything included. And right now behind the 764 car, their sister car, lost more than 6 to 7 seconds in 2 laps. That's too much. And it's better to stay behind and don't fight. Maybe a bit of frustration from Metro Monkey over there. But take a look at those last lap times. The fastest was around a 145 flat. Lap number 14, a 148.1. And the last lap, a 146.9. Yeah, that's more than 5 seconds too slow. 6 seconds in total. What do I see over there? Because if we're going to go to the Project 1 car, the number 20 Aston, slowly catching the Overboost Racing Team number 1, and they didn't make a stop yet. Wow. They didn't make a stop yet, and being reeled in by the Project 1 racing car, the first of the stoppers. They already used the hard tires, so they can go this full stint on the mediums and the next stint as well. But let's run you through the order. Yeah, we're gonna go the 45 still in the lead, nearly 6 seconds in front of the 44 from Racing Asylum. By the way, that's Last Minute Racing in the lead, and then Racing Asylum Esports 44 in second. And 5.4 seconds behind that, we have Grid Life, the number 3 Lexus. And just behind that, 2.7 seconds in the GTR 66 GT Finland races. In 5th place, we have the 69 of Apex Hunter Racing in the BMW. the really colorful BMW. As Prentice will say, the discarded pride flag. Still like that joke, buddy. And here we've got that fight for 6th place between the number 1 and the number 20 car. And the number 20, the Aston Martin, is the first of the stoppers, who used the hot tire in the first lap. After that, immediately switched to the mediums. Here they're gonna go. Are they gonna go for the overtake immediately over here? Yes, we can see that. Is there something wrong with the Overboost Racing team car? Are they saving that much fuel? Do they want to skip a full stop? What is the point of driving this slow? I can't figure it out. Help me out, chat. Help me out. Why is the number 1 car of Overboost Racing this slow? Is that a strategy? Tell me. Well, we can see that the first of the stoppers, the number 20 Project 1 Racing car, passed one of the non-stoppers so far already. A little bit further back in 8th, we have the 764 of Sector 7, and the number 5 car dropped quite a lot back. Was there yet another penalty for the number 5 car? And a little bit further back, where we have all the Sector 7 cars just behind each other, in place number 8, 9 and 10. Here we have the 64 Mercedes. And slowly towards the back, we have the 77 of Racing Asylum Black. And then all the way at the back, because of damage, so a double stop for Primadino from Loose Moose Racing. And the 35 Aston Martin. Well, let's get back all the way up front again. Yeah, they're gone. The 45 last minute racing car is gone. Definitely gone. Let's get back to place number... Oh, there is a half-second penalty as well for the Overboost Racing team. That's not going to help them in their fight. And... yeah. AHR, Apex Hunter Racing Team. Where were they? Over here in 5th. Jack, so it is. Driving the car. Yeah, okay, Snowman, yeah, for me, that's what I think as well. It's a really, oh, they're in 7th right now, by the way. Here comes that half-second penalty. They need to serve, and yeah, it looks really undrivable, this car, on this track. An American car, on an American track, with sort of an American livery, not performing well. And even with the number 1 on it. So yeah. Really unfortunate. We can see that the both cars of Sector 7 are right on the tail, underneath the wing of that Dodge Viper. Here comes the 764 out of the last corner with that difficult pit entry. And is this immediately going to be a move into the first corner? That Aston Martin is good in a straight, especially when you can jinx the downforce settings of it. And no, it's not going to be a move into the first corner. Be careful with that dirty air. Whoa, the number 5 nearly losing it, coming out of the first corner. The 90 into the SS uphill. And I think the 764 is a little bit too close right now for comfort and for an easy overtake. Is the number 5 far back enough to profit of this? Are they going to go side by side into the bus stop? No, you should be side by side already. And I don't think they can make the move over here. We hear tire squeals from the 20 Project 1 racing car, a little bit in front. Oh, and a full second penalty for the 764. And there goes the number 1 car again. Lets them both go. And the number 5 immediately tries to overtake the sister car, the 764, and I don't think it's going to put up a fight, especially not with that penalty. But hey, you could see that if you skip the bus stop chicane a little bit too much, whoa, there goes the number 5 car nearly into the grass and into the barrier. Oh, also with a half-second penalty and then a full second penalty for the 764. What are you guys doing? You're collecting penalties as if it's for free. Don't do that. It will slow you down more than you want to. And the number 5 stays in front of the number 1, and the 764 dropped back all the way to 9th. They were in contention for 7th place, but dropped back to 9th. No good at all. Not good. And Sector 7. I think you've got the most penalties out of all the grid so far, especially the number 5 car. And how soon will the 764 of Sector 7 be on the tail of the number 1 car? Let me see those comments. Yeah, high constant load corners. Yeah, true. We know the Dodge is really tricky and difficult to drive in high speed to medium speed corners, and this track is full of it. To be plain and simple, that Dodge simply doesn't want to steer. It just want to go fast in a straight line, like most American cars. Oh, we shouldn't bash them. And we can see that the 764 is closing up to the back of the number 1 car. That difficult, drivable Dodge. Do you have to dodge it for this track? Definitely. And do they go too wide? No. Is there going to be a move into the toe of the booth of this circuit? Around the outside they want to go. There's going to be under and over? The old switcheroo, the switchback, however you want to call it. They're going to go side by side. The bottom of the boot towards the heel, and this is going to be the move. Yes, okay, the number 1 car lets the 764 of Sector 7 go. Dropped all the way back to 9th already without a pit stop. Painful to see. They're not doing that well as well in the championship. Let me see how far back the number 1 car is in the championship. Yeah, they're 4th. Huge gap in points, but still in 4th. And I think they did pretty well last race because they were in 8th, but they're in 4th place right now. That's really tight from 4th place all the way back to 9th place in the championship. Just about 40 points of a difference. And then you have the 44 car and the number 5 car really fighting for the championship. And the Grid Life car is solidly in 3rd on their own. But this is not going to be a good race for the number 1 Dodge. Definitely not. We can see that slowly the 64 of Sector 7 is catching the number 1 car as well. Too wide over there. It's going to give you a penalty. Penalties are on harsh. We're going to go into the booth. Is this immediately going to be a move in the toe? No, it's not. Prima GTR behind the wheel of the 64 from Sector 7. Really close behind Gomez in the number 1. This is going to be a fight for 9th place. And I think slowly they're starting to fight for 3rd place as well, if I see the minimap correct. Let me see that. We can see that. Are they faster? GT Finland races. See a 45, 46, 45, and just 45s for the 66 compared to the number 3 in 3rd spot. Jakey slowly losing ground, but it's not close enough. Let's get all the way back to 9th position for between Gomez and GTR in the Mercedes. Personal best first sector for the 64 car, and you can see that real difference over here, especially in those long corners. That Dodge just simply doesn't want to turn. It really doesn't want to turn. Here comes that move. Oh, be careful, don't touch each other. A little bit of a push over there from the 64 towards the number 1, but the number 1 knows, yeah, it's hopeless for this race. All the way back in 10th position right now. Didn't meet a pit stop. And let's run you through that order again. Here we have the 45 still in the lead, more than 10 seconds right now already. Wow, that's a huge gap. That's a stint. Ridiculous. Excuse me. And then we have the 44 of Racing Asylum in second place. Doing really solid lap times as well, but compared to the number one, who's constantly in the 44s, that's beyond. That's just beyond. Wow. What a pace. So 45s, low 40 or mid 45s from Racing Asylum Esports. A little bit further back, Grid Life, also from Racing Asylum, but under a different name in the Lexus. Slowly being reeled in by the 66 of GT Finland Racers. And then the 69 of Apex Hunter Racing. In fifth. Really solid, but yeah, we can see a couple of laps, probably with penalties. Yeah, slowly losing ground. Nearly a pit stop already behind the number one. And then we have the first of the stoppers on the second lap. Project One Racing with the number 20 Aston Martin. And the number 5 back in 7th position. But more than 4 seconds behind the Project One Racing car. Fighting for the championship, of course. The number 5 Lexus. Behind that we have the 764 of Sector 7, and behind that the 64 of Sector 7. And all the way towards the back already we have Overboost Racing Team with that difficult drivable Viper. A little bit further back the 77 of Racing Asylum as well, but the black version, or the black team I must say. And behind that, all the way at the back, we have Dino driving the Aston Martin 35 for Loose Moose Racing. Let's get to that fight for third place. Let's see those lap times again. They're nearly identical, the last laps. And the 66 lost out a little bit. Let me see. Let's get towards them. Let's see, Ray. Yeah, Maddie's pace is unbelievable. That's ridiculous. Take a look at this. Take a look at those lap times on the right hand side. From lap 15 until now, only in the 44s, and just a difference of 3/10 or 4/10 between the fastest and the slowest. That's beyond. That's ridiculous. That's, yeah. Yet another 44. A little bit on the slow side, but that was on lap 20 as well. My God, what a pace. Ridiculous. How long will the fuel roughly last? That's a good question. And halfway through the fuel right now, if we see the number 1 and number 2 in the race, and halfway through the tires as well, and we're just 23 laps in, so I think they can make it at least to about 50 laps, maybe 45, about 45 to 50. So yeah, the tires will outlast, sorry, the fuel will outlast the tires. So you have to stop for tires first, especially when you're on the mediums. And you don't want to use those hard tires, although they're mandatory. They're probably only going to use it for 1 lap, which is logic, because that hard tire is absolutely horrendous to drive. Nobody likes the hard tire. Nobody. Nope. Yeah, so it's about who's gonna stop first out of the first 6 cars or the first 5 cars. They haven't stopped yet, so the number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 in the race haven't stopped yet. They started on the racing mediums. They still have to use that hard tire. So I think they're going to do it at the end just for one lap. And then it's going to be really close, and then you're really going to see the whole order. Because right now it's a bit shaken up because the number 20 car, 5 car, 764 car, 64, and the 77, and oh, with a half-second penalty, the 35, all made a pit stop already for the medium tires because they started on the hard. So it's all about managing your tires, managing your fuel as good as possible. I think as well. In the comments I can see, so it's going to be medium, medium, hard, for all the other drivers as plan A. I think that's the right call to do, because if you're going to stop in between right now, especially when you're in front, to those hard tires just for one lap and make another pit stop, you're going to get into traffic or maybe fight with the wrong drivers, lose out a lot of time, and maybe lose out on a podium spot or even the win. So I think it's best. Whoa, you saw that huge slide from Mehdi over there. Still driving in the 44s with half worn tires, but would have it. Think of fuel as well. 12.6 seconds in the lead. My God, how do you do that? That's nearly a half a second, more than half a second a lap compared to the Racing Asylum esports team. But yeah, to conclude what I said, it's going to be smarter to do medium, and just one lap on the hards at the end, or even 2 if you want to make sure you get out of this stint as far as possible in front. Won't be smart to go for the hard tires right now, do one lap, make another pit stop and go all the way to the back, and then go to the end on mediums, because if you hit traffic, it's going to cost you time. Now that gap between the number 3 and number 4 is, I believe, the closest between any other driver on track. It's a 2.2 right now. We can see that Grid Life, the number 3 car with Jakey behind the wheel, slowly picked up the pace compared to Jaylee in the 66 GTFR car. We have the 69 of Apex Hunter Racing, and the first of the stoppers is the Project 1 Racing car, 44 seconds behind already. But if you subtract the 12 seconds that the number 1 is in the lead, they're only 32 seconds behind the number 2 in the race, and they still have to make a pit stop, of course, for at least hard tires. But you don't want to go on that hard tire, and there is only going to be one more stop for the number 6 in this race, the 20 car. Betty shared a secret yesterday: drink water and eat bread. So that makes you faster than anybody else. Jack is showing good pace. Jack does, definitely. Lap number 21 wasn't that quick, but I think that was a lap with a penalty, or even more than just half a second penalty. But further, nearly all 45s. And yet again another 45. Really solid, definitely, that's for sure. Yeah, 44s in the race is absolutely ridiculous. Got no idea where they got that from. But yeah, do remember this is Mehdi, Gran Turismo World Series driver. It's beyond that pace. Take a look at that. Not one lap in the 45s. Not one. No penalties, nothing crazy. Absolutely ridiculous pace. 14.3 seconds in the lead. So if We go back to the Project 1 racing car, the first of the stoppers. That means the number 2 is... So the Racing Asylum car, the 44, is just 31 seconds behind. And I think that's a full pit stop exactly. Especially when you need to refuel, and they didn't have to, of course. Whew. It's going to be quite exciting. I think that fight for third place is still on. Yeah, it came down to 1.4 seconds. Was that a penalty for the number 3? Maybe a half-second penalty? Let's see that lap time. Needs to be around 64 flat, or maybe a 64.2 at minimum. Okay, no, that means no penalty for them. They just lost time compared to the 66. Getting slowly back into the 45s. We can see that the tire wear of the Lexus is higher compared to the GTR. Quite a bit higher, and even the fuel is different. So there's the problem of the number 3 car. They're burning through the rubber quicker compared to the GTR. Whoa, that BMW is really bad on fuel as well compared to the GTR. I think the GTR is the best car for this track because we have it in place number 1, 2 and 4. That says a lot. And they even qualified number 1, 2 and 3. We can see it's good on tires, it's good on fuel, good at medium speed corners, and that's exactly what you want on Watkins Glen. Let's get a little bit further back. Here we have the Project 1 racing car, 64 seconds behind the lead, only 12 seconds behind the 69 of Apex Hunter Racing in 5th place. Oh, and there is yet another full second penalty for the number 5 Sector 7 car. I think that maybe they've even got more. Yeah, you can see the last lap as well, and the lap before that, a 147 and a 146.3. That must be penalties as well. Oh, if you collect every single lap a penalty, it's better to be maybe 2/10 slower per lap by not taking the risks compared to taking the risks and getting a penalty. Be careful, please do. It's gonna cost you more than you win. Oh, the GTR is meta in Group 3 across all tracks right now, says King Ears. Lexus is rubbish since the last BOP update. Okay, good to know. That's why Dens says that's why we changed from the GTR to the M6. That would be weird. If the GTR became the meta car, why would you change to the M6? Top choice, lol, says King is. Yeah, the next BOP will change everything again. That's true. Always does, but you're always gonna have a meta car, and yeah, some shitty cars as well. The Lexus is a good car, but yeah, not on its tires. Especially if I compare the number 3 right now compared to the GTR. It's really significant, and you're gonna feel it, especially at the end of the stint. Can't wait for the headache. Wait out on softs. What is it? Let me see. Let's go a little bit further back. Who's out on softs? Oh, there's a huge fight over here. Oh yeah, that's for place number 10. The number 1 car. Fighting with the 77. Ah, there we have it. Wit. The 764. On the softs. Made his pit stop. It's going to do a short stint in the middle, a really quick stint. Let's see what kind of lap times he can produce. Made his pit stop is the last lap. Let's go a little bit further up front again, and let's see. how soon they're gonna stop, because we can see that the number 3 Grid Life car is the tires are dying of death, and that's not good. Not good at all. Only 7/10 between the number 3 and the 66. Go back. I will. Yeah. It was coming out of the pit, so this lap you won't see. Of this lap you're going to see an improvement, but last lap you won't. But here they are. You can see. That first corner nearly a tenth already faster compared to the fastest lap of Medi in the 45 GTR. And we can see that fight for third place. Yeah, okay, it's not gonna be a fight this lap, I think. Let's see what kind of lap time the 764 can produce. A little bit wide over there. Hopefully no penalty. You know the curbstones are part of the track, so you can use them fully. But be aware that if you go over full 10, below the fastest lap with the soft racing tires, here it's going to make the biggest difference. Good morning, Boku. Welcome to the chat. For 3/10 right now. Into the last 2 corners, the penultimate one, into the last one, a difficult one. Be careful with that wall on the outside. It will bite you if you hit it. Don't go too wide as well over there. And we're gonna have a new fastest lap with for 144 flat. Wow. Dino was in as well. We can see coming in for a next set of medium tires. Yeah, definitely. If you see how much he refuels right now, you know it's going to be mediums. Let's see for third place right now. Still 7/10 between the number 3 car and the number 66. When will they blink? When will they go in? Because I think they have the worst tires from, yeah, the whole top 5. The number 3 car has the worst tires. Will they come in right now? Or the next lap? They're gonna continue. Else you're gonna keep it short to the inside over there into the last corner. And can the number 66 extend their stint? Will that be fast? Will they come out behind? Questions. Only got questions. No answers. We'll have to see. That's good to remember. Here we have the 44 car behind. I believe that's, yep, that's the 35 of Loose Moose Racing. Already lapped by the number 1, and it's going to be lapped by the number 2 as well. It's a difficult lap to hit traffic. So they got to be careful over there. But let's keep it on the fight for third place. A little bit further back, I think I can see as well a fight into the first corner. Let's go a little bit further back and see who are those. Oh, it's the number 20 versus the number 1. Already at the back. Did they make another pit stop? Yes, they did. Oh, the Project 1 car of the Project 1 racing car made a pit stop already on the soft tires right now. They're going to do a soft fast stint in the middle. The same as the 35. Sorry, the 35. The 764. Let's get all the way back to them. Where are they? Whoa, they drop back here and side by side. I'm going on the outer loop towards the booth, and they passed the number 1 for place number 8 in the race. Interesting strategy. I thought it's going to be medium, and then 1 lap on the hards, but they've chosen softs right now in the middle. They want to do a fast stint in the middle. Okay. Well, let's keep an eye out. Who else is going to stop? This is already the second stop from Project 1 Racing. And I don't think you can make it. No, you definitely cannot make it until the end. Not with this fuel, not with these tires. Don't go too wide over there. Penalty zone as well. Oh, somebody else is in. Who's in? Who's in? It's a 69 and the GTR is in as well. Wow. So the 66 stopped before the number 3 Lexus. That's surprising. Well, let's see what kind of tires they're going to come out. I think it's going to be mediums. We refueled way too much, and yes, it's going to be mediums. Let's see a little bit further back. Here we have mediums, I think, as well. Yeah, definitely mediums as well for the 69. And now we're going to see the difference between the non-stoppers and the stoppers. Here we have the non-stopper still in front. Half-second penalty for the number 3. In number 3. Then the number 5 is in 4th right now. On that racing mediums. Made a pit stop for the hard tires already, of course. And then we have the 64. Right now in 5th. Also on the medium tires. Used the hard tires already. And here we have the first of the non-stoppers. And you can see more than 12 seconds behind the guys who did stop already for the hard tires. Who started on the hard tires, I must say. Yeah, B1R also out on softs. 66 with the undercut attempt. Yeah, compared to the number 3. And are they going to come in? No, they're still going to continue. It's the same for the 45 and the 44. Still continuing. The number 4, will they come in? Of the number 4 in the race, the number 5 car. They're not going to cover, and the number 5 is going to come in. Yes, they do. You got to keep a short line in that last corner. Really difficult pit entry. Be careful over there. It's going to cost you 3 seconds if you cross that one. And let's see if the 64, they're still going to continue. If the 66 can make it on. Here we've got the Project 1 racing car just behind the 66. We're already 2 stops and so close. And on the soft tires. This is going to be a nice fight. And they're going to pass the number 5 of Sector 7. Let's see if the number 1, 2, and 3 in the race are going to stop soon as well. And even the number 4. Because right now we have the 66 of the first stoppers. Oh, this is going to be the first stopper, of course. They stopped already twice, Project 1 Racing. And fighting for 5th place right now in the race with the 66. They're going to go side by side on that straight. Oh, this is going to be difficult. Yeah, they had to slot in behind. Not close enough. And this is going to be difficult. Really difficult. A bit too early side by side. But there's a tire offset here. We have racing mediums underneath the 66 and soft tires underneath the 20 Aston Martin. And on a half-second penalty for Jake. A little bit too wide coming out of the outer loop. Here towards the booth. Here we are on the laces towards the toe. Onto the bottom of the boot. Oh, that GTR is squirrely right now, and that is that half-second penalty, but they're going to regain that quite quickly on those soft tires. Oh, and the number 1, 2, and 3 are in. Here they are coming in. And what are they going to do? The number 1 is already out on racing mediums again. And here we have the number 2 in the race, the 44 from Racing Asylum, coming out of the pit. Oh, that pit entry is so ridiculously long. On the racing mediums as well. Here we have Jakey coming out for Racing Asylum, the Grid Life number 3. And will they make the undercut? And the 64 is in as well from Sector 7. Let's see. Here comes Jaylee together with the Project 1 racing car. And is the number 2. No, the number 3. The undercut did work. Did work for GT Finland racers. They're in 3rd place right now, and we have Project 1 Racing on that soft tires. Do remember they're going to make another pit stop. They can't make it until the end. And I think, well, the GT Finland racers as well. They haven't used the hard tire. And here they're going to come. Project 1 Racing. Side by side on that back straight. Here we have it towards the bus stop chicane. Now they're going to go side by side. Oh, a little bit of a push, a little bit of a touch over there. Still everybody alive, no penalties, luckily. And here comes the 764, also on the racing softs, with whip behind the wheel. this is going to be exciting. This is going to be close. Now we can see real strategies, and we can see that the number 1 came out with mediums, of course, still 18.8 seconds in the lead to 44. As I said, 18.8 seconds behind, but 14 seconds in front of the number 3. And here's the big fight. And we're going to keep it over here because everybody else is spread out all over the map, all over the circuit. Oh, a huge slide over there from Jake again, coming out of the toe of the boot towards the heel. And this is a good overtaking spot if you want to. Dive to the inside. Here it comes with that move a little bit. Oh, it's late. It's Derry, and I couldn't make it stick. Keep it together, guys. Still halfway through. Just halfway through the first stint. Still another 6 hours after the stint to go. Keep it in one piece. But Project 1 Racing wants to pass that GTFR car. Why? They're using the soft tire right now, and that is the same for the 764. They want to pass that car with the medium tires, else it's useless to put on those soft tires. So they have to make the strategy work. And we can see that Jakey is in again. They use the hard tires in the middle just for one lap. And right now we're gonna switch to the mediums, I think, until the end. Probably get into a lot of fresh air. That's smart. If they calculated that perfectly, that's going to be nice. But we've got that fight on the back straight. Here we are, 3 cars fighting for 3rd spot. Here it is, Project 1 Racing on the inside of the 66, and the 66 immediately under pressure of that from the 764. Oh, coming out of the bus stop chicane. Luckily, nobody at penalty. That's a perfect overtake. Let's see, we can see that again. And here they are, side by side. Let's get on board. Wow, nice helmet, Schumacher helmet. Let's go to the defeat cam, and that's just a perfect move. And of course the 66 left enough room over there to let everybody live. Quickly, let's get back to them, because we can see that the 764 is way quicker on those soft tires, but they're way older compared to the Project 1 Racing car. And here they're gonna go, here it is, and I think the 66 is simply says, yeah, pass me, you're on softer tires, let it go, can't hold it anymore. Something like that, I don't know. I'm not gonna go do any karaoke. No. Yeah, I think they're clearing traffic right now. That's definitely through. I think it's smart from the Grid Life car, from Jakey. That absolutely in clear air, use the hard tires, and can go until the end on the medium. So that's going to be really, really exciting to see, because right now we know that the number 1 in the race, the 45, still have to make a pit stop for the hard tires. So does the 44 of Racing Asylum, and so does the Project 1 Racing car, but not for the hard tires. I think another set of soft tires towards the end. Why else put on the soft tires? And then that's going to be the same for the Sector 764 car. I think they're going to go for another set of soft tires. They all use the hard tires from 3rd place on, if I'm correct. Nope, the 69 of Apex Hunter Racing didn't use the hard tires yet. And Sector 7 number 5 car did, so they can drive until the end. And so did the number 3 of Grid Life. So did the 64. They can go until the end as well. And we have the number 10 of the 10 in the race. Half-second penalty for the 35 from Loose Moose. And they've made all their pit stops as well. They're going to go until the end. And I think the same for the 77 from Racing Asylum Black. They did. And that all the way at the back. How painful. The number 1 Overboost Racing in that sludgy Dodge. Let's see a little bit further back. Here we have that fight for 3rd place between Project 1 and Sector 7 Racing. Both on the soft tires. So first of the non-stoppers in the race so far will be the number 5 of Sector 7 and the number 3 of Grid Life. How far are they back? 59 seconds to the number 1, and the number 1 is 20 seconds in front of the number 2. Oy, oy, oy. Here they are. So if you subtract 20 seconds from that, you're 49 seconds behind the number 2. And that 13. There is a 13 second gap between the number 2 and number 3. That's going to be really close. Because then you get 49 minus 13 is 6. Yeah. About the pit stop. But do remember that the Project 1 racing car, the number 20, and the 764 are definitely going to go for the soft tires again. Definitely. Would be, yeah, wouldn't make any sense if you're going to go for another tire or a medium. Well, they've used the hards and the medium. Yeah, they should have used the medium if they wanted to use it already. Oh, a bit deep there from the 764. Coming out of the booth into the hill towards the penultimate corner. Really difficult one as well. Don't go too wide over here. That was close. That last corner is really difficult because of that wall. And we can see that the 66 isn't losing that much. And do remember, the 66 is on course for, I think, a 3rd place in this race. If they keep this up. Well, no, they still have to make a pit stop for the hard tires, of course. Oh, that's going to be difficult. Ooh! Prima GTR had an accident. Where are they? Ooh, in 12th. I went to the pit or not? Let's see. Let's get all the way to the lead. More than nearly 22 seconds in the lead. We have the 44, a bit further back. And we have one of the off strategies from Project 1 Racing. They started on the hard tires after lap 1 racing lap. They've pitted for the mediums. Went for a long stint, and after that immediately to the softs, and I think they're going to stop again for softs because you can't make it until the end on these tires, especially not with the fuel level they have. And that's going to be the same for the Sector 7 764 car. Now we know that the number 1, 2 and the number 5 only use the medium tires, so still have to stop for the hard tires. A little bit further back there we have the 69 of Apex Hunter Racing, and they still have to make a stop for the hard tires as well. Here we have in 7th, the number 5 car, who can make it until the end because they use the hard tires and then 2 times a medium, and they've got enough fuel and enough tires to make it until the end. And that's going to be the same for the number 3 Grit Live car. So exactly the same story. A bit of a couple of mistakes from Dino and a couple of penalties of the 35 Loose Moose Racing car. They're just in front of the 77 of Racing Asylum Black. They've used the hard tires as well. They're on the mediums and can drive until the end. I don't know what the strategy of Overboost Racing Team is right now, but I think just simply finish this stint and hope for better in the next stint. I don't know. And there was a bit of a mistake, a bit of an accident, I understood, in the chat for the 64 of Sector 7. And I think they make another pit stop then on the racing mediums and can drive until the end. Now I want to see that fight for 3rd place. Is that gap growing between the 764 and the number 20 car? I don't think so, but we can see that the 764 slowly burning through the rubber. Something else, we can see that gap between the soft drivers and the medium driver behind that 66 of GT Finland Racers is slowly growing, and a little bit further back, the 69 with a half-second penalty. It's going to be painful because that's going to cost you at least a second. Well, the penalty line isn't that harsh over here, so I think it's only 7/10 maybe what you're gonna lose. And I think the Sector 7 car, how many seconds behind? Let's see, 33 and 1 minute. Well, it's gonna be difficult, but maybe they're gonna get onto the podium, but they don't have to stop anymore. And we know that the number 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 in the race still have to make another stop. Oh, and the number 6 as well. So the number 5 is going to be in contention for the podium, but they have to put in a massive stint. Oh, and he does. My God, take a look at that. The Sector 7, number 5, putting in huge laps right now. As we can see from lap 36 until now, it's all 44s. That's what you want. That's what you want to see, because that's going to be the same for, wow, even 43s for the number 1 right now in the race. That is ridiculous. I hope it's going to be the only stint from Medi, because he's crushing the field right now, and this is not fun anymore. Ay, Medi, stop it. Half throttle for you on the straight. Let's get back to 3rd place, and let's see if Project 1 Racing is building that gap towards the 764. They do, because the tires of the 764 are more worn compared to the number 20. Well, luckily no penalties for everybody in the top 5. The half-second penalty off the 69 is gone right now. What about the lap times on the mediums? Decent from the 69, it's good, but if you compare it to the others, especially behind from the number 5, oh, what a pace the number 5 has right now. That's good, that's good. If you keep that up, you're definitely in contention for the podium. Meanwhile, already on lap 43, more than an hour and 15 minutes into the first stint. We're getting slowly towards the end of this first 8 hours. The first 2 hours of the 8 hours. Let's see, what else do we have? Oh dear, Medi is scheduled for stint number 4 again, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, yeah. Well, good luck everybody with 2nd place or lower. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's definitely true. Zach, the Project 1 Racing car. Oh, wait, did he make a mistake? Was that a penalty? Take a look at the gap suddenly. Can we see it? Is there something going on? Oh, I think the penalty is gone already. I think there was a penalty for him. Suddenly there is a huge gap between, well, a way bigger gap between the Project 1 Racing car and the 764 of Sector 7. It's more than 4 seconds. And take a look at that lap time. Yeah, you can see it. A 45.9. compared to a 44.5 the last lap. Whoa, nearly losing it coming out of the first corner. As I told you, that curbstone is treacherous. It will kick you out, will spit you out towards the ball on the left or the right hand side if you're a little bit too early on the throttle over there. That's because it's quite a big bump, that curb, and your car will bottom out. Difficult one. Yeah, it definitely looks like the softs are dying. Definitely on the 764, because they put it on, I think, 2 or 3 laps earlier compared to the number 20. Well, that's going to be difficult for him to hold, and you can see that. Oh, that's too wide. That's going to be a half-second penalty at minimum. Here we're going to go 3, 2, 1, bling, for the GTR of GTFR car, the number 66. Ay. Unfortunate. A little bit further up front, because I can see 2 cars quite close together, but that's a back marker. Behind, it's the number 12 in the race, the 64 from Sector 7. Let's go back to 3rd place in the race. And let's see if the gap is slowly growing. It is between the number 3 and number 4 in the race. Let's see if Yeli can slowly reel in with in the 764 Aston Martin. good lap times. Constantly in the low 45s. But do remember, we've got Metro Monkey in 7th place right now in the number 5 Lexus. Constantly in the 44s, mid-high 44s. That's an outstanding piece. Really outstanding piece on the racing mediums. And I think they're definitely in contention for the podium spots. Oh, that's going to be close. That's going to be... yeah, that's going to be exciting at the end. Because then all the strategies will come into one. Except the number 1 in the race. The 45 last-minute racing car. Too far in the lead. Nearly 27 seconds in the lead. And purple right now on mediums compared to the soft tires. That's ridiculous. That's absolutely ridiculous. If you're going to go purple on mediums compared to drivers on the soft tires. What the hell are you doing, Medi? Is it going to be the fastest lap? I don't think... Oh, it's close, it's close, it's really close. I think he wants it. He wants that fastest lap on the medium tires. Whilst they're fresh right now. A little bit further back, we can see that in 4th spot, we have the 764. And the soft tires are dying. Still a long way to go. Because 15 laps, can you make that on the soft tires? It's going to be a difficult one. Difficult one to manage all the way to the end. Is he going to continue another lap? Yes, he does. And that gap is slowly decreasing between the 764 and the 66. The mediums are better than the worn softs. Any other big battles? This is the closest battle we have right now. We're on track. Oh, it's going to be interesting. With strategy. And when will the 764 come in for new soft tires? When will they come in? And do remember that the number 2 and the number 1 and 2 in the race need to make a pit stop as well. The number 5 needs to make another pit stop as well. And the number 6. Why? They haven't used the hard tires. And the number 3 and 4 in the race are on softs right now. And they won't last until the end. So the whole top 6 still needs to make a stop. And after that, we have Metro Monkey, the first of the non-stoppers for now. Behind that, the number 3 of Grid Life. Really good lap times as well. Started out in the low 45s and right now into the 44s. Both both Lexuses really good on the mediums at the beginning of this thing. A little bit further back, then we have the 35, of course, with the damage on the second lap after the pit stop for Loose Moose Racing. 77, I think had some trouble as well, or made a double pit stop and used the hard tires. No, they did already at the beginning. So maybe some trouble. And then we have the troubled Dodge, not made for this track, in 11th and all the way at the back with trouble as well. The 64 of Sector 7 with Prima GTR behind the wheel. Now I want to know. The 764 still continues. Let's see. Let Medi race. Yeah, Witz is on soft. True, yeah. Witzy is on softs, and that's the same for third spot, the number 20 of Project 1 Racing. But I do gotta tell you that those softs are quite worn right now, and I think they're gonna go for another stop towards softs towards the end. But yeah, I think this lap or the next lap, the 764 definitely has to come in. And the lap after that, or even a lap after that, the Project 1 racing car. But we're going to see that. We're going to see. Coming out of the boot, out of the hill. Towards the penultimate corner, you can see a full second slower compared to the other laps. And will he hold to the inside? No, he's going to continue another lap. Ooh. And you can see that gap coming down towards the number 5 in the race, the 66 of GT Finland races. Putting in a personal best lap of a 45 flat. And it's a 45.3 from the 764. So right now losing time compared to the drivers behind it. And it's going to be so exciting to see where the 764 is going to come out compared to all the drivers who do not have to stop anymore. Already 3/10 or 2.5 tenths down on your fastest lap. You'll have to come in. You have to come in this lap. If you're going to continue another lap, way too difficult. The most difficult part right now for the 764 and the Project 1 racing car is how to figure out to get on those soft tires again towards the end, because how many laps can you do on those soft tires and be quick as well? I think he's going to continue another lap. I think he does, because right now you still have how many laps to go? 20 laps to go. Can you make it 20 laps on the soft tires? New soft tires? I don't think so. No. So that's why he's continuing. Let's look a little bit further back. No, let's start at... Oh, full second penalty. Wow, that's rare for Medi in the 45 last minute racing car. So that's finally not going to be a 43 or a 44 again. Here comes that penalty. Ouch. I think the first I've seen from Medi. A little bit further back, we have Kaza in the 44 Racing Asylum. The Racing Asylum GTR. Doing a really solid job. Nearly 11, nearly 12 seconds ahead. Still have to make the pit stop. The number 1 and the number 2 in the race for that racing hard tire. I think they will do that on the absolute last lap. Just before they're going to come in. And we have the Project 1 racing car, the 20 Aston Martin, on those soft tires, low on fuel as well. They have to come in this lap or the next lap. And that's the same for the 764. Nearly no tires left anymore. In 4th, then we have Yeli behind the wheel for the GT Finland races in the 66 GTR. Then we have Jax, so it is, in the 69 for Apex Hunter Racing. Do remember the whole top 6 still has to make a pit stop. And here we have the first car who can make it until the end, the number 5. 1 lap with a penalty, I think. And all the others still in the 44s. But this is the number 5. Sector 7 car. Racing, of course, for the championship. The second right now behind the Racing Asylum. Excuse me. The Racing Asylum esports team. So yeah, definitely have to finish. Oh, that comes with, yes, there he is. The first out of the top 6 who's going to make another pit stop. And is going to go until the end right now. And we're going to jump to the number 5 and see where he comes out compared to him. I think Macho Monkey will pass him. Coming out of the pit right now. Let's see in the background. Are they going to go side by side next to each other? Where is it? And we can see that. Oh, Macho Monkey is way, way further ahead than I thought he would. Because right now, Wit is coming out. He's going to drop behind the number 3 as well. That's quite far back. Even further than I thought. So that's going to be a difficult one for Project 1 Racing to make it until the podium. Because right now, they are in the podium. But they were just, I think, 3 or 4 seconds behind the Sector 7 car, the 764. And we can see right now that first of the no stoppers anymore. The number 5 is 15 seconds in front of Width in the 764. Yet again on soft tires, so they're gonna go to the end. 19 laps to do on those. Difficult one. Well, let's see if the Project 1 racing car is gonna come in. Yes, they do. Here he comes. Don't go too wide over there. So it's gonna be a penalty. Well, let's see. Here goes Yeli. Do remember he still has to make a pit stop as well for those hard tires. He's gonna do exactly the same as the number 2 and the number 1 and number 2 in the race. All on racing mediums. Haven't used the hard tire yet, and those are mandatory in every stint. It's going to be the same for the 69. Also on the racing mediums. Only raced on the racing mediums still has to use the hard tire. And here we go. You can see there goes Macho Monkey in the number 5, already in 5th spot. Can make it until the end. And let's see where the Project 1 racing car is coming out compared to the number 3. There they go. So they're fighting for, I think, 5th place in this race. 5th or 6th. About that. About there. So I don't think on that racing softs they can. Yeah, I think they can overtake the number 3. But the number 5 is a little bit too far for Project 1 racing, I think. That's a little bit too far back. This is a second, and that's 10 seconds. So that's at least 11 seconds. A little bit further back, there we have Width in the 764. Also on the racing softs. 1 lap older compared to the Project 1 racing car. A little bit in front. And behind that, the 35. I think made all the pit stops and is going to go to the end. The same for Slug Z in the 77. Racing Asylum black car. Oh yeah, this is just hopeless for Overboost Racing Team in 11th. And of course with that mistake, the 64 all the way at the back. Let's see. A little bit further back. So we only have the top 4 right now, who haven't stopped for hard tires. Oh, a bit of a touch to the ball for the 69 over there. We can see that Macho Monkey is 4 seconds behind the 69. That means they're definitely in front of the 69 already. So that's definitely place number 4 already. But we can see Yeli is only 12 seconds ahead of the 69. So that means they're in contention for 3rd spot. Really good call, really good strategy for the number 5. They can go until the end. They made that pit stop at the beginning. Started on the hard tires, went to the mediums, and yet again to the mediums. And after that, just putting in the laps. Take a look at that on the right hand side. Only 44s and 146. I think because of a penalty. But you can see 44, just all 44s. A ridiculous pace from Macho Monkey. But not compared to this guy. This one is flying 30 seconds ahead of the field. He's going to give his teammates a huge margin towards the number 2 in the race, the 44. And especially towards the number 3. Because that's already 52 seconds. And then with the number 4 right now in the race. More than a minute already. Now a little bit further back. Do we have? Yes, of course, we have those soft drivers. Yeah, we've seen it already. Well, we haven't seen it, but the move has been made from the 20 car on the number 3 car. And the number 20 car can go until the end. So does the number 3. And so does the 764. So it is going to be a good strategy from Project 1 Racing. I think they will finish 5th, maybe even 4th. It's going to be tight. It's going to be close. They've got good pace right now. we're back again. Sorry. Try to read the comments in the chat. And Zach says he needs that huge margin. Yeah, for what? The top loader's gonna drive the next stint. You don't need 31 seconds in the lead. Wow, it's flawless. I only saw one penalty, and that's on lap 49. Probably coming out of the bus stop, but further, no mistakes. Perfectly driven. But let's go to Project 1 Racing with Jake behind the wheel. And Jakey, I saw that in the comments as well. He's going to go until the end, that's for sure. Yeah, he's on the racing mediums right now. Fueled up all the way to the end. Used the hard tires at the beginning of the stint. Immediately went to the pit. Went to mediums. And now on new mediums until the end. But he's got width right behind him from sector 7. Oh, yes, a half-second penalty. That's not going to help him. But he's on the soft tires compared to the number 3 of Grid Live, who's on the racing mediums. And both can go until the end. Both can. And will. But we can see that a half-second penalty. It's going to be costly. And I can see another fight. What is that going to be? An overtake for... Is that the back marker? I don't know. No, I think it's a back marker. Let's keep it in here for that fight. Wow. Purple. In the slipstream, of course. Wow, look at that difference, especially in the high-speed corners between the medium and the soft tires. Even in the dirty air, way quicker. But that half-second penalty of width is gonna come after this corner, after the toe of the boot. On this short straight. That's gonna be costly. And he has to regain that momentum, regain that time again. And you can see that you're gonna lose more than half a second. About 7/10 over there. But take a look at that tire offset and that difference. He has to make the move quickly because eventually the soft tires are going to be worse compared to the mediums, and you have to make you have to be in front at that moment because you can't pass with worse tires. Yeah, only a few still have to pit. Only the top 4 still have to make a pit stop for hard tires. They all started on the mediums, went to the mediums, and still have to use that hard tire. But first, coming out of the 90, that's the first corner, into the S's uphill, right in the slipstream, and I think it's a perfect slipstream for the 764, just behind the number 3 on the back straight towards the bus stop, and here he comes side by side. Oh, this is definitely going to make it. He's going to make the move and he's going to make it stick. Yes, and the number 3 car thought better of it. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Nice move from the 764 in 7th right now. Hopefully the tires will last until the end and he won't be re-overtaken by the number 3. But it's looking good. It's looking good. So we're going to go a little bit further up front. Now we have the Project 1 racing car in 6th right now, but only 7.8 seconds behind the number 5 of Sector 7 in 5th. And is slowly catching the 69 already. And we know the whole top 4 still have to make that pit stop for the hard tires. Only 15 laps to go. Sorry, what is that? 13 laps to go after this one, I think. I'm correct. Sluxley is sandbagging, though. Okay. Let's see if the number 5 can make that move already on the 69. Before he has to make a pit stop, and I think, well, I know for sure, definitely the 45, 44, 66, and the 69 we were looking at are going to make a pit stop 1 lap before the end to do at least a lap on the hard tires. we can see that Macho Monkey is way quicker, and he has to pass this 69 car really quick if he still wants to be in contention for third spot and maybe even for second spot. I don't know what the difference is in time, but we're gonna take. Oh, he nearly dives already to the inside, and the 69 is in the middle of the road. Couldn't pass over there. That's way better corner speed. And is there going to be a move that is a defensive move from the 69? And it's going to be, oh, it's going to be an easy overtake. The 69 knows I'm not going to hold this, and I'm not going to be faster. I'm not going to fight this. It's going to cost me more time. And that is a thank you with the emergency signal. Okay, that was the thank you after number 5 towards the 69, and they know they're not in the same battle because the 69 still has to make a pit stop. But let's see that gap between the number 4 right now. It's a 13.4 seconds towards the number 3 in the race, who still has to make a pit stop, and it's a 23 seconds. We can calculate it right now. It's going to be a 36 gap. 36 seconds gap between the number 2 and the number 4. So that's going to be absolutely ridiculously close. Do remember, after the whole top 3 and the 69 in 5th made that pit stop, they're going to do a full lap on the hard tires compared to the medium and the soft runners. Whew. Difficult. Where will it end up? Where? Don't go too wide over there. That's a tricky curve coming out of the outer loop. So out of the bus stop, then the outer loop. The curb zone certainly ends, and if you cross it a little bit too far, you're going to get a half-second penalty. At the end of 69. Yeah, got it. Yeah, somebody disconnected. I think I saw Prima GTR leaving. Yep. Prima GTR is still there. Who was it? Is it Dino? No, Dino is still in. Okay. Who was all the way at the back? These two. Slugsy is still there. Dino with somebody disconnected. Jakey? Is Jakey gone? Yes, the number 3. The number 3, Great Life, disconnected. Oh no! No! The number 3 disconnected from the race. We lost somebody who was in contention at least for the top 5. No! Wow! That's painful. Yeah, he was P8, but that's definitely gonna be, yeah, maybe P6 at the end. Maybe 7. Wow. Boy, that's really painful. Yeah, unfortunately we lost somebody. But we're gonna continue, and for the next stint they can rejoin again. But they're gonna be way too far back to fight for a good position in this race. Yeah, there are no safety cars or whatsoever to get back. So we lost the number 3 of Grid Life. Always unfortunate to see somebody leave when not planned. But meanwhile, we can see that the Project 1 racing car in 6th place is slowly catching the 69. And I want to see that difference between the number 4 and the number 3 in the race. That's only 12.3 seconds right now. You gotta remember that. Here we have the Project 1 racing car with Jake behind the wheel. I'm gonna have a short toilet break, be right back. And Yeah, we're gonna keep an eye on the Project 1 racing car because it's the fastest, no, not the fastest car on track, but on the racing softs, catching the 69. Be right back. There is the move already. Wow! Side by side. Why? Just came back and take a look at that. What the hell? That was way quicker than I thought. And we can see up the hill through the S's that Project 1 Racing with those soft tires is going to make it. Here they're going to go to the bus stop chicane. Is it going to be side by side? Here they come. Can they brake later? No, they cannot. Whoa, that's really close. And the 69 definitely wants to hold back that 20 car. Let me quickly jump in again. Here comes that move to the inside of the booth. And they made the move stick right now. Let's see that again. Into the booth. To the inside. Brake later. They gave each other space. A little bit of a touch. Dual banging. And into 5th spot for Project 1 Racing. And a little bit further back, we immediately can see the 764 on those soft tires. Closing in as well. And do remember the 69 even has to make another pit stop. So they're losing ground quickly at the moment. Wow, just in time to see all of that. And they're gonna come into the 90. Definitely gonna be a better exit. Into the S's and the 764 I think is already a little bit too close. They're going to be side by side. Which car has the better straight line speed or who has less aero on his car? And they're going to be side by side. No, the 69 still in front at the bus stop. One of the best spots to overtake. Now into that fast right-hander. Caught the outer loop. Towards the booth. Here they're gonna come. Whoa, be careful over there. That's gonna be a penalty if you go too wide. Luckily, no penalty. And he couldn't make the move that Project 1 Racing did the last lap. But here he comes to the inside of the two. No, thinks better of it. But I don't think this is gonna be a fight that the 69 wants to have. And you can see immediately the time loss for the 764 compared to the fastest lap. Already at 43.62. Oh, he has the fastest lap of the race with on the 55th lap. Is there going to be a move to the inside over here? Coming out of the booth towards the penultimate corner. Don't lose it over there. Whoa, into the fast left-hander. No, can't make the move over there. And into the last corner. Wow, a full lap already behind the 69, and the 69 still has to make that pit stop. We know that. is on half worn medium tires at the moment. Apex Hunter Racing. Let's see if the 764 is in the perfect range right now. I think yet again a little bit too close. Then you're gonna get too early, side by side, and you can't make that move into the bus stop. Is that gonna be a little bit of a bump draft to make sure he can make the move? He goes to the outside. Can he make the move stick right now in the bus stop? He thinks about it. He doesn't. Be careful over there, else it's gonna end up in tears. Oh, nice fighting, nice fighting. Good. And the 764 should have the upper hand because, first of all, on soft tires. But second of all, last worn tires as well. Here comes the move. At the bottom of the boot towards the heel. Yes, perfectly done. To the inside. Under and over. Let's see that move again. Perfectly judged. Coming out of the toe. Let's get on board. Here we can see the better exit in the slipstream. And right now the 69 thinks, yeah, should I fight? Shouldn't I fight? And braked a little bit later. Hold it on the apex. Get out of it. There you go. In 6th right now for the 764. Nice recovery. Good race. Now let's see the number 1 in the race and let's run you through the whole order. We have the 45 in the lead with Medi behind the wheel for last minute racing. Then the 44 of Racing Asylum Esports in 2nd. Also the leader in the championship. Then in 3rd place we have the 66 of GT Finland Races. Do remember the whole top 3 still have to make a pit stop for the hard tire because they haven't used it. Then the first of the non-stoppers for this race, people who don't have to stop anymore, is the number 5 of 7 Sector Racing. And in 5th place we got Project 1 Racing with Jake behind the wheel, the first runner on the softs. Behind that, the second runner on the softs, and the only runners on the soft, the 764 of Sector 7. And there we have the 69 of Apex Hunter Racing. They still have to make a pit stop for the hard tires as well, so they're going to drop back quite far. But I don't think they're going to drop back behind the number 8 in the race, the 35 of Loose Moose Racing. Then we've got the number 77 in 9th place right now of Racing Asylum Black. Then we've got the 64 of Sector 7 Racing in 10th, and all the way at the back we have Overboost Racing with the number 1 car. I think already on 1 or 2 laps behind. It's in the 64th lap and is in the full nearly 2 laps behind. We only have 12. We had 12 cars at the start. We lost 1 during the race. That's the number 3 of Grid Life, unfortunately disconnected, and we had 2 non-starters. One because there weren't enough drivers to race, and another one who withdrawn from the complete championship. But do not worry. Next time, for the next race, they're going to be 14 teams again. They're going to promote somebody from Split 2 to Split 1, or even put in a new team. Inferno, hint, hint, Inferno. Sorry, had to say it. But let's see for 4th place. 2.1 seconds only behind for Project 1 Racing. Ooh, this is going to be close as well for 4th place. That's going to be 3rd place eventually, and maybe even 2nd place. Can Project 1 Racing do it? And we can see via the lap times that they are nearly 6 to 7 tenths a lap quicker compared to the number 5. That's going to be close. Now do remember, this is only stint 1. It's an 8-hour race, but we're nearly at the end already. We still have to see the whole top 3 go to the hard tires and the 69 car. Let's see how quickly the Project 1 racing car can close that gap towards the number 5 from Sector 7. Closing up quite quickly. But after this, only another 3 laps to go. That's going to be difficult. Let's compare tires. Yeah, we can see those softs going off as well. And in the background, we can see Witt solidly in 6th place right now. The 69 still has to make a pit stop, but is probably going to end up in 7th place at the end of this stint. Dino in 8th. The 77 in 9th. Then the 64 in 10th. And all the way still at the back, the Overboost Racing team in the number 1 car. As I said, I want to see that fight between Sector 7 and Project 1 Racing. Let's see if there are any new comments. Yeah, I really got it for Grid Life as well. They were doing really solid. Really solid. Definitely would have been in front of the 69. That's for sure. So it was eventually, I think, a 6th place for them. Sluxy is holding strong considering the strength of the field. He does. Let's get to him. I think he's in 9th. Yes, he is. In the 77 of Racing Asylum. And Kaza is definitely killing it in 2nd place, but somebody who's killing everybody is Mehdi in the 45. That's for sure. Only a 1.3 second gap right now between the number 4 and number 5 in the race. The number 20 and the number 5 of Project 1 Racing and Sector 7. Oh, we got some other suggestions in the chat. Who needs to fill up the spot in split 1? Go read them. I don't think this gap is gonna come down way more than this, because if I compare tires, they're just about as one. And it's gonna be a difficult one for Project 1 Racing to get to 4th spot, but this fight is gonna be for 3rd spot, that's for sure, because you can see that it's only 7.4 seconds towards the number 3 in the race, the 66 GTR of GT Finland races, and they still have to make that stop for hard tires. It's only gonna be a tire change, that's it, because I think everybody has enough fuel to make it until the end. Although, do remember, they still have to drive into the pit, change the tires, go out of the pit, and drive a full lap on those hard tires. That's going to cost you a lot of time. Minimum 20 seconds. Minimum, definitely. So I think 2nd place, the 44, is safe for 2nd place at the end of this stint. But you never know. It's a 30 seconds towards the number 3 in the race, and then it's a 7 seconds behind that where we have the number 5 and the number 20. So yeah, difficult to catch, but let's keep an eye on that top 3 when they will come in. And of course they have to go to the hard tire. Let's see a little bit further back. 764. Also on the soft tires. 1 lap older compared to the Project 1 Racing. And behind that, the 69 on the racing mediums. Rounding up the stint. Still has to make a pit stop as well for hard tires, but will remain in 7th spot, but a little bit further back than they are right now. Only the number 4, 5 and 6 in the race right now can go to the end, and after that all the way from 8th until the end of the grid. So when will they come in? I think it's going to be at the end of this lap. You have that fight for 4th place. That's going to be 3rd place eventually. And let's see if they're going to come in. Yeah, they have to, because at the end of lap 69. Yep, here he comes. Oh, Medi nearly goes too wide. Here is the number 1 coming in for those hard tires. Let's see where the number 2 in the race is. Here he is, Kaza, in the Racing Asylum 44. Still has to make that pit stop as well for the hard tires. And we can see, will the number 1 already go out? Yes, he does. 40 seconds in the lead. My God, guys. That's beyond. That's ridiculous. Count the laps and count how many seconds. And do the math how far he is in front. And there you can see the confirmation on your upper left hand side that it's the hard tires for Medi. And here comes the 44 of Racing Asylum. Don't go too wide, that's going to cost you 3 seconds, and that's going to be painful and hard, but coming in, no penalty. And here we have the number 3 in the race, that's a 66, and it's 30 seconds behind the 44 of Racing Asylum. And let's see where. You can see already the 44 going out right now, and this is going to take agonally long coming out of the pit. And here comes the 66, keeps it to the inside within the yellow line. Yes, perfectly done into the pit, also for those hard tires. And as we can see right now, here we have that fight for 4th place. That's going to be 3rd place at the end of this lap. As you can see, the 66 dropped back already to 5th place, even 6th place. Ooh, they're going to lose a lot, the 66 of GT Finland races. And can Jake make that pass on this last lap, or will he leave it at this? But still quite close to the number 3 in the race right now. That's the number 5 of Sector 7, and let's see how far back are they. They're 13.6 behind the number 2 in the race. So that fight is still on, because a couple of penalties, as the Sector 7 car did already. Or maybe a crash, or who knows what else. Hopefully no disconnect. That can make a difference. But first of all, let's go to the leader. Here he comes into the pit, and you can see that he's in, and that's the first change. And here comes the number 2. So soon we're going to switch to the next commentator. I'll keep on babbling. Meanwhile, and the 45 of Last Minute Racing is already in. The driver swap has been made. Soon we're going to switch, as I said, to the next streamer. Here comes Racing Asylum 44 coming into the pit for the driver swap. And he's in, and still that fight for 3rd place right now between the number 5 and the number 20. And they're going to go side by side into the pit. Oh, be careful for that line. Oh, it's so tight. You can't go side by side into the pit. Oh, and then it's going to be a 3-second penalty, I believe, for Macho Monkey. The number 5 in the race, the 764 is in as well. Here comes Jaylee in the 66 for GT Finland Racer in 6th place. Really nice stint as well. And behind that, we're going to have the 69, also on the Racing Hearts right now. I told you, had to make that pit stop. And the last lap on the hard tires. In 7th, solid job, nicely driven. Hopefully we're going to see 12 cars out again in the 2nd stint. And here comes Dino in the 35 Loose Moose racing car. The Aston Martin. With Tim Hortons on the side. It's got to be Canadian, that's for sure. Coming into the pit, keeping it within the yellow line. Yes, he does. Okay, perfectly driven. There we have the 77 of Racing Asylum Black coming in as well. More than 2 minutes behind. Wow, that's a lot. Really a lot. And And then in 10th, we have the 64 of 7th sector. Don't go too wide into the pit. I think he did, or that was lag. Hopefully it was lag. And then behind that, all the way at the back, Overboost Racing Team, the number 1 car with that difficult undrivable Dodge Viper. Not made for this track. Coming in. And slowly we're gonna go until the second stint, and I have more to see. Thank you very much, and have fun with the next commentator. Have a good one. See ya.
On the outlap to be quick on that outlap there to get him to get ahead of the other drivers coming out behind him. So who is that? Who is that car that just came out behind? That is the number. Oh my gosh, I actually can't tell. I mean, it was a Mercedes, but I don't see a Mercedes that matches that livery. So maybe as we continue on in the race, we'll have a better look at that and see who that was on the track there. Who else is out on track? Of course, I already mentioned the Esports Racing Asylum number 44. They're 38.9 seconds behind. And so they got a long way to go. Harlock does to catch up to finalize and try to get his team back into contention. Of course, there are 8 hours of racing here. We are looking at starting the second hour. So the third hour of racing out of 8. So plenty of time for him to catch up, and plenty of other drivers to make their mark in the car. Sitting in third place, we have got the number 5 Lexus of Sector 7 Racing Esports, and they're looking good on track, themselves 17 seconds behind Harlock, so that is monster there. And coming out of the pits, we still have drivers who still have yet to come out of the pits. We'll skip over them for now just to see who else is out here. And who is this? This is very nice. I've been looking at this in the first stint here. This is the number 69 of Apex Hunter Racing with that beautiful Jeff Koons BMW art car livery, though I think that was on an M3. I'm getting old because I don't really remember, but it's the fact that I think this livery is over a decade old now is crazy to think about. We still have drivers in the pits. Some drivers jumped into the pits to take fuel, of course, and get their tires situated. They don't start off with full fuel and tires. And I am not a good commentator because I actually forgot how that works. I remember from the last, I used to know from the last time I did commentary here, I used to know how the fueling and tire situation worked for drivers starting another stint, but I have since forgotten. Either way, also on track, the number 20 of Project 1 Racing, the beautiful Aston Martin, that gorgeous baby blue livery. We have got Nuke in the number 764 S7R Racing Aston Martin there. Again, the Aston's gorgeous, gorgeous cars. Another Aston on track. Interesting. The number 35 of Loose Moose Racing on track, and we've got Yagami in that Mercedes that I couldn't understand, but I know Yagami races for S7R all the time. I think that's an S7R livery. It is, so that must be the number 64, the Sector 7 Racing McCougar team, not in an Aston, but in a Mercedes. Looking back to our leader finalized, doing well. He's maintained that 38-second gap. It's been there since he got on track. Of course, we're only working lap 4, but so far keeping his pace. He did come out, we saw him come out ahead of some other drivers who were starting their stints a little bit late. If you are new to this championship, I'm gonna give somewhat of a rundown of how this works because I honestly don't remember, and I'm going to find out for sure. But the basic gist is, in the previous stint, you've got your teammate driving your car, same car as you, same everything, same livery, same number, etc. And they enter the pits, I believe, on lap 69 of 70 is what it was. And their timing when they entered the pits dictates when you get to leave the pits in the second stint, which is a whole second lobby. So Harlock does not earn this gap themselves. They have inherited this gap from the previous stint. Let's see if anyone's close. I saw a little bit of dogfighting happening at the end of the last stint there. between this car, actually, the number not this car, sorry, it was the number 764 Wid was driving at the time. This is Prima Monster in the S7R Lexus. Anybody close? It was this car, 764. It would have been Nuke in a fight, but obviously no battle right now. So everyone getting clean laps in, most people rather, that we've seen so far. Watkins Glen is a pretty fun track to lap. It's a very, very fast track. Of course, it's a lot of fun to fight here. You know, everyone wants to be in a battle, in a dogfight. That's the exciting part of racing. That is the heroic part of racing. But for endurance racing, there is definitely something to be said for just being able to put your head down and run clean, consistent laps as the tires wear down, as the fuel load lightens the car up. It will start to handle better. I think with tire wear being at 1x, I think the racing softs are actually going to do very, very well. But there will come a point with these longer stints where that medium starts to shine, especially as the car gets lighter with fuel. So I expect to see some interesting things happen with fastest lap. So far, I've seen mediums. I believe I saw a hard. I'll verify and double check. We've got a couple of cars very close together here towards the back half of the grid. Nothing crazy, but of course Yagami in 10th only has 1.9 seconds to King Ears, and on a track this fast, it only takes one mistake. King Ears giving up a position, it looks like. Not sure what happened or how to explain what's happening, but he just let oh, that's he was getting lapped. Sorry, that was he was blue flagged. I didn't actually see that on my end, but that is the S7R Lexus that's running all the way up in like 4th place or something like that. And so that was just letting him by there. I wonder why I didn't get the blue flag warning. That's usually working even for the spectator. But regardless, let's go. Finalized. Running away in first, as someone in chat mentioned. He's doing a great job of it. Maintaining, well, I wouldn't say he's running away. Obviously, he's maintaining the gap, but it is a 38-second gap, and that's pretty good. No need to continue to run away. Just run your race, run your laps. Another 45.2 for finalized. Finalized is locked in here. Absolutely locked in. How many GTRs do we have on track? I know obviously it's these two here. As I look at the spotter guide, we should have one other, the 66, that's true. Finland Racing, they're also on the track. I've been driving that car quite a bit. I did an FOR season, flat out racing, and it was pretty fun. I made it only to about half the races, but the GTR is a great car to drive there. Moose says, just avoid the walls. Listen, one thing about Watkins Glen is it's very wide. Look at this track. Look at all the space you have on this track, and yet you're pushing close to 150 mile an hour in that back straight before you hit the inner loop, the chicane there, and those walls come up real fast at those kinds of speeds. So yes, definitely avoid hitting them. Understand that if you're going to hit them, there's little that you can do in these incredible machines. You're going for a ride. We are with Mr. SBS as he makes his way through the heel of the boot. A fantastic uphill sweeping right-handed corner there. Love that part of the track. You think it's not easy, right? It's nothing about this track is easy, but it sure looks easy. It just looks like a lot of fun. It's just one big roller coaster. Very old school type of track. You can see that elevation change here coming into some of the final corners of the track, which, as I recall, have no names. Some of these corners need names. That corner right there, that needs a name, right? That little hairpin situation. I love it. But anyway, Mr. SB coming through the final corner. Nice and early on the throttle there. Don't hit the wall exactly, Moose. And good job there to make it onto the front straight to start another lap. Do I have any excitement on track? As I look at the little map on the upper right-hand corner, I don't see anyone that's particularly close. Some overlapping arrows, if you will, but that doesn't mean the cars themselves are close. However, Yagami does seem to have he has traffic around him, but he's getting blue flags. That is, again, that is the S7R Lexus up front. And who is driving that? I think that's sitting in fourth. No, that is third. That's Monster in third in that Lexus. He has been blowing through the traffic here. Let's get on board with him. I guess the camera angle right on the keyboard. I am master commentator. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. We come on board with them. This is not going to be a pass for position. This is a blue flag pass. It should happen fairly easy. Yagami should let him by, especially being, well, technically not teammates, right? Like the Lexus is in Sector 7 Racing Esports, the Mercedes is 7 Sector Racing McCougar, which are separate teams in the championship. However, Sector 7 Racing is a single team in real life, and so maybe Yagami will be very nice about this. But I know him. I know both of these drivers. They are racers, absolutely. So I don't know that Yagami will simply pull over and lift off. He will wait until it's safe for him to do so. And so Mazda, until that moment, which I think is now, is going to have to be patient. Yagami a little late on the throttle just to give him that little bit of extra space there, and he slots in right behind Mazda, ready to get himself a nice slipstream off the back of that Lexus, off the back of the hole he's going to punch in the air. And that is a textbook blue flag pass. Very well done there. What do we have in the comments? The blue flag did pop up on screen. I missed it. I'm so sorry. What up, Ray? Who else is in chat? Jorge? How's it going, Jorge? Gregu says, "Ale, monster!" Okay, let's go, monster. That's right, Ale. That will last. I don't know what we're saying here in French, in the French section of the comments, but I love the international nature of things. Another little blue flag pass going on here. No battles that we have so far, and I didn't expect to see any. I mean, this is, again, we're starting the third hour of an 8-hour enduro. The drivers in the previous stints have had an entire 2 hours to separate themselves and show their pace. And now it's up to the teams, the team drivers, the teammates, to come in and bring the car home. Basically, maintain position or gain positions as you can. Certainly don't want to be the one who ruins the race for your team, but you shouldn't try too hard to be a hero either. And then, of course, your closer comes in for that last stint, for the dogfight of the final stint. I hope you guys will stay tuned and be here for that. This is an 8-hour race, so if you have stuff to do, if you've got to, go run errands or something, and you can't play this in the background, that's okay. You can come back in a few hours. We'll still be here. We'll still be here. Tires. From what I saw, everyone was on mediums. I'm going to double check here. Finalize on the medium, as is Harlock. Monster, yes, also medium. France, our first soft runner. So soft tires on the Aston Martin here. The front left starting to wear out a little bit. You do have some sweeping right-handers on this track that you need to be careful about. The chute coming out of the inner loop just before the boot. Long sweeping downhill left-hander at that. So that front left absolutely screaming the entire time. And then you've got the toe of the boot, which is also a right-hand. I'm sorry, I'm saying left-handers. I think I meant right-hander. Man, forgive me. I haven't had enough of my coffee. It is sitting here, though. Right-handers, you'll lean on the left-hand tires. So anyway, this corner right here, actually, is another one coming into the S's. It's not so hard on the tire, but it is long, so that is wearing out for him. Nuke is also on the medium. Snowman, medium. Lemons, medium. Mr. SBS on the softs. Another Aston on the softs. What's up with the Astons and the soft tires? They like it. It's dense. Medium tire. Yagami on the medium. And that Mercedes King Ears and the Lexus on the medium. And then finally we've got Pyrex and the Ferrari also on the medium. Sorry, the Viper. I called it a Ferrari. Well, it wants to be a Ferrari. Medium tires on the Viper. Love to see the Viper on track, by the way. That car while its fortunes are not always great, it is always a beast in a straight line. And sometimes the BOP favors it a lot. I think I've seen it a lot lately in open lobbies. I used to love it. In GT Sport, I think my first 6 months playing GT Sport, that was almost exclusively the car that I ran. What else would you guys like to know from the chat? Crazy pace being shown here. Yeah, absolutely. These folks are fast. I mean, we're running 45s on Watkins. I mean, that is insane. Let's see. I think I saw someone doing consistent 46s. I mean, 44s for Harlock. And sure enough, that is starting to reflect in the gap. It was steady at 38 seconds for quite a few laps in the beginning of the stint, but now Harlock starting to chip away at that. It's 35.7 seconds now, and you can see why. Mostly 45s, but a smattering of blazing 44s for him there. The fastest lap is a 44 flat by France in the Aston Martin in 4th place there. But Harlock, not worried about fastest lap, worried about chasing down 1st place, and he's doing a good job of it there. Yes, it was Monster that I saw a 46 for. I thought it was a couple 46s. As I see now, it's actually 146, mostly 45s, and that was an anomaly. Every other 45 is the one before is a 45.3, but around it, we're looking at 45 flats. We even got a 44 in there in lap 4, but then a 46.8 randomly on lap 8 there. Must have been a mistake or even a penalty, perhaps. They happen, and penalties are costly around here. Where you take the penalty is somewhat of a straight. It's a short straight, mercifully, and it's a short straight heading into a slow corner. So it's not the worst thing that could happen to you, but it is uphill. It really kills your momentum, and if anybody is near you, you will lose a couple of positions there. So you don't want any penalties around here. Mr. France looking to make this blue flag pass, and that's going to happen for him very easily. No challenge whatsoever there from the Grid Life Racing number 3. That fantastic livery on this Aston. Ooh, a little wide here. Now, this corner, that's turn 1 right there, the 90. That is one such place where you can easily pick up a penalty going too far over, and luckily no penalty there. I'm not really sure what the settings are, and I can't really remember exactly what the track limit is there, but clearly France didn't hit it. No penalty for him. Very well done there. Got to be careful on that curb, though. It's a huge curb, and if you get on the throttle in just the wrong part of it, or if you kind of high center on it, it'll easily spit you out into the wall on the opposite end of the track there. Turn 1. Treacherous, not just for being turn 1. What's up, Jorge? Good to see you. I'm kind of sad, guys. I don't know what's up with my streaming software. I use a program called vMix, and it's pretty complex, actually. Maybe overly complex. And right now, I'm not getting any sound out of my headphones from it. It's not. I can't monitor anything. All the volumes are up. The sources are on for the headphones. The headphones are the right source. I don't know. So I can't hear the beautiful sounds of these cars. And it's upsetting me and my homegirls, quite frankly. Let's take a look at... Could have just used my keyboard for this. Look at some of these liveries. I mean, these liveries are so detailed and so beautiful. Like, the teams do a really good job of not only meeting the required livery points, right? You got to have your number, you got to have IRO there on the side, but I mean, look at the details of all the other sponsors. Tim Hortons, Pabst, Blue Ribbon. Actually, I think that says Tees BAP. Blue Ribbon. Tees BAP is, of course, a well-known racer in some of the circles of championships that I've done. Moosehead, AMR, that's Aston Martin Racing, and then of course, you know, you got the smattering of your normal motorsports, automotive racing stickers there. Goodyear, Motul Oils, etc. Mazda for the sim racing crew. I mean, just everyone really takes this very seriously. and you end up with some real art on some of these cars here. I think there's some metallic flake or some detailing going on with the number 44 here, and or sorry, that's not the number 44, that's the number 77. Similar colors, both Race Asylum, but this is the Race Asylum black team in the BMW M6. Love it. Sound mix sounds good. Glad to hear it, ATB. Thanks for letting me know, because I certainly can't tell. The leader is in the pits, Mr. Finalized. He's got plenty of fuel. He doesn't seem to have taken tires, and so I think maybe some damage. That is going to eat up most of his gap. We're looking at 3 seconds and falling as he gets back up to speed, and now Harlock sees an opportunity, I'm sure. Again, not to get too aggressive. I'm never going to recommend that you get too aggressive, or am I? But Harlock now with Finalized in his sights, and he was going faster than Finalized. So if he maintains his gap and he doesn't, maintains his composure, keeps it cool, keeps it kosher, he will catch up to Finalized, and it will be a fight, a battle between the GTRs, Godzilla versus Godzilla. So unfortunately for Finalized and last minute racing there, all of that gap that was gained in the first stint, all of that work is done. Again, long race. You never know what might happen. This is just part of it. This is part of endurance racing. It comes to you, it goes away from you, it comes to you again. It's fine. Monster, clean laps lately. We did see him have a lot of blue flag cars to get around, a lot of back markers to get around, but all of those passes seem to happen very easily and in good places, favorable places for him, and so now running in very clean air. 20 minutes to Harlock ahead. Well, 20 seconds to Harlock ahead, 4 seconds to France behind. Just head down, get through it, perfect your race at Watkins Glen. I wanted to come here to the Aston, to France, the first of the Aston Martins. Both Astons on track, or at least 2 of them on track, are on racing softs. So I wanted to see what those look like. The fronts kind of starting to melt a little bit on them, alright? First, the front left, I already mentioned, is the worst off by far. That is definitely about halfway through its life already here. Right front, doing a little bit better. The rears are not great either. I mean, this is a very powerful rear-wheel drive car. A lot of drivers don't run traction control in this game, but it certainly helps a little bit with keeping those rears up under you. But the Aston is also one of those cars where you kind of want to carry some slip angle into the corners. You want to slide that rear around just a tiny bit. Ooh. And also, that corner right there, the one with no name, you see things like that happen, where the rear will step out on you just a little bit. I think there was a slight touch on the wall for Lemons there, a little bit of a tank slapper, but nothing too detrimental. Let's see what this lap time is in comparison to previous ones. They crossed the line, yes, a 46.5, so half a second slower than their last lap, over half a second, and over a second slower than the lap before that. He's running mid 45s, and that is almost back to form for Lemons. I say him, I actually don't know Lemons. My apologies if I'm misgendering you. Mr. SBS in the other Aston on the racing softs. Same situation, I would say, as the France in the number 20 there, and maybe a little worse with that front left. I think Mr. SBS is just a little bit harder on that tire, and so we'll want to care for it a little bit more as we near not the end of this stint. They got plenty of fuel left in the cars, though if you're on the softs, you probably short fueled a little bit, knowing that you're gonna have to pit for tires anyway. You might as well run the car a little bit lean to save weight there. Nobody uses TC because it makes you way too slow. I disagree. I don't think that TC slows you down as much as people think it does. in this game. I don't know. I've run both. I do most of my racing without it. And there are some situations. Harlock, who had been catching Finalized, who got that big break when Finalized had to pit, has to eat a half-second penalty, which around here is actually worth closer to a second and a half, and so he will lose a lot of that time to Finalize there. He was already starting to really catch up to him. He was 1.7 seconds back when we got on and saw this penalty on him there and saw him serve it. So now he's 2.4 back. And he's going to have to get back up there. And actually, you know, lost less time than I thought he would. I thought it was worth about a second and a half. I was wrong. I was incorrect. Perhaps Finalized also not getting the best exit. Depends on the track, at least for me. I could see that. I think it was worse in like GT Sport. I'm not sure how accurate this is, and I haven't popped Sport open to see, but as I recall, I think it would like actually cut in every time you like switch gears and just mess up your acceleration even. No matter whether you had wheel spin or not, it would cut power, and that was weird. But I don't really know if that was like the whole time we had GT Sport that was happening, or if it was, you know, some update broke it and then eventually they fixed it. I don't remember. It's too long ago. In GT7, it slows you down way too much. Only with heavy raid, it can help you not blast into the wall. Got it. Got it. What else do we have happening on track? Not a whole lot, honestly. Snowman Finn, there in the 66 GTR, the other GTR that we have, has had a pretty quiet stint. Most people have had a pretty quiet stint, right? The closest car to him is 3.2 seconds back. It's this one. It's Lemons in the 69 Apex Hunter Racing BMW. Apex Hunter. What a fitting name when you literally have a car in front of you to like hunt down, right? Nice. Ooh, fiber in the Italian village for Harlock. I don't even have fiber. Can I get fiber? I need it. I don't need it. I really want it, though. It'd be nice. I think, given my speeds, I'm pretty sure we get, like, fiber to the curb. But I don't think I get fiber into the home. Regardless, where are we? We're not talking about internet speeds. We're talking about car speeds here. Lap times are still around 45s for some of these quick drivers. Let me see where they are for, I think Harlock was, or rather, France. Hello, am I back? Somehow my headphones decided that they were just gonna be off. They're just done. Battery's not dead, so I think we're fine. I don't know when you guys stopped being able to hear me exactly, but I was mentioning that the dirty air is kind of keeping Harlock where he is, but he's still chipping away. He's still chipping away. Another 2/10. Eventually, he's going to be able to, make a move or make something happen if he even wants to. He may be content to just chill here and finalize Slipstream, save fuel, and do good. He's on the medium tire. It's going to last him, and he may not want to get past. However, what I saw before was that his pace was pretty significantly better than that of finalized, and it may be worth it for him to go ahead and make that pass when he's able. Hopefully, eventually he'll be able to, as they pass under that Solins bridge there for yet another lap. We're going to start lap 21. You know, I didn't realize, Team Solins, however you pronounce it, they still race. They're not, when I was growing up, they were in Grand Am Racing, and then when Grand Am and ALMS merged in, I don't know, 2012 or 13, whenever it was, they opted not to continue with the championship. I think the costs were just a little too high. However, as you've seen, the family maintains their ties to racing. They maintain their ties to Watkins Glen. Is it still the Salem 6 hours of the Glen, the endurance race? I can't even remember. Oh, into the wall there for Lemons. Let's see if we can catch that back. That just happened there. Keyboard, hello. Why aren't you doing the thing? I pressed Z. I pressed the button. Why you not go back? Uh-oh. Guys, my replays might be broken. I know my keyboard works. I've used it to switch between drivers and jump between cars here and switch cameras. I hope I have replays. We'll try it again with another one there. Glad you guys can hear me again. That is awesome. Lil Nicky rather, talking about traction control. Oh yeah, depends on if you have 1 or 5. I never go past 1. Maybe 2 in the rain. You know, maybe 2 in the rain, but never go past 1. 1 still allows just a little bit of slip. There are some cars where I really won't run it at all because I really I kind of struggle with using slip angle going into corners or getting some cars to rotate for me, especially if I don't have like brake balance available. We have our first official pit stop, our first scheduled pit stop rather. This is France in the Aston Martin. He's going to take soft tires and put some fuel in that Aston. Actually, I don't know if he's taking more softs. He's going to get off the softs, and not sure what tires he's going to take. The mediums and hards are required in this championship, and as I recall, I believe they're required in every stint, not just over the entire course of the race there. But yeah, what was I saying about traction control? Oh yeah. I sometimes have to turn it off because some cars I basically have to get out of the. I have to use acceleration to get myself in the right angle to get out of the corner. It's hard to explain, I guess. I need more practice on my braking and turning. 2 Astons against one another. The Aston Martin, the 764 Aston Martin of S7R Racing, and this is for position. So, Nuke gonna look to get around, but I don't know that he's gonna fight too hard. He owes a pit stop. He's on the medium tire, of course. They're kind of worn out. He's got a little less than a quarter tank of fuel in the car, so we should see him pitting in the next few laps here. Just not sure exactly when, but I don't think we're gonna see a battle between these two. Probably let France go. Another Aston in the pits, Mr. SBS. That was the other Aston that was on the softs there. Matter of fact, I forgot to see what France came out on. Let's see. France came out on another set of softs. Let's see what Mr. SBS does. Soft tires again for Mr. SBS. So 2 soft stints in a row for both Aston Martins. And he's going to come out in a little bit of traffic. Actually, he just got passed. So I think he's got enough space between himself and, was that the 77? Let's see, give me another angle. What car is that ahead of us? I think that is the 77 M6 from what I can tell here. Yeah, looks like it. Looks like it. So it comes out in the middle between Denz and Yagami in the Mercedes, the S7R Mercedes. They're in 10th place. So not a bad stop for Mr. SBS. Everyone else owes pit stops, but everyone else is on the medium. And so, you know, they're going to stay out for a little while longer. Some of them have a lot of fuel in that car. I've seen others with just a little bit less. But pit window obviously starting there. That was the softs pit window. I think the mediums are coming soon. This battle still raging, and it's even closer. Finalized is now within half a second, 0.3 of a second here. I'm not going to get off of this battle just yet because there are opportunities for a pass coming up for Harlock, though he, you know, you don't want to be slow around here. He's got plenty of time behind him. He's got 18.8 seconds to Monster behind, but you know, it's like a butterfly effect. Again, very long race. You've got other drivers on your team who are going to take over this car. Another driver will take over in the next stint. Here it is, already a pass into the inner loop there. I guess Harlock decided this is the quickest way to make it happen, and he elbows his way through. No problem for him, and he's going to go ahead and go. Finalized didn't fight it too hard, though he didn't give it to him either. But both of them realized there are higher things at stake than just this one position. First place, 3 hours into, well, 3.5 hours, actually. Oh no, we're 51. It's already been 51 minutes. We're 4 hours into this 8-hour race. So almost halfway through here for these drivers. Well done for them. My timing is off. We're starting the 4th hour. Jesus, math is not good for me today. Where's Monster? Yep. Why don't we go through the field, actually? We'll go back to first really quick just to recap. Harlock with a pass on Finalized. Very easy side-by-side pass there in the inner loop, and can't seem to replay it, so I think my replays are indeed broken. Luckily, it wasn't too dramatic. Finalized behind them. Both are on racing mediums. Both have similar amounts of fuel in the car, so for all intents and purposes, pretty even between them. Monster on those medium tires. He's got plenty of fuel, actually, so he may last for a little bit longer. France, we just saw pit to take another set of softs to put some more fuel in the car, so he'll be out for a good bit. And he's got all this clean air, 39 seconds to anyone in front of him. All he's got to do is get on the gas and go. Nuke in the S7R, number 764, Aston Martin, on those mediums, low on fuel though, so he'll probably be pitting soon. I would think sometime within the next 5 laps, he's going to need to take some fuel, and might as well change tires at that point while you're in the pit. It's only 2 more seconds, I believe, is a tire change on a pit stop, 2.2, something like that. Snowman Finn, looking good with the mediums. Plenty of fuel for him as well, so he'll be out for a good bit. Lemons still has half a tank in that BMW. Not sure that, you know, was worth it. I mean, maybe, I guess you feel a little bit shorter, but the car's been heavy for him this entire time, and the racing mediums do have a finite life. I would have expected more fuel on a hard stint. But, you know, I don't do long endurance races. That's why I'm here in the booth. And these guys are on the track, and they have teammates to help them with their strategy. Mr. SBS, fresh softs taken just a couple of laps ago, as we saw. It comes out and immediately drops a 44.3, a personal best lap for Mr. SBS. Yagami sits in 9th place there. Lots of fuel in the Mercedes. Racing mediums actually look really good. Yagami's been very kind to those tires in 9th place there, and So I think, again, we're going to see him out for a good bit. King Ears, and the number 3 Lexus of, who is this? Grid Life? Yes, Grid Life Racing. Medium tires, lots of fuel. Fronts, like everyone else, a good bit worn, but he's still got over half of the meat on the front tires there. Most people do. If they were on the medium stint, they're still not even halfway through the front, the life of the front tires. Sheesh. This is Dance, who is actually in a battle with King Ears. This is for position. If he can get up there, this would be for 10th place. Medium tires, lots of fuel. I don't think he's going to be pitting anytime soon either. So these two are one to keep an eye on. Now, he's got a 46 this last lap, a 46.8. Before that, a 51.8, so pretty bad lap there. Not sure what happened in a 47.2, same. And then a 46.3, 46.9, so not super consistent these last few laps, but could be faster than, I went the wrong way around. It could be faster than King Ears, but King Ears is being consistent with those 46s. However, 46.1s and then a random 46.8 in there. Got a 45.8 on lap 20. Could probably still get close to that if he can just piece it together and maybe keep Dens at bay. In last place for this stint is Pyrex. Has been racing all along this entire time in that Viper there. Medium tires, good amount of fuel in the car, so he'll still be out. He's got a 15-second gap to Dens, and that's our rundown right now. That's where we stand. 55 minutes into this second stint, so we're almost halfway through as far as time is concerned, but actually we have 70 laps to go. I think they'll pit in on lap 69 to hand the car off to the next driver. Driver changes so easy on sim racing, right? You just log in. Just log in and you're in. In real life, gosh, it's choreography in real life, right? You ever watched I don't know, if you've ever gone to a race in real life, like a race weekend or a race week, and you show up on Wednesday or Thursday, like one of the practice days, you can often find drivers and teams practicing driver changes under their tents. Usually not out on the actual pit wall, but if you peek into the tent, you'll catch it. You'll catch the coordination between them, you know, going slow, naming what belts need to move out of the way, etc. And even though it's the same car, it's the same drivers, it's the same team weekend after weekend, you never stop practicing such things. You never stop practicing things like pit stops because, again, it requires a lot of coordination between drivers and between mechanics, especially just the mechanics of a pit stop. You know, forget a driver change. Even if the driver stays in, you have 3 or 4 people over the pit wall, maybe more, depending on the series that you're in and what their rules are. And you can't have anyone tripping over each other. You can't have anyone tripping over those air gun cables. You know, nobody needs to drop anything. A tire comes off the car. It's got to go somewhere, and it's got to go somewhere safe. Fueler needs to be able to get in there and not worry about someone knocking him over with that fuel bottle or nozzle. Again, depends on what series you're in, how they do it. But it is very serious work, and they practice it like a dance troupe practices. You practice each move slow, and you get faster and faster until you can do it quickly and consistently. Just going through the field, seeing if I see anything exciting. So far, no, not right now. We did have a couple drivers that were very close to one another, and see, that was King Ears and Dents here, but that gap is actually growing. It looks like it's 2 seconds now. I think they've probably accordioned and fluctuated quite a bit between the two of them. Pyrex getting a blue flag there. Nothing doing really. That is the got it. That is France in the number 20 Aston Martin coming up behind him, and he should be able to make that pass very easily. Other than that, again, clean air for France. So, what's his gap actually? His gap to Mazda, 34 seconds. With all this easy running, I want to see what that's going to look like by the time Mazda pits for for fuel and tires. Again, he's on those mediums, and they do look, I would say that front left is now below 50% for Monster, but he is really good on gas, so might stay out for a little bit longer. But again, 33 seconds, 34 seconds between those two. Remember that number. Put it in chat for me or something so that I can remember. It's 34 seconds between these two, and I want to see where France is able to end up towards the end of this stint here. Alright, lots of leeway into turn 1 is what I'm learning. Lots of leeway on the exit of turn 1 as far as track limits go. I haven't seen anyone gain a penalty there. Actually, we've only seen like one penalty. We saw a penalty served. That doesn't mean other penalties haven't happened, but we only saw one penalty served, and that just speaks to the caliber of driver in this championship, in this stint. This is the first split, top split of the championship, of course, so these are the fastest drivers, but not just fastest. It takes more than just being fast to be here and for your team to trust you at this level. It takes good racecraft, and it takes, you know, real knowledge of the sport and what you're doing, and these drivers absolutely showing their relentless pace and talent. Harlock, have you run away from finalize? A little bit. 3.2 seconds here with Harlock. And you know what? While it's quiet, why don't we go not on board, but we'll hit a quick hood cam with Harlock and go through a lap at Watkins Glen. Hopefully I remember every corner. Front straight here. You see on the right the boxes, the pit lane. Very long pit lane there. We head into turn 1, aka the 90. It is a 90-degree turn. Careful on the exit. Again, that curb will get you. Looks like you can ride it for a long time and ride it out pretty far out with no penalty. Into the S's here. This is all flat out after that braking for turn 1. There's no lifting or braking through those S's, and now you head onto the back straight, the longest straight of the track, if I recall. Yes, I think it is. Hard on the brakes, somewhere around that steward stand on the left there, into the inner loop, aka the bus stop, and now onto the outer loop, one of those long sweeping right-handers. Gotta figure out where you start accelerating. I use that steward stand on the left there. This corner here, or the corner he was just in, was the chute. This corner doesn't have a name. No, this is the chute, if I recall correctly. Yes, that is the chute. This right here is the toe of the boot. Uphill right-handed sweeper, and then you are now on the flat of the foot through the boot. In the next corner, another right-hander. Tricky braking into this corner, by the way. Kind of a late apex. Some people don't apex it late. It's up to you, but that is the heel of the boot. Now, these final corners don't have any names, but kind of a hairpin left-hander. Careful on the throttle coming out of here. That wall right there will get you, or you'll spin into the opposite end. We have some pit stops we're going to keep an eye on. Nuke and Snowman into the pits, and now into the final corner of the track here for Harlock. A very solid lap around Watkins Glen, and he's going to cross the start-finish line with a 46.2. So actually kind of a slow lap for Harlock. Maybe he knew he was on TV. Got a little nervous. My bad. Speaking of Harlock, there he is passing in the background, but this is Nuke coming out of the pits. He has got more softs on, new softs on the Aston Martin, and half a tank of fuel. He's going to take a blue flag notice for Finalized, who will pass easily there. Finalized using second place in the race, so not in this fight with Nuke. Nuke comes out a lap behind, which makes sense. Again, he is pitted, Finalized has not, so it's not a problem that Nuke is a lap behind, but he does, and properly, let's Finalize by. Snowman was the other person in the pits. He's going to take softs, so our first change from mediums to softs on the 66 GTR for Snowman Finn, and so he's going to put down some laps, some real good laps there. He forgot what happened to Dens. He forgot to brake. What happened to Dens? Where did he forget to brake at? How did we miss it? 46.5, 46.9, 47.6. Yeah, okay. Maybe he had a moment. I missed it. I was too busy concentrating on what I was calling there. But Den's in the other Racing Asylum car. They are on opposite ends of the field here. One in the front, one in the back. Another pit. Lemons in the Dean Koontz BMW. Taking fuel. We're going to see what tires that he came out on. No damage. He took the alternative line, or an alternative line. I see. We love an alternative line. A wet line in the dry, if you will. Just testing, just checking it, seeing, you know, what it looks like, how it feels. You never know. It might rain. It might rain. There's not a cloud on the sky, but it might rain. You don't know. Got to test the wet line. I feel it, Dance. I feel it. Lemons is on mediums again, so good for him. And he comes out not in traffic. He's fine. He's getting blue flags, though. He's going to get passed by the S7R Lexus. Not a problem at all. Nice, neat, fast pit stop for him, and he gets it done. Check the grip levels of the whole track. Exactly. Even the grass sometimes. Sometimes you need to know. Okay, well, what is the grass hitting for? Like, what kind of grip do I have in the grass on the outside of the chute? The people need to know. The outside of the outer loop, rather. That grass is fun to go through. Speaking of, we're about to approach it with Den's. Let's make sure he doesn't check the grip of the grass. Let's just... He's fine. Here it comes. Outer loop, he's fine. He's good. Okay. Good. We're not checking the grass there. Actually, now that there's no grass on the outside of the outer loop, I don't know what I was thinking. It's all tarmac and then a wall. So you can check the grip levels of the wall if you would like to. I promise you, it's incredibly grippy. It will bring you to a stop. It will bring you to a stop. Harlock with 4.4 seconds on finalized. He just continues to run away. And so the gap is opposite. When we started this stint, Finalized had 38 seconds to the Racing Asylum GTR, that number 44 there, on top of the world. All he had to do was keep it moving, keep it driving. He had something happen, we think maybe damage to the car. We're not sure, but there was an unscheduled pit stop that ate up all of that gap. It came out, it was 3.3 or 3.4 seconds, and Harlock on sheer pace caught back up to him, took a penalty that set him back a little bit, and then was able to catch right back up, obviously make a pass, and now start to grow the gap. However, he's going to have to pit soon. That red light, that gas light is flashing at him, so maybe he has another couple of laps in it before he has to go in. Finalized has traffic here. This is Nuke in front of him in the Aston Martin, but Nuke is on fresh softs and Finalized is on worn mediums. So while Nuke technically should be letting him by because blue flags, really all he has to do is not fight him, right? Like there's no rule that says you got to pull over and lift and let this person by immediately. No, you have to let them by and not fight them when it's safe to do so. And in this moment, he should have more pace than Finalized, just due to more mechanical grip, quite frankly. And then we are showing there's a bit of a gap there. It's Finalized at this point. Just take the slipstream, my boy. Just take the slip. He's also gonna have to pit soon for fuel. What kind of grip is the grass hitting for is a fire t-shirt. You're right. It would be a great t-shirt. Put that on there. I'll buy one. Or you know, like share profits with me because I said it. It's recorded. It's on YouTube. It's on YouTube. That's basically a trademark, right? Like basically legally a trademark because I said it and it's on YouTube Live, and it just that's all that matters. That's what Uncle Sam needs. Ooh. So France's gap is now 10 seconds smaller. I think I had y'all, well, I told y'all to mark that it was like 34 seconds. I don't think anyone actually did it because y'all don't care about me, which is fine, It's now 24 seconds. So France, man, head down, been killing it. 45 flat this last lap around. but a 44.9 before it, a 45.2, bunch of 44s, couple 45s. He might be in just 45 territory now. Not sure. We'll see what the next lap looks like. But obviously, France has been putting in the work, and those racing softs definitely look like it. They're like, hey, I know we just pitted, but it's almost time. It's almost time again. So, took full advantage of that. Pardon me, and sorry about my phone going off there. Let's change that. Newt continuing to get those blue flag warnings, which he will so long as Finalize remains behind him. But again, Finalize can't do anything. And we have behind Finalize here, Finn with the GT Finland Racers number 66, trying to get around. There he is, trying to unlap himself into turn 1. He should be able to brake deeper, get out faster. He's on racing softs that he just took a lap or two ago. And that is easily done. Pass made in turn 1 there. Monster in. S7R Lexus getting off the mediums. Do we take more mediums? Do we run a soft stint? What are we doing here? Let's see. Maybe the amount of fuel put in the car will give us a hint. Though I don't think you all can see that. I'm pretty sure there's a graphic. We are hitting halfway through the fuel. Still fueling. So we're going past half a tank here. I think this must be mediums or maybe even hards. We're still fueling. 3/4 of a tank. I think that's enough to make it to the end. We're at the halfway mark. Oh, so there's probably mediums again, right? Because you obviously can run the medium for the first half. What is the rule exactly? I saw that racing mediums and hards are required, but is it not per stint? Is it just in general in the race at some point you must take the hard tire, or like how does that work? Because Monster came out on another set of mediums, and the way he fueled and the fact that we're exactly halfway through indicates to me that Monster doesn't plan on pitting again. The rule is every stint. Okay. Well then. Boost. Alright. MMR merch. Let's do it. Per stint. So you have to take the hards at some point. Well, then I am confused. Perhaps they'll come in for like a final lap or something on the hards. Is there a lap minimum that you must run the hards for? By the way, our 2 leaders are in. This is Harlock, and Finalized is right behind. Gonna go ahead and cover off any sort of undercut situation. Well, I mean, Harlock's already ahead of him, but obviously doesn't want him to have a fast lap over him. Did Monster use the hards already? I don't think so. I don't remember anyone being on hards ever at the beginning. Remember, we ran through, and maybe you weren't here, but in the beginning of the stint, we ran through all the cars, and everyone is on mediums except 2 Aston Martins that were on softs. No one has taken a hard tire that I've seen. So, and no one that's pitted so far has come out on a hard tire. Hardlock just came out on mediums. Finalized just came out on mediums. So, I guess maybe we're just going to minimize the amount of laps on the hards, which makes sense. You can pit whenever you want. Feels like the pit lane around Watkins is pretty long, but hard tires are so slow, it might actually be worth taking the extra pit stop just to grab the hards for a lap or two. We saw some pit stops after the driver swaps. Oh, you're so right. And some of them started on the hard, so maybe just did that first lap and then jumped onto the medium. Yeah, good call. I kind of forgot about that. It was hard to tell as I was going through who was coming out of the pits for like the first time, right? Like they've just been released to start the stint, and who had jumped back into the pits to change tires or something like that. So I hadn't really marked that in my brain. Good call. Alright, well, who owes a pit stop? Let's see. Our leaders pitted. Our new leader currently is France in the Aston Martin. He's on the racing softs. You saw he was the first to jump onto the softs and will likely need to pit again because that front left is not going to last. So For all right now, check.
I don't know why my headset keeps dying, but we're just going to use a different mic. We're going to forget the headset altogether. I can't hear anything out of it anyway. Thank you for the heads up. Well, I did the rundown through everyone. Do I need to do that again? Because I don't know how much you guys heard. I'm happy to do it if you need to know where folks stand with their fuel and tires and how they're going to do the rest of this stint. But we do have a battle for position here for 5th place between Nuke and Snowman. The easy thing for Nuke is, one, he does have fresher tires. His car doesn't handle quite as well, but he does have fresher tires. It's a very fast car. The Aston Martin is awesome. And, as we mentioned earlier, that dirty air is really, really going to affect how Snowman attacks him. He's going to have trouble keeping up with him in some corners, and he's going to wear those front tires out more frequently. What was that? Snowman? Was that? I didn't see a penalty over his head, but as we got to the penalty zone, definitely slowed down, got off the racing line even, didn't even stay and slip, and now it's a 1.3 second gap. Did anyone see a penalty over his head? Am I blind? I must be blind. In any case, I wouldn't say the battle is over, but like I said, Nuke does have better tires up under his car. Snowman, however, has the lighter car, so the better handling car for sure. No, Slugsy, I'm not watching the race. I'm elsewhere right now. Mr. SBS. We talked about those soft tires not looking great. Front left is really in trouble. He's still got a good, decent amount of fuel in the car. Maybe 5 laps. So don't know what he's going to decide on. I mean, it might be worth just going ahead and taking new tires regardless. Speaking of Aston Martins on softs, Francis in the pits now. And he's going to get off for his last set of tires and his last splash of fuel here. Two Aston Martins, pit stops on the softs. Nuke does not yet need to pit with his Aston Martin. So he's doing good there. But these guys, generally, in this car, it's been a all soft stint for them. And they've not been super kind to the softs, but I don't know that any car really would be, quite frankly, at this track, especially if you are running behind another car and you'll get dirty air there. There is Nuke in the 764 Aston Martin. Tires look good and is maintaining his gap to Snowman okay. It's not, Snowman is catching up. But it's not hand over fist. But I think by the end of this lap, he'll be in slip if he stays where he's at. If he's able to maintain this kind of speed. And sure enough, yeah, he's already closing it down into the S's. Of course, he gets into the section where it gets a little bit difficult to catch back up. But he's doing it. Purple in the first sector for Snowman, speaking of. Our fastest lap is owned by France. It was a 44 flat. I think he did it, gosh, not at the beginning of his second soft stint, but close enough to it. What else we have going on track here? I didn't see anything special happening when I did my rundown. I didn't even see, besides that blue flag that we just saw a moment ago, I didn't even see much in the way of, blue flag passes. Everyone is pretty well separated right now in the second half of our second stint here. And so the only battle we got going on is that battle for 5th place, which hasn't even really become a dogfight just yet. Snowman still eking away, chipping away at time. It has been a great race so far. Everyone's done really well. Not too many mistakes. Few penalties. I heard someone took an alternative line. I saw a slight tap of the wall. So, no huge things happening so far. A couple of really good passes. Of course, Harlock's pass on finalized into the bus stop chicane was brilliant. It looked uneventful, which is what made it brilliant. It's so hard to pass around there. It's so hard to stay clean on both drivers' ends, both on the attacker and the defending driver. It's not easy to pass in the bus stop. Both drivers making it work really, really well. Neither lost too much time. Both of them still running at the front of this stint. Finalized. Should be proud of himself, quite frankly. He's got the last-minute racing car in a really good place. It is too bad that the gap that had been built up in the first stint is gone now. But he's not completely lost this thing for his team. He's still keeping it close to first place. There he is, actually, that we just saw pass as Mr. SBS comes out of the pits here. And so Finalized has done a great job in this stint so far. 41 out of 70 laps gone. We're almost there. And then the next stint will be taken over by the next set of drivers. I saw some drivers practicing. I saw some open lobbies as I was looking for this one, actually, at Watkins Glen. Familiar names and everything. So people still practicing, still getting themselves together to race in this. The drivers and the teams really take it seriously. It's really awesome to see that even up to, you know, almost the time to race, that I can see several lobbies open for people who are just trying to perfect what they're doing here. No breaks. You know, hopefully they take a little bit of a break though. It's a long stint. It's 2 hours, you know. Get out of that seat, walk around, look at something that's not a screen, stretch your legs, and get some feeling back into your hands and arms, and get them out of that clawed steering wheel position before you actually start your stint. Man, look at Harlock. 8.3 seconds on finalized. I don't know if the gap is going to be that huge 38-second gap that Racing Asylum or Last Minute Racing had before, but certainly Racing Asylum looking to make a name for themselves in this race. They stand at the top of the championship points. This car, the number 44 specifically, with 356 points. Sector 7 Racing Esports is only 5 points behind them, though. So not far at all. That's the Lexus. That is the third place Lexus of Monster here. So this team in third place really, really wants to be ahead of that number 44 GTR. I know for sure. Last Minute Racing sits in 6th place with only 139 points. And so finalized and the other drivers on the team are really seeing an opportunity in this race to build points there, because they're halfway down on the first two teams here. We just saw a purple sector, by the way, from Monster. That was the first sector there. So Monster on an absolute flyer. I see a 44.7 not too long ago. Again, our fastest lap is a 44 flat. We've got a long way to go to get that flat. And that was done by a driver on Racing Softs. He's on mediums, and so there's only so much pace he's going to be able to eke out of that car. Personal best in the second sector there, though. Blue for him there. Missed the big brown flag for King Ears. Oh boy, do you have a moment? Mini poos. Yeah. The poos happen. Checking in on this battle. Yeah, Nuke still holding his own. And Snowman losing that advantage of the lighter car. It, again, still way less fuel, but those Racing Softs are really starting to wear down. And if anything, being stuck in Nuke's slip and being stuck in his dirty air for so many laps has only made them wear down faster. It's so hard to maintain front-end grip around here, especially with these fast sweepers where you really want that downforce to push that tire down. If it's gone, you know, tire scrubbing, it's leaving. Poor Tati having unlimited technical issues. What's happening now? Can you not hear me again? There's no way that is possible because I switched mics altogether. Moose, be nice. You are being nice. You said poor Tati, thank you. Who's this? Mr. SBS. We saw him pit, I think a couple laps ago. Yeah, lap 40 was the in lap. So very fresh mediums, lots and lots of fuel in that Aston Martin, but nobody to race. 8th place in absolute no man's land. 36 seconds to the car ahead, 21 seconds to the car behind. Best he can get is, you know, some blue flag excitement, which they are getting waived for him for Monster in the Lexus who's coming up. And Monster's still a ways back, so he's not going to see him for a little bit there. Yagami has been in 9th place basically this entire stint. It's been a very quiet stint for him as well. For most of these drivers, quite frankly, it's been a pretty quiet stint. Thank you for letting me know. What's this? This is King Ears. Not a fight. That is France ahead in the Aston Martin. So this is not a fight for position. King Ears is in 10th place on Racing Mediums. And France just pitted for fresh softs. And so I don't think that King Ears has a chance to unlap himself here. And probably shouldn't try. You know, when you've had a brown flag moment, you keep it humble for a couple laps. It's one of those turn the radio down and reflect type of times for King Ears. Maybe now he's got a couple laps under his belt since the moment. Maybe now he'll be a little bit more risky, but not worth it to try to catch up to France here. It's not going to gain you anything, maybe a slight unlapping of yourself. Pyrex has been in 12th for this entire stint as well, and if anything, that gap has grown. The gap to Dens, it's 34 seconds, 33, I think at one point it was in the teens when we checked, and so it's not been a very successful stint for Pyrex as far as pace goes, but doesn't matter. Head down, do your part, do your stint, hand the car off. That's where the success lies. Harlock, this car right here. I already mentioned where they sit in the championship, right at the top, but it's not in the bag, right? It's what was it? 5 points is the difference between them and the next team over, the S7R esports team in the Lexus. I don't know what I've done with my championship standings picture. There it is. So yeah, it was Esports Race Asylum, Sector 7. Grid Life sits in third, way down, 205 points. So over 105, or over 100 points below the first two. And right now, Grid Life is racing in, I think that was 10th place that we saw them in. Yeah. King Years in 10th place with the Grid Life racing car. In 4th place in the championship, we've got Overboost Racing Team. Is not on right now. Loose Moose Racing sits in 5th place with 147 points. That's the number 35 Aston Martin. Also not really in the fight for anything. They sit in 8th. Yes, 8th for Mr. SBS right now in this race. So lots of points to gain for them. After Loose Moose, you got Last Minute Racing, number 45. And that's the... We already talked about that. That's finalized in 2nd place there. So lots and lots of points there for them to gain if they can maintain where they are right now. In 7th place, you got Project 1 Racing. Project Platypus is in 8th place. Oh, by the way, the Project 1 Racing car is on track. It's the number 20 of France who sits in 4th place and still has our fastest lap. So Project 1 Racing looking really, really good for themselves in this race so far. Project Platypus sits in 8th place, and I think I saw a message that they're not racing anymore in the championship. I know one team is missing Arix. I think that's how you pronounce it, and Platypus might have been the other. I can double check that. GT Finland Racers, that is Snowman and the number 66 GTR that we saw looking really good and really racy against Nuke there. Just wasn't able to actually make the pass, or hasn't been so far. They sit in 9th place in the championship with 123 points. Speaking of Nuke, the Sector 7 Racing Boomers and the 764 Aston Martin sit in 10th in the championship with 107 points. So lots of points for them to gain as well if they can maintain their position. Sector 7 Racing McCougar and the 64 Mercedes-Benz of Yagmi in 9th place. They are in 11th in the championship. We talked about Apex Hunter Racing as well. That's the number 69 M6, which actually I haven't seen in a little bit. Where? There it is. 7th place. Lemons. They're looking good. They're in 12th place in the championship. We talked about Eric's. They're not joining anymore. Racing Asylum Black is not on track from what I... Oh, yes, they are. Sorry. They're the number 77 BMW with King Years. No. Dens in 11th place. They sit in 14th place in the championship. So, quick championship running there. These drivers also competed. Last race was the 24 Hours of Le Mans, which was a huge long race, and we'll talk about their finishing orders a little bit later. I just want to make sure I'm not missing anything on track, like, I don't know, somebody pitting, someone named Pyrex pitting, coming out of the pits. It was planned, so he's got a fresh set of mediums on and fuel in the car. Okay. I don't know why I feel like we already saw them pit, but maybe I'm tripping. Maybe I'm tripping. Back with our leader. What's the gap? Woo, sheesh. 12 seconds for Hardlock over Finalized. He's out of here, man. 45, still in the 45s. Couple 44s, actually a couple of laps ago. He's dipping into the 45 ones now. I think he could probably still pull out a 44.8 or 9 for our next couple of laps, if necessary. But it's not that necessary yet. Now, of course, we're not home free. It's only lap 48. You got to do 69 laps around this track. That's, listen, 20 more laps of this place. Watkins Glen is not easy. Not a lot of corners, sure, but every corner is different. Every corner's got its own, you know, dangers that you got to look out for. Even turn 1, it's a treacherous place, and mistakes are so costly around here because it's such a fast track. Everyone's going fast. You make a mistake, the car behind you is zooming at 130 miles an hour. They're not waiting, you know. So it is a track where you want to be perfect, especially in an endurance race. You want to be as close to perfect as possible, I should say. Guys, my coffee is freezing cold. I need like a broadcast team intern or something. Somebody here to warm that up, freshen up the cup, get me through these last 20 laps, right? Where are they? IRO, we got to get the sponsors on the budget for this. We got to get the sponsors on the budget for this. Finalized continues to hold it down in second place. Personal best there in the first sector. 5,000ths of a second. Not really showing huge improvement, just more consistency rather. His best lap just happened a couple laps ago on lap 45 with a 44.9 for Finalized on those medium tires there. So Finalized continuing to be quick, go fast. That's all you can ask. Actually, I want to see what do you do in this sector. He's about to hit a sector marker here, so we might as well find out. Oh wait, is there a sector marker there? No, next corner. Yeah, after the hairpin, the left-hand hairpin. Hashtag coffee for Tati. That's right. That's right. Start the campaign, spread the word. Let's get it on the news. You know, we need to know. Somebody needs to do something about this. Not purple nor blue in the second sector there. So I just wanted to see where Finalized was sitting through there. France. That's King Ears behind France. So it must have been a blue flag pass at some point. France on the mediums, by the way. I didn't even realize. They're not on softs. Makes sense. You do have to take the mediums at some point in the stint, and I don't think I ever saw them start on mediums. And so this is the medium stint for France. He's put down the fastest lap of the stint. He's happy with it. Now on the mediums. Nuke. The softs are starting to wear down. That fuel is pretty low now. About an 1/8 tank is what I'm seeing. So probably in the next 5 or 6 laps, we're going to see Nuke pit for his medium stint, just to end this all. So perfectly played there by the number 764 car. And sure enough, here they come into the pits now. They're not even going to wait for the fuel to run out. They're going to go ahead and grab those mediums right now, which I guess, you know, you got Snowman. Oh, Snowman coming in too, because Snowman's got no fuel in the car. So 4% fuel, racing softs for Snowman. They already did mediums, so they might come out on softs again. Not sure. Nuke had more fuel, and so should have to fuel less. And yes, sure enough, comes out sooner and comes out on softs. Must have done mediums already. Snowman, as expected, also on the softs, fueled up to 42%. Whereas Nuke is on softs at 47. Comes out a bit sooner than Snowman there. I thought Nuke would be on mediums for whatever reason, but I guess the fight is back to being even, basically, except now Snowman is even bigger, even more of a gap to try and overcome. Jack09 Scotty says, I'm only after joining the stream and don't have a clue who any of the drivers actually drive for, but who is the top 5 anyway, and how is the number 5 S7R doing? I got you. Not a problem. We got the first place car here that's about to make a blue flag pass on Nuke, who we were just with. That is Harlock. Actually, it might not pass him. Nuke's on fresh softs, and Harlock's on wearing mediums. But Harlock is in first place there, races for Esports Racing Asylum. In second place, you're looking at Finalized for Last Minute Racing. Third place is Monster for S7R Sector 7 Racing Esports. This top 5 has not really changed much. Outside of the top 2, there was a pass for the first place there. After that, this has been the same for the whole stint. So, France, and then number 20, Project 1 Racing Aston Martin's been doing really great. And then you got Lemons in 5th place here with the Apex Hunter Racing number 69 car. And they might actually keep 5th place. They were actually behind Nuke and Snowman, who just pitted. But I don't think Lemons has to pit. Now, they are on wearing mediums. So those mediums are not going to look great by the end of the stint. There's a chance they jump in for fresh tires. There's a chance. But they have 19 seconds to Nuke, and by the time Nuke catches up to him, Nuke's softs are going to be super worn down. So, and so that's very interesting, that change there for the, I think I told you already, Apex Hunter Racing BMW. And the 5th place S7R car you were talking about is Nuke, who now is obviously in 6th place there. I hope that answers your question. Jack Scotty, Lemon is absolutely going strong. A Ray with some memberships in the chat. Thank you, Ray. We appreciate you very, very much. Y'all, take advantage of those memberships. Definitely come, view, watch, look at us. Let's go. So, Nuka, blue flags. Yeah, that's blue flags for Harlock there, who is in first place. However, his tires are not as great as Nuke's, and so he's flashing his lights. I just saw a flash there. He wants Nuke to let him by, but also he's not really catching up to Nuke. He's not even in place to take that position away. So just letting Nuke know that he's there, but Nuke does not have to just stop or slow down to let him by. He's gotta really be there, right? Nuke needs to be hindering him for him to have to move aside and make him go. Just a small thing, but it's Race Asylum, not Racing Asylum, also known as Racist Island. Oh, okay. My bad. It is Race Asylum. You're right. I always say racing. Now, why is it called Racist Island? Okay. Ray, making it rain. Yes, yes. Make it rain. What else we got going on track? Any other kind of blue flag drama? I wouldn't even call this drama, quite frankly. I do think it's funny that Harlock is flashing. I don't think Nuke is holding him up. But he was flashing his lights there at Nuke, asking, can you please, please, please let me by? Not that he has a sense of, like, crazy urgency. There's no one breathing down his neck. The next car is 12.4 seconds back. So, Racist Island doing great in this stint so far here. And yeah, sure enough, Nuke is running away from him right now. Probably still getting the blue flag warnings. You can still see the marshals actually waving blue flags on the track there. But Harlock nowhere near making a move for him. Meanwhile, Nuke with a little run in the grass there, a little bit of time. Oh, and a penalty, a half-second penalty. So he will have to move over soonish for Harlock. At least on the next lap over, he's going to have to take that penalty. I was just going to say that he's, gaining time and running away from Snowman behind him, but that is no longer applicable. He's going to have to slow down this next lap around. Hi, Paymay. Good to see you. Snowman probably happy to see it. You know? Happy to see that penalty on Nuke. You could probably see it over his head. You know, I think I turned off displaying names over drivers' heads. I think I did, which is why I can't see the penalty over their heads. That makes sense. I almost never do that, so I'm not used to not having that visual to let me know this person has a penalty. You have to actually be on the driver, it looks like, for me to see they have a penalty. Line of three cars. Jesus, a car of three lines. Line of three cars here. Only two are fighting. The first car on the line and the third car on the line. This middle car here, Harlock, like we said, is in first place. He's just not faster than these cars because he's got a different set of tires on, medium tires, and they're worn, versus these two drivers who literally just pitted for fresh, soft rubber maybe 2 laps ago. And so the car behind here, Snowman, in that GTR, that red and gray GTR, is going to be looking to unlap himself very soon here. He is catching up to Harlock and getting up right behind him. Nuke just served his penalty. He pulled off the racing line, but he had enough grunt in that Aston Martin to maintain his position. Doesn't have to give anything up. Harlock now has a car behind him. He's okay to get passed by that car. You know, it's not going to hurt him. He's still going to be in first place. It's Snowman. I don't think he's going to fight him too hard, but Snowman will actually have to do the work to make the pass happen, which we've discussed ad nauseum during this stint is not easy around here with all the dirty air that you have to go through. Getting close and staying close ain't easy. What's this doing to the gap, though, between Harlock and Finalized? Not much. Harlock isn't being hindered by Nuke. As I said, that gap was 13 seconds when we checked. It's still 13. And typically it's been going up a little bit, so maybe there was a little bit of hindrance there for Harlock, but as we saw, he's not really close to Nuke, so I don't think Nuke is actually slowing him down. But maybe when Nuke first came out of the pits and those softs were still a little bit cold, Harlock might have been slowed down just a little bit there. Hello, Deering. Oh my, sheesh. Slugsy. Yikes. Stig, any plans to call up a team from Split 2 to take 14th team in Split 1? Ooh, that's not a question for me. That's a question for IRO organization. Answer is IRO admins will discuss the possibilities after the race. Okay. Deering is out of here. Slugsy's kicked him out of the chat. We should never see a message from Race Asylum's Deering ever again. It's Slugsy's the boss. That's what we've learned. We want to have 14 cars for both splits for the remainder of the season. Certainly, we want full lobbies, or as full as we can get them here. I wanted to check on this gap, Lemons versus Nuke. It's down 2 seconds, so 17 seconds between them. Nuke is catching, which makes sense. Again, he's on the racing soft tires, but will he have enough time to fully catch and take 5th place? Or has Apex Hunter Racing got themselves up into the order, up into the top 5, as we finish off the first half of this 8-hour endurance race? Good question. I always loved this livery. And it was on the M3, the GT2. I remember now. I think earlier in the race I said I wasn't sure because I'm getting old and this livery is over 10 years old now, which is wild to me to think about. That the M3 GT2 even was racing like over a decade ago. If I'm thinking correctly, I feel like this livery was like, I don't know, late 2000s that Jeff Koons did it. Looks good. Screams speed, as you can see. This is not the view I want. This is the view I want. Don't remember the buttons. It's a nice recreation. Anyway, let's not get stuck on that here. Let's see what else we got going on track. Checking in on Nuke, Snowman, and Harlock. Where's Harlock? Behind Snowman. Okay, Snowman able to make that pass and unlap himself. Harlock happy to just chill, probably. I mean, just Take it home. Just bring it home. No need to get into a fight with people that who are back markers, right? No reason to slow yourself down over folks who aren't affecting your position, but who are currently faster than you on track. Well, Slugsy's gone. Stig is the bigger boss. He's kicked Slugsy out. Deering is back. I mean, we've got action on track. We've got action in chat. What do you want? All right, IRO is giving it to you. We're bringing it. Okay, there's probably action in the Discord right now. You don't even know. You don't even know. I'm curious if anyone didn't do their obligatory hard lap. Now, I haven't done a good job of paying close attention to that. I'm not gonna lie. We know some people did it in the beginning of the stint, and so they've been on mediums and softs. I haven't seen anyone change onto the hard tire. Let's put it that way. And there are some people that I thought still owed a hard tire, but because I wasn't really registering very well who was coming out of the pits for the first time or who was pitting to, you know, change off the hards in the beginning of the stint, I didn't really mark who had done what. Hopefully all the drivers are aware of what they've done and what they still need to do, and we won't get any penalties due to that. I mean, it's just kind of a dumb way to lose positions on track and, you know, lose credibility in the championship. Everyone makes mistakes, but, you know, it's you hope that everyone has been on top of their stuff and that they've changed into the right tire at the right time. Been running a quiet race in the 77 M6, which I actually really like. You know what? Since we're getting stuck on liveries, I keep hitting the wrong button for that. It's L. Remember, this one has a bit of a texture to it in that gray part, and I wanted to look at it. It's hard to see it, but it actually looks really cool. It's been every time this car is on camera, I've noticed it as the light plays over it and it's moving around. Well done to, you know, whoever designed it. Livery designers are an important part of the team. A very important part of the team. Pyrex, fresh tires, we saw. They're good for the end. I wonder if anyone looks like they're going to need to stop again. Don't think Harlock will. We've only got 11 more laps to go here. They're not going to run lap 70. Finalized is good. Monster. I think everyone, those three pitted around like lap 35-ish, maybe even a little bit later to get on another set of mediums, and that's about halfway, so they should be good. They were setting themselves up to be good. France is now on medium tires, and so shouldn't be wearing through them as quickly as he did the softs. Lemons mediums don't look great. I don't know if they look bad enough to have to pit again. I think they're just not looking as great as some of the other drivers behind. Snowman is on soft tires, but I think they're going to last. Who's that behind them? Is that Nuke? Why is Nuke behind Snowman? What happened? What's this lap time look like? Something happened to Nuke. He was running 45s, low 45s at that, and then he drops a 46.5. So positional change here, and it lost him several seconds because when we last checked, Snowman was like 3 seconds back. And so big positional change here for S7R down to 7th place. You know, they're supposed to be trying to catch up to Lemons all the way in 5th to regain that position, and now they're on the back foot because they're going to have to get past Snowman first. And I think that Nuke might have more pace, more outright pace than Snowman, and so that is going to be a slowing down. As like I said, you're gonna have to make a pass first before you can even start to try to catch up to Lemons in 5th place. I just don't think it's in the cards anymore at this point, barring some unforeseen circumstances there. Mr. SBS looks good on his tires. Yagami looks good with his medium tires. King Ears in kind of the same boat that we saw Lemons in as far as the racing mediums being a little bit more worn than other folks up in the front, but I think again they're okay to the end of the race. It's just you're gonna have a little bit of that that disadvantage there, but he's not racing anyone right now, just racing time. So keep it on track. Keep it on track. Dens, good to the end. We already talked about Pyrex, definitely good to the end. So I don't think we're gonna see any other scheduled pit stops. Now there is heavy damage. Some folks may pit to fix something if they have to. Where am I? Go back to Snowman. Snowman. Okay, I thought I saw something between Snowman and Nuke a moment ago, but doesn't look like it. They are getting blue flags. Someone's coming up behind them. I think that's still Harlock, who is still behind them and a ways behind them at this point. Not in danger of being slowed down or needing to pass them immediately. But this is our only battle on track. And they're now 13 seconds away from Lemon. So that gap has come down significantly between these two drivers on the softs and Lemons on the mediums ahead of them. Purple sector for Snowman. By the way, I said I think Nuke has more outright pace. Never mind. Never mind. Snowman absolutely on one. Do we have a contender for fastest lap? I don't know. France dropped that 44 flat a long time ago. It may be time. Snowman came close in lap 50 with a 44.1. We can see here. And going purple in that first sector is super special, especially with no slip. But 2.5 tenths down in the second sector. Everyone that I've seen go purple or fast or whatever in the first sector does not string it back together in the second there. France must have dropped a hell of a second sector. Or somebody. I don't know if France actually owns the purple second sector. I would assume because he's got the fastest lap, but that's not necessarily true. But someone ate him up in sector 2 there. And no one's been able to beat that time so far. Let me catch up with chat here. What y'all got? Alright. We got commentators, Slugsy and Deering. Slugsy, make sure you're watching the race, okay? Don't miss it. We need a repeat of the spa 24 hours. Oh my gosh. These insults are getting so European. What? As a Yank, I have to say that I don't know. The insults are getting a copper-haired sheep stagger. Oh, I don't think I can say that on right. I don't think I can say that on. Can I say that on the stream? I don't know. I'm gonna keep that PG. That feels like PG-13 or higher. I'm gonna keep it PG. Maybe even lean towards G-rated here. We're with Yagami. Sits in 9th place. Getting blue flags there for 4th place Aston Martin of France, who's been flying all day long. By the way, not Mr. SBS, Snowman did not get that purple lap. Yeah, it was a 44.7, so several tenths down, 7 tenths down actually, from that purple lap, but very good first sector there. Obviously very speedy. Nuke sees it, I'm sure, and has to make some adjustments if he's going to at least get his 6th place position back, which ain't gonna be easy. See if any of these gaps have grown or shrunken significantly. Some of them were so big I never had them memorized in the first place, to be honest with you. Some people were, 20 seconds in either direction from the next car. 1 second penalty for King Years here, though. That is rough. Again, wasn't racing anyone, but it's time lost. At the end of the day, it's an endurance race, and the less time it takes you to finish the race, the better, obviously. So that's gonna, the team will remember a 1 second penalty there. That's significant, especially if they are close towards the end of this race to someone else, or would have been close or something. Stuff like that kind of, it adds up. Coming back to Snowman and Nuke. Nothing doing. So great. You can say that. It only means putting his purple head... Oh my gosh. Okay. Alright. I gotta start reading these before I start saying them out loud. Please. Please! Last race, which I didn't catch any of, I'm gonna admit. I think I was out of town during... No, I was not out of town during Le Mans. I was going to be, and then I was available, but I didn't end up doing any commentary, and I didn't get to see any of it. Slugsy. But I do have the race results, and I'm going to read them out just for myself, because I really don't even know how folks did. Looks like Esports Race Asylum, that number 44 car, won the race last time around. Well done. Is that... Yeah, okay, got it. Sorry, just the number is completely different color than what I expected. Overboost Racing Team took second place, and I don't even see that team here at all. Oh, no, sorry, that's the Viper. What am I saying? Isn't that the Viper? Let's check. What number are you? Yes, ORT, Overboost Racing. They won the Le Mans race. Project Platypus M6, number 11, took third place. Sector 7 Racing Boomers, the number 764 of Nuke, took fourth place there, the last one. Loose Moose Racing, the number 35 Aston Martin, was in fifth. In sixth place, another Aston, the Project 1 Racing, the number 20. Boku E-Clean Tati today. I like it. Yes. E-Clean Tati. Rated G. Now it's G. I've always been like this. I'm such a good girl. Wait a minute. What is this? What is this little gap between second and third? It's so tiny. What happened? What happened? But Monster with a penalty to make tiny gap less tiny. Now, just saw him serve that off the line. But that was less than a second. And we're less than a second apart. Now it's 1.6. Pace-wise, Monster's been running 45s consistently. So has Finalized. Are Finalized 45s bigger than Monsters? Let's see. 45, 7, 8, 5, 9, 7, 5. 8, 7, 5, 7, 3, 4, 4. Ooh. Ooh. It's close. Last few laps, though, between them have been looking like Monster has the advantage, except, of course, we did just see him eat a penalty, and so that obviously made him have it's a 46.9 now. 69. Wait, E-Clean Tati. Sorry, PG. It's a 46.9. Put that separator between those numbers there. Man. Another battle to watch. Snowman, Nuke. That's the battle for 6th. That's here. That is, the gap is about a second. So it's growing, but it ain't growing super fast. And now we also have a battle for second place, which is nice to see as we near towards the end of the stint. Who else has suddenly gotten close? Let me see. Let me run through this real... Oh, no. Monster! A second and a half now for cutting. I didn't see what he cut exactly, but that is huge. So never mind. There's not a battle for second because Monster's about to have to slow down for about 5 years here. There it is. And on year 5, finally graduated college, is able to get back on the accelerator and get back into this race. Man, that's a shame there. You just get excited. You know, you see the car ahead of you. you're thinking, oh, I'm in a good place, let me chase them and maybe overshoot a corner or come on the throttle a little bit too soon through a corner. Either way, at some point, he crossed the line that he wasn't supposed to cross and took a second and a half penalty. So that gap has now settled to about 3.8 seconds. It's actually still growing. We're going to cross the start-finish line here, though, and see where it has officially settled. But I think 3.7, yeah. 3.7, 3.8 laps, seconds between them. France with the penalty. What's going on? What's going on, guys? We've seen penalties all over the place now. So France is going to have to serve a half second his next time around. Lemons is in 5th place. The gap to 6th, even smaller, 8.9 seconds. It's only 5. Oh, sheesh. There's only 5 laps left, but was that lag or was he actually mowing the lawn there? That was hard to tell. Sometimes it can be lag. I'm not sure. I'm on PS4 right now. I'm not on my PS5, and so, yeah, you know. The gap, the time didn't change, so it must have just been lag or something like that. Snowman v Nuke has changed. The gap was almost a second a moment ago, but now it's half a second. So either something happened to Snowman or Nuke has found it. Maybe was saving those racing softs for a last-minute hurrah. I could see that happening. They are in much better shape than Snowman's, for sure. Snowman, that front left has got maybe a third left in it. Probably less, actually. It looks a little less than a third. Meanwhile, Nuke's is just under the halfway mark, and that is the tire that has been killing the Aston Martins and other soft runners for the entirety of the stint. And so Nuke has done a good job to save his and keep it fresh. They took these tires on the same exact lap, mind you. So there's no lap difference and there's no age difference in the two sets of tires. So this is just Nuke being a good steward to his, and it's going to come to his rescue here at the last minute. Maybe he can take 6th place. I don't think they can take 5th even if they work together, so he might as well go for it and take 6th here. No big difference in Mr. SBS's situation, neither Yagami's, neither King Ears, neither Den's. Yeah, those are our 2 battles. The battle for 3rd or 2nd, which is kind of ended mostly, and that battle for 5th place, or 6th place, which I'm gonna go back to real quick. Oh my gosh, wow. Ray's joining. Ray is probably not going to help. This is the admins are going to join on this one. Sounds like a Friday night, to be honest. That was last night. I didn't do anything with sheep last night. Let me tell you right now. Last night I had a burger. Okay, very safe, very demure, very mindful. I hopped in PSN chat with my friends, and I vegged out on Civilization 6 for many, many hours. Got a culture victory, if you're wondering. Thank you. Didn't do anything with sheep. Didn't even have lamb chops. Well, Snowman keeping Nuke at bay. Nuke is going to have 3 more chances to do something. Lap 66, lap 67, and most of lap 69. The pit lane actually starts pretty early around here. And you don't want to cross the line. You certainly don't want to eat that 3-second penalty. That is humongous. And so, yeah, most of lap 69. Paymay desperate for Ray's help. It's not happening, my friend. It's not happening. Yes, Lugsy, Mr. P. Ennis. Yes. I think I'm just going to stay right here. There's nothing else really to see. We're still seeing blue flags. we're seeing Harlock actually get a little bit closer to these two, which isn't surprising. He is on the mediums, which are worn. They're a little more worn out than the softs, but only a little bit. The softs wear out pretty quickly. Oh, but he's low on fuel, which should be okay. I think he's okay to the end. Most drivers are. We're starting to see fuel lights come on, though, on these cars, but these drivers should have it calculated down to the last lap, and typically that's pretty accurate. It can be inaccurate if maybe you have if you've been playing around with fuel maps, or if you've changed your driving style drastically from one stint to another. The game may not have given you the right calculation for how much fuel you need to get to the end of the race. But again, these people are these drivers are all professionals. Been doing this for a long time. You don't get to be fast enough to be in split one without actually knowing what you're doing and having many hours of seat time in this game. So I think these drivers know what they're doing. They know that they should be good on fuel. So we're halfway through lap 67 for our 6th place runners here. Runner, rather. And Snowman, like I said, keeping Nuke at bay. Nuke tried to make a run at him a couple of laps ago. He's gotten really close. Maybe he's concerned with fuel. I'm not really sure there, but it seems like his charge has slowed down. He's not charging as much as he was. His last lap was a 46.2. He had run a 46.1 2 laps before, and a couple of 45s before that. In fact, he seems a little bit too slow for just tire wear. I think he is minding his fuel, because he's over half a second slower than what he was doing just a few laps before. And to me, that's more representative of someone deliberately choosing to slow down versus needing to slow down because, hey, my tires are a bit more worn in just that short amount of laps there. So I think Nuke realizes, I don't think he can chase after Snowman the way he'd like to and make it, though this could be him saving fuel so that he can towards the end. Who knows? We are at the end, but you still got, like I said, 2 more laps to do this. 2 more laps. Ray can't help. I can see that. I don't think that she wants to. I don't think so. Leaders in. Harlock needed fuel. Finalize in. Monster in. It can't be fuel. Is it tires? Did these guys never run the hards? Yeah. Harlock comes out on hards. It's going to run one last lap on him. Finalize going to do the same thing, as will Monster. That would have been awesome if one or more of them actually had already run their hards and therefore didn't have to pit. That'd be a big change at the end of this stint here. But no, all 3 leaders in for the correct tire. France remains very far behind them, so he's not a threat to them. He's got 1 more lap on those mediums to go. Lemons on the mediums should be good. Snowman versus Nuke. I mean, this has to end very soon here. If something's going to happen, it has to happen now. Though, it's not the end of the race, right? We got another stint. Nuke may just be, I've put the car in a good position for the next person. And just be happy with that, right? I put you right up behind the car, the next car on the track. And that's going to have to be good enough, teammate. Lemons also in. I didn't know Lemons owed a pit stop. So Snowman to 5th, Nuke to 6th. Never mind, they never had to catch up to him. Lemons was gonna have to stop and let them catch up anyway. So Lemons now on his hard stint for that last lap. Does anyone else need to dive in? Ooh, wait. What is happening here? Yes, that is Nuke. Harlock in the pits again. Harlock's in the pits again up there. I'm not going to go away from this battle. I want to see this. This is the last chance. But Harlock. Oh, you know what? Harlock finishes lap. What am I saying? It's lap 69. Ignore me. I got so excited. I thought something weird was happening. It's almost somebody better than me is about to take over for the next stint. I promise, guys. It's going to get better. But right now, we have a battle between Nuke and Snowman coming into the last few corners. I don't know that Nuke's going to have much of a chance here. They're entering the toe of the boot. Not a chance, not an opportunity for him to pass. He's not close enough. And it's going to be hard for him to get close. As I say that, he actually does get closer in the toe. Oh my gosh, Snowman has to go defensive into the heel. I don't think he can make a pass around the outside here, but Nuke will try it. He hangs it around the outside there, not able to make it happen. Looks for better track position into the hairpin. We're coming close to the penultimate corners here, and there's not really opportunity to pass. I think Snowman has done it. Snowman has successfully defended that. There's not another really heavy braking zone before the pits, and so Nuke will have to settle for 6th place at the end of this stint here. But a good effort there, and certainly has the car set up in a good position for the next driver. Hopefully it's someone who can take advantage of that and maybe get ahead of the GT Finland Racers GTR there, and isn't hindered, by being in traffic. But I thought for sure he was going to make that happen. Didn't realize that Lemons was going to have to pit again. So right now we're looking in order before I have to go. We got Harlock in first, Finalized came in second, Monster in third, France in fourth, Snowman in 5th place, Nuke in the S7R, Aston Martin will be in 6th place. In 7th, we got Mr. SBS, and then Lemons in 8th place with the Apex Hunter Racing BMW, and then Yagami will come in with the Sector 7 Racing McCougar Mercedes. I didn't call out the other teams earlier, my bad. King Ears will come in the Grid Life Racing Lexus, followed by, it should easily be Den's in the 77 Race Asylum black car, and then finally we're going to have the not Eric's Racing, I keep wanting to call him.
So thank you, Tati, for commentary on stint number 2. We are back with stint 3, and I saw a little bit of a stream delay there. So let's get us back on to the racing action and have a little run down the order after the driver swap sequence. We have the 44 car in the lead. 16 seconds, that gap at the moment. The 45 last minute racing Nissan running in P2 currently, and in P3 it's the number 5 car. Made their way all the way onto the podium after starting P12 today on that one and charging very hard. Maybe P2 is possible, who knows? 23 seconds roughly, that gap to the leaders at the moment. P4, you have Project 1 Racing, Jake behind the wheel, the number 20 Aston Martin. P4 on the soft tire, by the way, so they started the stint on racing hards, got rid of them, and now pushing on the racing softs. P5, it's the 764 Aston Martin, Sector 7 Racing, the Boomers Turbo currently driving. Also a very, very good race so far, halfway through this 8-hour race, by the way. So still roughly 4 hours to go. And for this P6 we see the 66 GT Finland Racers, Nissan GT and our Beetlejuice. I think I also spotted them starting the stint on the hards for 1 lap. And they're also pushing on the racing softs now. Oh, this is the 77 Race Asylum BMW. Got out of the way. Oh, and a bit wide. No damage though, I can assure you that. P7. We have Toto Wolff for Loose Moose Racing, the 35 Aston Martin. And also very surprised to see so many teams using the soft tire. They have to do one more stop compared to the medium 1 lap on hard runners. But yeah, I mean, they probably tested it and they go for the aggressive soft tire strategy in this one. In P8, it's the 69 BMW for AHR. AHR! I need to go with the pirate slang early on in the chat. We had the pirate flags flying, the Jolly Rogers. So, Apex Hunter Racing in P8 currently. James on those mediums, yeah. Sorry for my bad R. But yeah, I had to do it. Ridwan, then in P9 currently, that's the 64 AMG for Sector 7 Racing McCougar. And in P10, we have the number 3, the Green Machine, the sexy Lexi Paymay for Grid Life Racing. So they suffered a disconnect on the first stint and they want to fight back to move up the order. Somewhat they're still P3 in the overall championship, so P10 would hurt them quite a bit, I reckon. In 11th spot, it's the 77 Race Asylum BMW ATB driving it at the moment. And 12th, we see the number 1 Dodge Viper for Overboost Racing Team. So this is not their race after a very good result last month at Le Mans, the 24-hour race. They finished 2nd. Today, it's just surviving this race, I reckon. And yeah, for those later who joined later, it's just 12 cars on the grid today. Eric's Racing, the number 7 crew, they had to withdraw from the season, unfortunately. And we also have Project Platypus missing this race. They competed in a qualifying session yesterday, but unfortunately they didn't have enough drivers for today's race. So that's why we are just running with 12 cars currently for this one, but we hope to get a full grid for the next race, of course. So no close battles at the moment, so I can talk you a little bit probably through the calendar. I was touching on that next race, so let's bring up the calendar graphic, shall we? So yeah, 6 rounds in, it's round 7. Today, 8 hours off the Glen. Next month, we head over to Japan, 8 hours of Fuji. And then we have 2 more races. It's a bit hard to read, I know. But we have the 12 hours at Road Atlanta. And then the Spa 24 hours to finish the season. So yeah, plenty of racing still here to come on the IRO GT Endurance Championship in 2025. Here's a story of the race so far. The 44 car, very consistent, reliable driving, always up there at the front, now leading that race after I think it was Harlock on that previous stint who took over the lead from the 45 crew. Speaking of the 45, last minute racing. We're currently running in P2, and they will most likely get Maddie to drive in stint number 4 for them. I think if they'll keep it at roughly 30 seconds, they might have a chance at the overall victory for this race. Oh, let's keep an eye on that. The delta, 17 seconds at the moment in P3. It's the number 5 car, P2 in the overall championships. Currently, after losing that top spot after a quite unfortunate Le Mans 24-hour race for the number 5 car, so they don't want to lose many points to the 44 car, of course. And yeah, after the Le Mans race, they were punished with a qualifying ban for this one, so they started a P12 in this race. And we had Macho Monkey and Monster bringing that car onto the podium for now. So just 6 seconds behind P2, and looks like they're a little bit quicker at this stage. So the top 3 on the racing mediums, so they're looking for that 2-stop medium, and 1 lap on the hards for the strategy. And we have the aggressive soft tire runners. So yeah, soft probably good for 10-15 laps. After that, don't think they hold an advantage over the racing mediums. And in every driver stint, the racing mediums and the racing hards, they are mandatory. So that's why we see aggressive pace here from Jake and the turbo. Just wanting to confirm. So I think the top 6 are on the lead lap, and yep, P7, the 35 Aston Martin, they are already 1 lap down. That's 2 minutes to the leaders. So after just over 4 hours of racing, the 6 cars are on that lead lap. Flicking through the grid a little bit and see the gaps between the cars. James keeping it steady so far. Ridwan in the 64 is on the racing softs, so he's catching a little bit at this stage. But yeah, on a different strategy for this driver stint. Yeah, why not? Softs are, I think, in general, very interesting. So the top 3, they haven't used the softs so far in this race, and there's probably a reason for it. Of course, you need to have the drivers and to get in the lap times. But I think if you're fast enough on the mediums, then softs looks to be like not the winning strategy, but probably more fun, and maybe let's call them the mid-pack teams or whatever. They wanted to have a nice little fun race, a little bit of 8 hours driving at Watkins Glen. They know like they won't be competing for the victory, so let's go for the alternative strategy and go for something different. And yeah, you see the fastest lap so far, 43.7. I think that's 2/10 of the fastest lap overall across all stints. So there, and you never know in those endurance races. I mean, we don't want to call it, but we already had one disconnect, and basically can happen anytime. We know that, so we don't want to wish any drivers or teams bad luck. It's just the nature of things sometimes. And then that race takes a whole different direction. Don't jinx it, Jaeger! Yeah, I know. I mean, it's like, what is it? IRO endurance race without a disconnect and without some drama. See, as long as you're not racing for a team, you won't have all the drama. And as Gran Turismo doesn't give us any rain here at Watkins Glen, so we need to go with some other drama. Yeah, just pointing out the possibilities, what can go wrong. I mean, it doesn't even have to be a disconnect. I mean, we run the series with a heavy damage, and if you total your car, boom, there's your 40-50 seconds gone, maybe. And the gap between Yanis and Bombardier is still roughly 6 seconds, but Adriano opening up that gap roughly 20 seconds now for the 44. Esports Race Asylum driver. The lap times very consistent, mid to low 44s at this stage. The 35 car right behind the 45, but that would be an unlapping maneuver. The number 5 Lexus in P3 is keeping up with that pace. Oh, we see Jake in the Aston charging, and we go on board like roughly 2 seconds. Let's see Jake for Project 1 Racing on the racing softs. The number 3 Grid Life Racing Lexus disconnected towards the end of the first stint, so currently running in P10. Purple for Jake. Patient on the throttle. Let's enter the boot. There'll the chute into the toe. Gap staying at roughly 2 seconds. Maybe gained a 10th on that lap. Coming uphill. That's where he gained 3/10 nearly into the heel. And close to that slipstream range now. Into the slow left hand. There we go. Be gentle with your inputs. The rear tends to break out. And in those FR cars. And into the final turn. Down to 1.5. Great lap from the Project 1 racing driver. Not quite purple, but gained on the number 5 Lexus. So 1.3. I'm just flicking through the grid to see if there's any other close battle, but I don't think so at this stage. So Turbo in P5, Beetlejuice in P6 on that lead lap. Toto Wolff in P7, still close behind Yanis in P2 in the 45 machine. James in 8th, 6 seconds the gap to Ridwan for the 64 AMG in 9th position. Pei Mei, 31 seconds the gap in P10. ATB another 50 seconds in 11th and a minute and 6 seconds. Then for Valsalenta and the number 1 Viper. So this one I think will get interesting now. Again, gained 2/10 on that uphill part. It's mediums versus softs, but I feel like there's an opportunity for my favorite cam in the game, and let's do it. Under a second, Jake is pushing. Another 44 probably for Jake and a 45 for Bombardier. Coming out of the first turn, running wide, but it was still okay as long as you keep your tires on those curbs. You are good to go. The 6/10 now benefiting from the slipstream out of the S's towards the bus stop chicane. We go half a second, flying into that chicane. Oh, is it Ray? Oh, we'll wait, then if you see an overtake or what's happening with that, and then we go to ATB. And I know it's not a 24-hour race, but birthday singing is always on, right? So wait for it. We'll stay with this battle. Once again, the uphill part not gaining that much this time around. Now I feel like that dirty air is not really helping Jake. The number 20 Aston gained a big chunk. Oh, nearly runs wide. Kept it within the track limits, I think. And now getting closer. That's less than 3/10. Close the gap out of the first turn, right behind the number 5 now. Going offline, doesn't want to go for the overtake yet, I think. Yes, to probably better speed for now. Oh, they're still side by side. I think we go to TV cam. Oh, Bombardier defending the inside line into the bus stop. Oh, Jake. A little bit of contact sends Bombardier nearly onto the grass. We go around the outside. Can they make it work? It's advantage for Jake. The inside line now, 40 downhill left, and he makes that move stick. Whew. But yeah, he got to do all the hard work and go around the outside. A nice little move, and that's definitely worth of a replay, right? It was a great one, so we just joining the replay here. Nicely executed. Oh, that little wiggle, I think that helped Jake now to open up that gap. 5, 6 tenths at this stage. And yeah, he will get the run out of the final turn. So, let's go to Birthday Boy, shall we? And on 3, I want you to sing along with me. 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear ATP 614. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, buddy. Exactly, yeah. That's the only way I can sing happy birthday, by the way. So, back to our racing action. Adriano opened up that gap. 23 seconds now. I wonder that gap between Yannis and Jake. Right, Jake had to do the overtake, of course. 6 seconds still. And where's Bombardier? Not backing down. He's fighting for that position. Jake's tires now starting to fade a little bit. He's on the softs, remember. And Bombardier on the medium tires, still in a very good shape. Let's see if there's an overtake into the bus stop. That's 6, 7 tenths now, coming out the final turn. Still has a little bit of a toe. Jake with a better acceleration out of turn 1 and keep him up the momentum. Yeah, that Lexus topping out at 256 kph. Understeered a little bit. Now Bombardier suffering from the dirty air behind the Aston Martin. Now gets a decent run into the foot. Then coming uphill once again, losing a little bit of time, so a second now for Jake. How long will those soft tires last? So I would say the front left is roughly at 60% wear. Probably lap 20 would be my guess. We see 1.2 now, that gap. Let's have a look. Yannis for last minute racing. 5.3. Doing very consistent lap times still. Those mid to low 45s. Adriano, yeah, mostly 44s for the lead car. Also, if I'm not mistaken, Adriano, one of the esports Race Asylum pad players. So I know Blue Racer, Evo, they're using the controller, and also think Adriano is using that input method. You see no excuses here, not being fast with the controller. And I think Jake is struggling now a little bit with the tires. Lap times of 45 incoming, no, 40, yeah, just. Or maybe time to come back for Bombardier and the number 5. Sector 7 Racing Esports Lexus. Is still having a little bit of a tow. And definitely the tire wear advantage now on his medium tires. P5 turbo for Sector 7 Racing, the Boomers. So far, a strong race for the 764 Aston Martin. In P6, the 66 car Beetlejuice currently driving, also on a very used set of soft tires now. I know Beetlejuice can be a tire whisperer if he needs to be. Looking at the lap times, 45, so 46 now. So yeah, dropping in pace. Toto Wolff also on the racing softs in a very similar condition to Beetlejuice tires, but lapping 45s. Now still close to Yannis in the 45 machine. James, who is also driving on a controller in P8 currently and taking care of the tires. Still running in the 1 minute 45s at this stage. Ridvan in the AMG, the 64 machine for Sector 7 Racing. Pushing those softs 4 seconds that gap currently. And you can see James in the distance. So both teams are on a different strategy by the looks, at least for now. May then rounding out the top 10 in the green Lexus, the number 3 car. Have a look at those lap times, also low mid 45s on mediums, so roughly the pace as the front runners. So when Ridvan is heading into the pits, that gap will come down. And Jake into the pits now, and he's coming out on a drum roll. Blop. Fresh set of soft tires it is. So once again the aggressive soft, medium and hard strategy from Project 1 Racing. So the gap to Turbo will come down, but also the 764, they will be pitting very soon. Yeah, finalized. It looked like a very strong move from Harlock, going side by side. Bust up, and he wasn't there backing out. He had to overtake you to go his pace. So 20 seconds now between P4 and P5. Oh, that's interesting. The 35 in, they had quite good tire wear still on those softs. Where's Paymay? No, not quite there. And the 35 P9 coming out of the pits. 12 seconds the gap to the 64 car. Yeah, I think, Slugsy, that's a valid point. I think every new driver has to go through the academy. Or is it? Oh, white line for Adriano. Maybe he scratched that lovely JP livery. Oh, 26 seconds the gap to Giannis in P2. He managed to keep that gap to Bombardier in the number 5 Lexus. And not losing towards the number 5 car. Beetlejuice is in now for the 66 crew. And yeah, going for another run on the softs. Also, Ridwan is in for the 64 AMG. We will lose that position to Toto Wolff and the 35. And now it will get interesting. Paymay versus Ridwan. This might get close. Ridwan just filling up 50 liters. So a short stint on softs again. Paymay got the jump for now, so up to P9. So we have the 64 on fresh soft tires. He will be pushing, and 3 seconds of a gap. So we could see a battle very soon in between those two teams. P11, our birthday boy, ATB. "46 seconds the gap to Valsalenta in the Viper. Currently Big Valsalanta gained some time on the 77 BMW. But still a long way to go. Just keeping up with the chat. Ray, what? Sheesh, yeah. We had some crazy topics in the chat today, and Slugsy, I swear. So you always know when I'm occupied with other things. Oh, there was a moment for ORT. Gets out of the way. Luckily for the leaders. So yeah, when I'm occupied and cannot like do the moderation on the YouTube channel, you just go crazy. So unlucky for ORT, got some damage. That spin. A bit early, I think, to do that pizza, but it was forced with the damage. So that gap will go up in more than a minute. And also the 764 is in. So what happened to... that looked like a scheduled pit stop. New racing softs it is for the Aston Martin, for the Boomers. Under 10 seconds now, that gap to P6 and Beetlejuice for GT Finland Racers. Beetlejuice purple, sector 1, a nice little toe into the bus stop chicane. There you go. Now we'll suffer from that turbulent air behind the number 5. I think number 5. P3 is still running on the mediums. So will the 66 send it into the heel? No. But we can get an on board. See, as a lap driver, you are allowed to unlap yourself, of course, but you have to do it in a safe manner, of course. And tire advantage definitely for Beetlejuice now. Gets a good run out of the final turn. Probably has to wait for the bus stop chicane. Uphill, that slipstream should help. That was a bit unlucky, I don't think that it was intended to do a bump draft. It looks like Bombardier is struggling with grip now a little bit. Understeers a little bit. And now I think the Finnish driver will make that move. Oh, better tires at this stage now. He has to open up the gap and run away, a little bit of a drift into the uphill ride. It looks like, yeah, that gap is opening up. So when will our leaders pit? That's the question. Starting lap 28. So I think the medium hard tire runners we're roughly looking at lap 35 in the previous stints. Still roughly 6 seconds between Yanis and Bombardier. P2 and P3. They're on the same strategy. Fourth position after the pit stop for Project 1 Racing and Jake. A minute 2 the turbo and the Boomer Mobile, as Grantist used to call it. After the overtake, Beetlejuice now with a little bit of clean air, a clear track, so he might be able to close that gap to P5. James nursing the tires and the BMW around Watkins Glen. P7 at the moment, so they jumped D35 Loose Racing Aston. So now their 35 is on those racing softs now. 14 seconds to close. Oh, and what happened? Just got an ad blocker appearing on my stream. Go away! No ads to block. Oh, pay me under pressure. Route 1 on his softs. Now right behind. Oh, Payman. Did he hit the wall? I don't know. I think it was okay. Don't see any damage for the green machine. Oh, I had to lift big time. And that costs him probably the position. Ridwan going defensive in the 64. Forcing a May around the outside. Nope. Had track position for the bus stop. And now he probably will use his soft tires to open up that gap. Point 7, 0.8 roughly. So looks like he's able to break away from the Grid Life Racing driver. Oh, half a second for Paymay. He has to serve it next lap and probably lose the slipstream by the end of that lap as well. It's 1.3 now. 1.5, so that should be it. At least for now. Let's wait for the end of the stint when strategies will come together. So we see very different strategies from the drivers today, and that makes it interesting for that 8 hours endurance race, of course. The leaders are getting closer to their scheduled pit stop. 31 seconds now the gap. Oh, Adriano with a splendid stint so far. I think he doubled that gap now. since the driver swap. And again, the top three on the same strategy. Started on the mediums for a long first stint. We'll do the same for the second part, and then we'll do one lap on the hards before the driver swap. It's 5 seconds now. Bombardier is slowly catching. Jan is now running 45s, 46s versus the 45s for the number 5 car behind. And facing a little bit of pressure from Beetlejuice. See that gap, just under 9 seconds now to Turbo in P5. So the 66 car not gaining that much on the 764 Aston. Now we should see that move probably. Yannis on the one mediums versus Beetlejuice on relatively fresh softs, and that's an easy overtake. So, under 9 seconds. Both teams are on the same tire strategy for this one. We'll keep an eye on that towards the end of that stint, if that gap is coming down. James still in P7, also getting closer to the pit stop. Toto Wolff in 8th, and Ridwan after the overtake of 5 seconds the gap to Pei Mei, so he has to push on his softs. Now we see ATB pitting. Putting in the fuel, it looks like fresh set of mediums it is. No, is it? It's just 47 liters. Maybe a soft stint incoming. I'll have to wait for the graphics. Yeah, indeed, it is the soft tires. So let's try something. This should bring Barcelona a little bit closer again to the 77. What a difference a race makes. I think OLT were looking so strong last race at Le Mans. We heard it in the chat, and this car is not very much suited for Watkins Glen. So probably quite a long race for the team, this one. Yannis is struggling now, 46s, mid to high. No, and just 3.5 seconds the gap to Bombardier and the Sector 7 Racing Esports. See, it's the end of lap 33. Adriano started lap 34, who will be pitting. I think Yannis will do one more at least. Yeah, goes round. Oh, that looked like a tight line. Bombardier in for the undercut. Let's go. So 4 seconds now. He will get the tire advantage and should easily gain 2 seconds on that one lap. That is if he doesn't face any traffic, of course. Jake just crosses for the start finish, and Bombardier is refueling the car, so that takes a while and he might be very lucky with the traffic. Yeah, looking at the minimap, it might be a perfect window. Oh, there's just one car in the pit. Entry just takes forever, isn't it? So here is one car. That's the 64. So the sister team, they won't be fighting, pretty sure. So what's the decision now for Yannis? We'll stick with the plan, whatever that plan is, or cover Bombardier's undercut attempt. Looking at the fuel, it might be close to do one more, but I think he sticks with the plan. Lap 35, it is probably for the medium hard runners. So we should see Adriano pitting this lap. 35 seconds now, that gap. Oh, touches the grass. I think he will get away with a track limit penalty. Also close on the edge of the track limits. He's pushing on that potential in lap. Still not sure. He might do one more, but don't think he has to. So comes into the final 2 corners. Left, and then will he take the narrow line? Yep. Just don't cross those yellow lines. Oops. A little bit of lag maybe. I think it looked all good. So Yannis will be doing the same. But I'm pretty sure that Bombardier will have the undercut and will come out ahead of the 45 car now. So yeah, Yannis is in. Yeah. Tatiana, I think it was just a little bit of lag. Fingers crossed we don't see a 3-second penalty for the 44 car. So, yeah, they're good. So Jake up to P2. Currently Yannis sitting in the pits refueling the car. Where is Bombardier? Ooh, that's interesting. I thought he would be closer. So less fuel for Yannis as well. That's like 2-3 seconds gained. They're in the pits. And here comes the number 5. Where is the 45? Car just exits the the pits, and oh, there's closer. Bombardier with the run, more speed coming out of turn number 1. The S's, and they go side by side. Where's the car here? It appears. Go on board. And Bombardier with the overtake. So that was the 2-lap undercut, even with putting a little bit of more fuel compared to the 45. They made it work. Let's have a look at this sequence coming out of the pits, up the S's, and the better run for the number 5. Yannis wanted to defend the inside line, didn't have the top speed coming out of the pits. The 5 moves up a position. It's P3 at the moment. We will see Jake and Project 1 Racing in the number 20 Aston pitting soonish. So they will lose P2. But I think they did run the hards right after the driver swap for 1 lap. So they will be running the mediums towards the end of the stint. And Bombardier and Yannis both have to use the hards for 1 lap at least before the driver swap. But this could be very interesting indeed. Adriano in full control of this stint so far. Six seconds that gap currently. Oh, I see the fuel now is flashing on the HUD for Jake, so 3 laps I reckon. And Bombardier opening up that gap, creeping out of the slipstream range, 1.7 it is, so just, I think. Or can Yannis stay with Bombardier for those next laps? Gained a little bit out of turn 1, so he's fighting for it. The gap between P5 and P6 are 11.5 seconds, so the 66 car unable to bring that gap down. It was just under 10 seconds after the pit stop. Now struggling a little bit with the lap times. We just saw the green Lexus leaving the pits. Oh, we'll have a look at the gap soon. Oh, the 35 in P7 and the 64 in P8. And then the 69 in P9. James doing a soft tire stint. Okay, that is interesting. And Pei Mei on the outlap. mediums again for the number 3 Grid Life Racing Lexus. We see the Viper hitting for probably their final time during the stint. And that gap to ATB will go up again. One minute 30 plus. Oh, 7.7 now. Yeah, Jake's tires are toast. Will he do one more or pit this lap? Still running 45s. I think that is okay, but he's pitting, taking the narrow line. And now switching on to the medium tires, I guess. Putting in the fuel. He will lose that position to the number 5 and the number 45 car. That was a very short pit stop. 25. Will that be enough? I don't know. That looks like very tight. Too tight, probably. So everyone else is having like 60 liters to get to the end. Was that a mistake? He's running mediums, but just 25 liters. So I'm a bit confused. Unless Jake wants to go for another soft run towards the end. Yes. Bombardier right up his trumpet. A second. A lighter car, yes. Okay. It wasn't a mistake. He doesn't like the medium stand. So Special Jake wants to do something different. So all right. Yeah, that lighter car and the fresh mediums help him to open up the gap to P3. And Giannis lost contact. 3 seconds now. The gap. So let's talk about the tire strat here. So Adriano went medium, needs to do the hards still. Jake, hard, soft, medium now, and he will be running probably softs until the end. So one more pit stop incoming. Bombardier as well. Mediums has to do the hard tires. Giannis on that very same strategy, medium. Hards still to use. Turbo on the softs again, was running softs before. I'm not sure if they pitted. After the driver swap, started on the hards. Most likely, yes. So they will have to use the mediums. Beetlejuice, the 66, they pitted. After driver swap, hards, softs now, and it's mediums then very soon for the 66 GTR. 35 also doing multiple soft tire runs during the stint. Most likely the mediums are also needed. And James, I saw him using mediums and softs. Not so sure about the hard tires. Ridwan now on the mediums. They were running softs. Also didn't catch if they were using the hards after the driver swap. Pei Mei, I think it's medium so far for the number 3. ATP currently on the softs. Saw him running the mediums. And Valsalenta did the same. So let's have a look at the 35, so they're in. They come off the racing softs, and most likely we'll see them go to the end on the mediums. It's the medium tire. So once we see those soft tire runners pitting, I think we get a good clue about the actual standings in this race. We'll just stay out for one more. 14.4 seconds now. Turbo doing a really good job there with looking after his tires. Also on those racing softs at the moment. Jake still in P2. Oh, very wide line. Did he stay on that curb? But you're staying roughly with the Project 1 driver. 2 seconds, that gap. Another 4 seconds, then to Yanis and the 45 GTR in P4. Oh, tires won't be an issue for Jake on this short stint. It's the fuel. I reckon 5-6 laps maybe. And then we will see the number 20 back in pit lane for their final stop. Here we go. The 66 is in. Will they keep their position? It's 50 seconds to James and AHR. Don't think they need that much fuel to finish that race, and it will be the mediums. So they should keep that P6. Mediums indeed. James on the softs, but he won't be able to finish the race on this compound, pretty sure. The 35 day will go to the end on those medium tires now. So will the 64. Yeah, still kind of spaced out that race. Nope, don't press that. Yeah. Here in the boot section we see a couple of cars currently, but I don't think they're actually fighting for position at this stage. Not quite, yeah. So 36 seconds for Adriano to Jake, and now 3.6 to Bombardier. And Yannis keeps the gap stable now. A little mistake for the Sector 7 Racing Esports driver. That lap, a 46, yeah, that looked like a penalty. So 3.5 seconds between P3 and P4. Next to pit, probably Turbo for the Boomers. Doing one more. The gap to Beetlejuice should be big enough, though. Oh, we see James is catching. .4 at the moment, and there's a nice little ghost in front, I think, with the number 5 Lexus. So at the moment we have the top 5 on the lead lap. Might see the 66 sneak onto that lead lap again before the driver swap. Could be close. So this should be the end lap for the Aston Martin. Now that fuel is quite low. In for the service, 56 seconds the gap. It was a 14-15 seconds gap maybe before that pit stop between the two cars, and don't think there will go anything wrong during that one. So, fuel looking good. If it's the racing mediums, then we should be all golden with the strategy and the mandatory tire usage. And here we see the medium tire icon popping on to our screen. So a very solid P5 for the boomers, and looks like they have increased that gap after the pit stop. 2-3 seconds maybe. Oh, how long can James go on his softs? Oh, he got past the number 5 Lexus though. Currently has the pace. And we have a look at the gap. Jake now, the fuel getting low and coming towards the end of this very, very short medium tire run. So he will be losing that position. But you never know, it's just 5 seconds he can push now, and Bombardier has to pit for the hards towards the end of the race. Jake also needs to take a little bit of fuel. Oh, he's staying out for one more. That fuel looked like very low, but okay. He has more details, of course, on his end. I don't know why Sluxy is not gaining any stream XP, to be honest. Maybe YouTube is filtering some of those messages and they think like, nah, that's not worthy of stream XP. Approaching the final 30 minutes of stint number 3. Ooh, Yannis gained a bit more on Bombardier, so keeping them honest, definitely. And this will be now the pit stop, the in-lap, right? Right? Come on. Nope, apparently not, so I cannot read that fuel with those low multipliers. Now this might get tasty for number 5. Now a little bit of traffic. We wait for another round. This time, come on. Pit now. Box, 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 box. Keeping it tight, don't cross those yellow lines, and in they go for their arguably final pit stop of the stint. So Sector 7 Racing Esports up to P2 for now, and last minute racing P3 again. So yeah, Jake has to put in some fuel, and we will most likely see the Racing Soft tire appear again for those final 30 minutes of stint number 3. Here we go. Let's see, 26, 27 seconds roughly the gap to P3. So just for changing tires, we're looking at 25, 26 seconds. Now Jake is running in those soft tires, so if he brings down that gap to 22, 23, then he will definitely jump Giannis, and maybe even has a look at P2. So currently AP5 not on the lead lap, but they will probably 25 seconds. They could just be one lap down before the driver swap. The 66 in P6, and James right behind now. Oh. Final laps on his racing softs before he has to pit again. Oh, the 66, they will go to the end. So let's have a look at the gap to P8. That's 28 seconds at the moment. Oh, they need to put in some fuel though, so this could get close between AHR and Loose Moose Racing, P7 and P8. The gap and to the 64 Mikugar Sector 7 Racing is 14-15 seconds, so a bit too far behind, I think. Paymay keeps it steady, P10, but wasn't really gaining on the drivers like in front of him, so looks like P10 it is before the driver swap for the number 3. The 77 in P11, 6 minutes behind the leaders. 3, that's 2 minutes 25, something like that, 22 currently. Also ORT. Atlanta, that gap went down to 35 seconds to P11. So where is James? Now lost a little bit of time. Drop behind the number 5 Lexus. This could be a sign that we see the pit stop now. It's still 28.5 seconds to the car behind. But taking on, what would it be like? Body leaders, maybe? You will lose that position to the 35, pretty sure. But all depending on the fuel, of course. So here's the 35 Aston Martin into the final 2 turns. James 42 liters. And now that exit slow, and we see, oops, here is Toto Wolff braking for turn number 1, and James now coming around, so that's under 10 seconds. Is on a fresh set of soft tires and towards the end, so let's have a look. Racing softs 7.3, probably 7.5 before on the worst stop, and versus racing mediums for the 35. So can James close that gap? We have quick maths, 16 laps to go for those drivers. Under 8 seconds in 60 laps. Could be doable. We'll see. We'll see. At the front, we still see Adriano, 44 seconds now. A really dominant drive in this stint for the 44 car. And Bombardier in the 5, and Yanis in the 45. Just separated by less than 4 seconds. Jake is really pushing 21 seconds now, the gap, so I think he already has the jump on the 45 and is really close, and also to get the number 5 car, so potentially looking at a D2 before the driver swap for the number 20 Aston Martin. Looks like the track conditions not that good anymore. It's a 43.7 currently. And it's earlier the stint for Jake and GT45 Gaming in the chat. Hey, buddy. So, you will get the full treat. Stint number 4. GT45 Gaming will be ready to take it home. We're looking forward to that, of course. And yeah, no really close battle at the moment, but this could change, and I'm pretty sure that the 20 car will get P2 by the end of that stint, but just by a couple of seconds. So P2, 3 and 4 could be quite close. And for that next and final driver stint, so we're running with Turbo in P5, Beetlejuice P6, Toto Wolf in 7th, James is, yeah, it was, I think, wasn't it like 7.5 seconds? Now it's 4.6. So was there a little bit of a mistake, or just the difference in pace on those tires? Yeah, 4.2. So the 69 might be catching that 35 car towards the end of that stint as well. What about the gap to the 64 AMG? It's 8.6 also. Not too bad. Not too big in the overall scheme if you're looking at an 8-hour race. So 8.6 currently. Oh no. Just spotted the number 3 has damage on the front splitter. Probably it happened that lap. A 1 minute 57, nearly a 56 incoming, so that was like a huge loss that lap. 8 seconds, and now running with the damage towards the end of that stint probably. This will be a little bit of a setback in the overall standings. Let's have a quick look at those. So the number 3 car sitting in P3. I think the top 2, they are gone in the championship. They will fight for that title amongst themselves. But, I mean, with a P10 result today probably, and Last Minute Racing, Project 1 Racing looking to score big points, so they might close that gap to Grid Life Racing in P3. So Overboost Racing also with a race to forget, of course, so they will also risk their P4 overall. So we could see some movement there in that very tight looking mid-pack. And I'd say the battle for P3 is not over, not decided by any means. What happened? We missed a mistake, damage for the number 5 car, and dropped that position. See, it's the front right suspension and the front aero. is damaged for that Lexus. So the 45 upper position. Now, and what's the decision now for the number 5 car? Yep, both Lexus with damage currently, that is correct. You see Bombardier losing time. And yeah, what's that decision now? Look at the lap times. It happened on lap 57, 1 minute 51.3. Lapping a 1:48.1. Now it's over 2 seconds slower. But it's also quite late into that stint. Maybe, I don't know, hit now and run the hards. And you have to pit still one more time to use the hard tire. It probably won't get any worse than driving with a damaged car on mediums. Staying out. Let's have a look at the lap time. Looks to be 47 incoming, maybe, so a little bit quicker last time around. It's still 1.7, 1.8 seconds. It's losing now to the 45 car. Yeah, exactly. 50 seconds at the moment, the gap. So yeah, Maddie is an alien. He's a beast, but 50 seconds and probably will be a bit more. And towards the driver swap, so. Yeah, it will be very interesting to see. I mean, usually stint 4 you also see the top dogs, like for every team, running, and it might be even a challenge then for Maddie to get past Project 1 Racing. Yeah, Gav, that's exactly my thinking. I mean, they have to pit for the hards, nevertheless. So, but again, we are not sitting in that car, and so James got past Toto Wolff. That was very early, must say. Didn't expect it to be that soon. So yeah, AHR up to P7 now in the 69 BMW. The 35 Aston Martin for Loose Racing down to P8. Yeah, definitely will P1R catch them, but they don't need to pit, and P1, 2 and 3, they all need to pit. and use the hearts. But I think Bombardier committed now just to stay out and run with that damage. Jake definitely flying at this stage. It's 4.5 at 6.7, so that's just over 11 seconds the gap to P2. So he will definitely have that P2 before the driver swap, unless something happens, of course. We don't want to jinx it. You know it. But yeah, not much time left. Whoa, a little moment for Adriano. And he's starting racing lap number 63. So the end of lap 69 is where we see the driver swaps again. End of lap 68 is the lap where we should see them pitting for the hearts. That goes for Adriano, Yanis, and Bombardier. Top 3. Jake, they will run all the way to the end of that stint. No pit stop needed. P5. We still have the 764 Sector 7 Racing Boomers. Aston Martin, 15 seconds. The gap to the 66 GT Finland racers. Nissan GTR with Beetlejuice. James, 2 seconds the gap to Toto Wolff, P7 and P8. 9 seconds to the 64 AMG for Sector 7 Racing, Mick Hugar. Paymay and the number 3 they pitted. No! What the hell did we just witness? So they're on the soft tires and he clipped the inside of the bus stop and got a reset and the damage. So if it doesn't go your way, it's like, wow, brutal. Let's see it from the onboard. Bonk! Oof, yeah, exactly, that is... Wow. A tough race for Grid Life Racing today. It's 1 minute 26 now, the gap to P9. But it's very unlikely for them to make up any ground on that final stint. Oof, oof. Yeah, that's true, but every team has that one race, right? And last round it was Sector 7 Racing Esports with that very unlucky race. So Jake got past Bombardier on track. And in this round it looks like Grid Life Racing having a mare. But it's a long season, 10 rounds of racing, endurance racing, with 3 to come. Fuji, 8 hours, 12 hours at Road Atlanta and 24 hours at Spa. So plenty of points to score still during that season. 52, and Adriano is not slowing down, pushing the tires to the limits. Yep, so longer races will earn you more points than those shorter ones. So quick flick through the grid. See the cars and the gaps before we approach the final driver swap of the 8 hours at the Glen. So presented to you by the International Racing Organization, part of the GT Endurance Challenge 2025, round 7 out of 10. And for those new in the chat, if you haven't already, please leave a like, subscribe, share with your friends, spread the word. Much appreciated. Thank you. Oh, Ridwan very wide, touching the grass. Looks like Paymay is running with that damage now. Now the number 5 car is coming in for their service. It will be racing hearts now and finish that stint. So I'm a bit confused now. So they didn't take fuel and they didn't repair damage. It's just the racing hearts now. Okay. Lap 67 for Adriano. Oh, he will be pitting the next lap then for the hard tires. And I better get ready and prepare the driver swap. So bear with me for a second. All right. So I'm ready for the final swap. So will be the drivers, hopefully. So lap 68. Starting for Adriano. Yannis holding on to that P2 for now. He will lose that position to Jake. 7 seconds the gap currently. Bombardier in P4 for the number 5 on the hard tires for the final couple of minutes. Still running with a little bit of damage. I have turbo for the Boomers in P5. Beetlejuice for GT Finland Racers in P6. James for Apex Hunter Racing in 7th position. Toto Wolf for Loose Moose Racing in P8. Ridvan for Mikuga 64 AMG P9. Paymay for Grid Life Racing, the number 3 Lexus in P10. ATB for the 77 Race Asylum BMW in 11th, and Valsalanta for Overboost Racing Team in the number 1 Dodge Viper P12. It is. So in for Adriano, racing hearts for 1 lap. It will be. Yannis will be doing the same. It's 54 seconds at this stage. So we can stay with our race leaders, the 44. Indeed, it is the hard tires for Adriano. Yannis now into the final sector. So don't forget to pit now. Yep. Taking the narrow line into pit lane. And there you go. Jake comes around the final turn, takes P2 for Project 1 Racing. There is... Whoa, another big moment for the number 5 car. Yannis on the hard tire compound. P3, 54 seconds still the gap. Bombardier in P4 for the number 5 Lexus. So let's go to Adriano in the 44 machine. The Esports Race Asylum Nissan GTR. What a stint it was for the Polish driver. And he will be handing over that car to... I can't see it on my little screen, but you will see it in a second. So we go into the transition window now. Come on. Do it. Yep. Jake also coming in. P2 it is for Project 1 Racing. E3 before the handover. Final stint will be the 45. Last minute racing Nissan. Next driver, you see. Oh, Bombardier ran out of fuel on that final lap as well, so it was really close. I spotted that during that pit stop, and now he's losing even more time. Oh, unlucky end to that stint. So he's running on the in-games auto drive. 80 kph, crawling back into pit lane. And he can finally hand that car over to a teammate. Was it okay? In now, okay. Made it. And Beetlejuice then in P5. What happened to Turbo? The Turbo had to use the hard tires. Oh, didn't see that. So the 66 moved up into P5. And the 764 and down to P6. Turbo also in now, just 4.5 seconds, that gap. And James kept that P7. For AHR. Finishing the stint on the softs. The Toto Wolf just under 5 seconds the gap in P8 and Ridwan in P9, and then we'll go full screen and GT45 Gaming will be your commentator for the final stint. Enjoy.
Butcher the poor gentleman's name, so we'll have to get some enunciation on that. So we do have Kevin also, a one and done pit stop here for the Aston Martin team as well from Project One Racing. We've got the Shadow for GT Finland Racers now out as well, the 66 GTR here, and they're about 2 minutes in behind the overall race leader, so off the lead lap here now. And as is fourth place, we've got higher place here in the 764 Aston Martin of the Sector 7 Boomers team, and it is on like Donkey Kong here now. So we've got Jacko from the AHR BMW, the 69 team here as well, always with that blazing colorful car out on the racetrack, very easily seen here at the Glen. We've got Loose Moose Racing. I always get the two mixed up. The 35 Aston Martin here, piloted by Keplero. We've got Yagami in the 64 Mercedes Sector 7 Racing McCougar team here, and we're just waiting for the rest of our teams to come out. So we'll head back to Esports Races on 44 car, and hope everybody's having a fantastic weekend. We are just past our 6-hour mark here in the 8 hours of the Glen, presented by the International Racing Organization. Welcome in. I'm going to be your host to the Checkered Flag and beyond, GT45 Gaming. It's been an interesting race here so far. We're seeing the usual suspects up front battling it out here, but we're also seeing a couple of surprise teams down further in the list than we're used to seeing here at this point in the race. But, you know, that's racing. Some teams have just had some bad luck today. Some teams' car may not be up to the standards of the racetrack's demands. And some teams are just hooked up and dialed in, much like the Esports Race Asylum team here who we're on board with. So we've got the Shadows coming for GT Finland Racers. It's a one and done for them as well. And strategy is already full of play here in the first 5 minutes of our final stint. So we are going to take this right down to the Checkered Flag here today, ladies and gentlemen. And I hope everybody's been having a fantastic viewing experience here so far. And that reminds me, if you haven't liked and subscribed to the channel yet, please do us a favor and smash those buttons. Completely free to do, and nothing in life is free anymore. So take advantage of that free thing and push those two buttons for us. It just helps us grow and extends our reach out on the YouTube platform. We appreciate it. Let's get to racing. Let's get through our field. Let's get caught up here as we have less than 2 hours remaining here in the 8 hours of the Glen, as we just see the race leader head through the bus stop and down around through the carousel. and has 21 seconds over the second place driver of Project 1 Racing, who's being hounded by GT Finland Racing GTR here after coming out of pit lane, and is not a positional battle but a get the lap back from battle. So our 66 woohoo GTR coming around the carousel in a big old slide is allowed to pass number 20 Project 1 Racing Aston Martin here to gain that lap back, but it does have to be done obviously in a proper safe racing manner, and it is preferred to try to do so in the blue flag zones if ideal. However, obviously that's not necessarily the case when you're the blue flag car trying to get around and get a lap back. You're going to have to battle for that position, as the lead lap car is not necessarily going to be wanting to give it up to you that easily. Third place driver Medi here, our pole sitters, number 45 Last Minute Racing GTR, sitting in third place here, 6.4 seconds now in behind the Project 1 Racing Aston Martin after making that one done pit. We have the number 5 Lexus here in fourth place, and for the sake of not butchering the poor gentleman's name here, we're not even going to attempt it. So we know he's a good racer, though. We definitely know he's a good racer. We have higher place here in the 764 Aston Martin, and he's just being hounded by our race leader here to go another lap down here on the racetrack. We've got the AHR BMW in, looks like a one and done for them as well here. So that brings GT Finland Racing Team back around and back into P6 before the pit stop happened there. So already some very early pit stops. We got Jacko in. We've seen Caballero here is in 8th place. He's going to be able to close up some of that gap with that pit stop. However, obviously going to want a pit stop at bare minimum here at the Glen. So we have varying strategies here today that we've seen throughout the race. We see some soft tire strategies in play here. We've seen lots of the typical medium hard tire strat, but it's a very light hard tire runs here from our racers this weekend per driver stint. So the deal is here is that each driver stint, so each set of drivers that takes behind a set of wheels in their respective time slots has to run at least a set of mediums and a set of hard tires throughout this race each stint. So every 2-hour run, every driver that takes over the wheel of their machine has to use the hard medium tire. Now it only has to be for a racing lap, so they can pit, change onto that tire, run around the racetrack, come back into pit lane, get off that tire, and that's a valid requirement met. What we've seen at the beginning of the stint with our race leader from the Esports Race Asylum team, they started on that hard racing tire, they went around, came in at the very end of that driver swap lap, and transitioned onto their next set of tires. So that is legal, that meets the hard tire requirement, and now the only requirement you need to meet at this point in the race is that racing medium tire. Kevin, much the same thing from this team here as well in the Aston Martin, the one and done strategy on the hard tire. So they've gotten rid of that hard tire already. The 45 Last Minute Racing GTR is still out on track after the driver swap, as well as our number 5 Lexus here. A little bit of a slide coming up the hill around into the boot, the toe of the boot as a matter of fact, as we head into the heel here right now. He has closed up on the ORT Dodge Viper, who's just not having a great day out here at the Glen today. Higher place in that Aston Martin GTR. Let's get to a couple of our drivers we haven't spent a lot of time on here yet, since we have some pretty good gaps. We like an egg. I assume it's Greg, is the English equivalent, or Gregory, but trying to pronounce the French form of it, I don't want to massacre it. Especially being a Canadian, I should know how to pronounce that, and I don't. So we don't want to butcher the poor man's name. Too much respect for that. Alright, so Jacko here in the BMW 69 car here is very close in behind Caballero, so this is actually a battle for position on the racetrack here currently. It's a battle for 7th place, but the AHR BMW here is just tucked into that slipstream range at the moment, closing here as we come through the bus stop down into the carousel. So let's see if we can continue to close in using a little bit of slipstream advantage there. He gets a nice tight line down through the carousel, so give him a good run out here. And as we head into the boot sector here, this is a very hard downhill, basically 180 degree corner, so you're really just kind of coasting down and trying to carry your momentum and make sure your car stays on line. you can get on the throttle a little bit earlier than you suspect, where the opposite on the heel, where it's an uphill 180-degree corner, you can get on the throttle easily, probably a third of the way through the apex, and start accelerating back out already, but risk versus reward. As you can see, it's a very narrow track edge right there. If you get into the grass, that can cause some complications, but Caballero does a great job there. He actually opens up a couple tenths a second on the AHR BMW here. And the last Loose Moose Racing team, pardon me, doing a great job here so far, defending from the push of Jacko behind the BMW M6 here. So he gets a little bit wide on the exit. Should be okay there though. Gets a nice line through the final corner there. Should get a nice, good, solid, clean exit there. And Caballero doing a great job though, however, in that 764 Aston Martin here, continuing to open the gap up now 1.3 seconds over 8th place Jacko here. So Jacko working hard here to try and to create a battle here for 7th place, but at the moment it seems to be Caballero in charge of the pace between these two drivers here at the moment, now 1.5 seconds. So the Aston Martin a little bit stronger at the moment than that 69 BMW from the Apex Hunter Racing team. Alright, let's head down through the field here. We've got the 64 Sector 7 Cougar team here, currently sitting in 9th place, piloted by Yagami. Not too familiar with this driver myself personally, so I think this may be my first look at this driver, but in that 2020 GT3 Mercedes, I believe, Evolution Edition, if I'm not mistaken. It's a great car, sounds fantastic. Let's, speaking of sounding fantastic, let's just jump in and listen to it. It's just a little love for the Mercedes here, because you know the one thing they got right here with this Mercedes was the way that this car sounds. Oh, it sounds so fantastic. Big fan. All right, the number 3 Grid Life Lexus here, currently being piloted by IRO Lucas, sitting in 10th place. They've had a unfortunate day today here on the racetrack. Definitely wouldn't chalk it up as one of their best days out here this season. Currently are 3rd place points getters into the overall championship point standings, and it's a thin line there right now for, I believe, like 3rd through 6th, 7th place here in the Split 1 lobby standings. So every position and every mistake matters, and unfortunately here for our number 3 Grid Life team here today, it's been a tough day of mistakes and unfortunate events, and currently sitting in 10th place, a minute in behind 9th place. Now, that's not saying that anything isn't possible here. We've seen drivers make mistakes today, which means other drivers could very well make the very same mistakes. However, with less than 2 hours remaining in the race now, it's got to be head down and put your foot into it and just see what you can do with it at this point, salvage what you can, and Fuji in a month's time is a whole new round of racing. We've got our defending champion, she's the number 1 Dodge Viper here as well. This car just doesn't do well at the Watkins Glen racetrack here in Gran Turismo, and especially even with the ability to change the front and rear aero downforce on the GT3 cars in this championship series is just not enough to make this car competitive at Watkins Glen. And it's kind of interesting to see how a car can struggle from one racetrack to the other, where the Dodge Viper was extremely strong in Law. The last racing round had a great performance, and the racing round before that also a strong performance coming out of that Dodge Viper, and then coming to the Watkins Glen, where it is a very fast-flowing racetrack, but the Dodge Viper just is not it here. And it's showing here today with a very tough 12th place position on the racetrack here right now, and that's just going to continue to add to the adversity that the Overboost Racing team is facing this season. It's been a tough season this season for these guys as defending champions, and it all starts down to the car choices at the beginning of the season, and then when to pull the trigger if you want to change your car. And unfortunately for the Overboost Racing team this season, the timing is everything, and timing was definitely most certainly not on their side. So, you know, they're stuck in a not ideal situation, and they're trying to face it and learn and adapt to what they're dealing with, and they have done a great job in my opinion this season. But unfortunately, defending champions is always going to be as hyped this season as that they are far from that championship points here today, and oh no, that does not look good. We had a massive lag spike right there. I'm not sure what that was about. Oof, and we're seeing another one has got me slightly concerned here. Yeah, we're going to see a disconnect here, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to lose the number 5 team here. Oh no. There he goes. The Sector 7 Esports Racing number 5 Lexus is retired for the remainder of this race. That will be a time penalty of X amount of minutes and seconds for the amount of duration left in the race as compared to the amount of miles left in the race, and they will be assessed that at the end of the race to determine where they're going to finish. So they were sitting in 4th place at the time of the disconnect, and most certainly probably going to cost them 3-4 positions here on the racetrack at the end of the day. Now that's really unfortunate, and it's just an unfortunate continuation from Le Mans for the number 5 esports team Lexus here, as they suffered from a couple of disconnect issues in Le Mans, which gave them a unideal finish, and they were really having a good race here today, and the racing gods have just not been on their side here the last couple of weeks, so they'll have to just shake it off and come back stronger at Fuji and just continue on. That's all you can do. So you win some, you lose some here, and unfortunately that is a mechanical failure for the number 5 Sector 7 esports team, and that will put them behind the wall for the remainder of the race. All right, Project 1 Racing is 17 seconds in behind Esports Race Asylum GTR here now, so closing the gap a little bit, about 4 seconds gained here over the last little while since we've been kind of checking our way through the field here. We've got Medi in 3rd position, 44.1 as he just takes the overall fastest lap of the stint, not the overall fastest lap of the race. I know that's a 43 something, I'm just not exactly sure what it is at this point, but up into 3rd place here, and has a minute 26 to the good over higher place in the 764 Aston Martin, who is now going to be grandfathered up his position there due to the disconnect from the number 5 car. And I mean, the gap is definitely at least going to gain that 764 position over the number 5 car for sure, and 5th and 6th place potentially could find themselves finishing ahead of them overall here as well, once of course our official results and everything are all sorted and come out over the next couple of weeks after race finish. It is what it is. It's a part of racing. It's no different than blowing an engine, losing a tire, getting knocked off the racetrack, having your car plowed into a wall and just catastrophically damaged. It can't be repaired. It's just the exact same difference. It sucks. It doesn't feel good as a racer, and the organization obviously hates to see it too, but we're at the mercy of the internet at the end of the day, and there's nothing we can do about it. So you just gotta shake it off, and the next race is a new day. All right, 64 Mercedes from Sector 7 Mini Cougar here, now into 8th place, and 6.4 seconds in behind Jacko. So things are starting to get interesting here in the mid-pack. Jacko's 3.5 seconds in behind Caballero. Caballero is slowly but surely opening the gap, but it's not as steady as it was, so it seems like everybody's kind of settled into their pace here. It's a minute 3 from Grid Life to the 64 Mercedes here as well, and I believe that's fairly constant as to what it was a little while ago. We've got little Nicky here in the Race Asylum black car, 77 BMW here in 10th place, and for some reason we've skipped this car a couple of times through the field here, so we'll give it some love. Give it some love. And 6.5 minutes behind the overall race leader here, so about 3.5, almost 4 racing laps in behind, but you know, that's the difference between a team that's hooked up and a team that hasn't quite got the car dialed in, essentially, right? So the difference in pace, difference in the drivers and behind the cars as well. Some teams are very mixed of elite, pro, all pro, maybe elite pro, pro-am, pro-am. So you even got some am drivers mixed into the field here in between the two splits of some of these teams here as well, potentially. So there's a lot of skill levels of drivers on the racetrack as well, right? And the teams that are more heavily mixed with the varying levels of drivers. Are typically the ones we see giving us those great battles in the mid-pack. And of course, obviously, I mean, in the front is typically those teams that are made of the stronger elite and pro-tier drivers, or the really high-end pro-am drivers. Can tend to find themselves battling up front as well. Not to say that that's going to be the case every single race, as we've got an elite team with the #1 Dodge Viper currently sitting in last place here on the racetrack. So, but overall, in the sense of the championship, I mean, the realism of it is that those teams that are the ones with the big pocketbooks in real life, the ones that can sign the big contracts and stack up the top drivers, so to speak, are typically going to do well, as opposed to the rest of the field, because you just got an all-star lineup of talent behind the wheel of the race car. And at the end of the day, that still does have large weight on a racetrack. I mean, you can have the best car out there for the series, you still got to have the drivers that can handle that car and be better than every other driver in their cars on the racetrack. Some of these drivers are in the same machinery, which means they're at the same advantages that you are as well. So, I mean, no denying the fact and the realism of the fact that, you know, the stronger the strength of the drivers and behind the wheel, obviously the better chance you have of success in the championship. Not necessarily the case always, but most likely. Now, which one of those teams that's going to be, that's the fun part, because there's lots of top tier teams obviously in the series, so it's really hard to say who it's going to be. Esports races on them just falling short last season. Definitely looking to want to get it back this season, and currently leading this race with, I mean, not a lot of pressure at the moment, but mounting pressure, as it's now down to 15.6 seconds over Project 1 Racing Aston Martin here as well. So different strategies coming from some of these front runners though, however, so it's going to be interesting to see how that all plays itself out at the end of the race. Medi is 4.1 seconds in behind the Project 1 Aston Martin, and still closing here as well. So potential battle here for second place starting to brew in the near future here. We'll have to wait and see. Got higher place in fourth place, just maintaining himself right now where he's at. He's got 18 seconds in behind to GT Finland Racing Team 66 at GTR, currently being piloted by the Shadow. And I mean, 18 seconds, it's enough to make up if you're on pace with the driver, or you're equal pace with the driver you're chasing. But with this much time left on the clock, and degrading tires and changing winds and changing track temperatures and just the nature of the Glen, that's definitely not that big of a gap yet to okay, still recording. My apologies, I thought I was having a technical malfunction there for a moment. My screen locked up and had me panicking slightly. Alright, Jacko 4.4 seconds in behind Keplero here, still losing ground to Keplero slightly. And I think my computer's done having its hissy fit now, so hopefully the stream was good. No, everything looks good. Alright, Yagami here in 8th place, 4.8 seconds. So the Mercedes is closing in on the BMW here, so we're going to keep our eye on that mid-pack here. The Grid Life car is just maintaining at the moment. It's hard to say with the RA Black car at the moment what that gap is, because it's not telling us. It's about 2:36. 2 minutes 36 seconds, and 26 seconds from ORT in behind there. So just trying to stick with something that's potentially going to give us a good battle here. Alright, so second is closing on first, kind of. The pace is evened out at this point now. So they're pacing each other. However, with that being said, the third place driver, Medi, is closing in on Kevin in Project 1 Racing Aston Martin here. And it's not chunks of time being taken away, but it is definitely very subtle and very constant, which means that the time is dropping very steadily, and now almost down to 2.5 seconds at this point. So by the end of this lap, we could potentially see the GTR in slipstream range here. We'll have to wait and see as we are just entering the boot here, coming down in towards the toe. And the entry of the boot is a very hard downhill hairpin corner, followed right up into the heel with another hairpin corner. So it's a very interesting sector, and then that leads us out into a very short straightaway here. This is where the penalty serving zone is, so maybe 500 meters, maybe 1,000 meters deep is that little straightaway there. And the gap is still 2.6 seconds, so the GTR can very clearly see its opponent and its target up ahead here as they continue to try and close in. 2.4, 2.C, so we'll have to wait and see. Car's looking very good here for the number 45 as well, from what I'm looking at in comparison to the car in front, so done a much better job at taking care of the car up to this point here as well. A little smoother behind the wheel potentially, but closing in relatively steadily. And I know the moment I leave this, something crazy is going to happen. Medi will gain like half a second, but we do need to go check on what's happening over here real quick. Check out those gaps. We got 4.8 and 3.9. So we're kind of keeping our eye on two spots on the racetrack here right now, as it seems like the Mercedes is the one making the time up on track right now here in the mid-pack in comparison to Caplero and Jacko. It's hard to say. It's hard to gauge how what the Mercedes is doing in comparison to Caplero, because we don't see a delta raising or dropping, but we can definitely tell the Mercedes is closing in on the BMW. Alright, so on board with the 45 Last Minute Racing GTR here as they continue to close in ever so bit by bit on the Project 1 Racing Aston Martin. And that was a good game right there. That was 0.6 of a second coming up through the boot there. And now as we head down into the chase, we're within slipstream range here for the GTR. So I think we're going to see a fairly quick, clean, concise battle here. It's hard to say. Alright, so 0.8 seconds, or about 3 car lengths separating these two here for second and third position, and a little bit deeper on the brakes is the GTR going there as well, so you can see that it closed up another 1/10 of a second on the gap there as we head up in through the S's towards the bus stop. And the Glen is just a very fast flowing racetrack. It's all about the flow, and the drivers that do well at the Watkins is the drivers that are hooked up with the flow. It's like a wind current or an ocean current. If you're not in the flow of the current, then you're going to struggle here. You're going to be fighting, you're going to be pulled around, you're going to be pushed around by the racetrack. But if you're in the flow of the Glen, it will treat you real good. Right now, Medi seems to be in the flow. The overall gap to the race leader here as well is now 17.4 seconds. So with that pit stop obviously at the beginning of the racing stint, that gave away roughly say 40 seconds probably of that gap. It was a little over 1:17, I believe. So Medi is still closing in on Esports Race Asylum GTR here as well. Now what that's going to equate to with the pit sequence at the end of the race is still, a big mistake right there from Kevin in the Project 1 Racing Aston here, and it is game on here now as Medi is right tucked in, less than a car length here, looking for an opportunity to make a move and get P2 back here. He's going to go for a big run. He gets a good solid exit there, and he's going to get the run. Can he get close enough, though, to make a move into turn 1? I don't think so. I think the 90 is going to be all for Kevin here. I think we're going to see the GTR make the run up the S's at this point. So as we come through the 90 here and head into the S's, it is 0.3 of a second now separating the third and second place here. The 45 Last Minute Racing GTR applying some pressure here now to the Project 1 Racing Aston Martin number 20 team. Game on. This is what everybody's been waiting for. Come on, I know you're all excited to see the charge from Medi. and he's going to move up the inside into the bus stop, and it's going to be fairly uncontested there by Kevin as he just gives him the line. Doesn't give him the position, just gives him the line, and Medi just drives right on through the hole there and takes the position away. So second place here now for the 45, the last minute racing GTR, and 16.8 seconds now is the gap to Lugie in first position. So great job right there from Medi over Kevin. Kevin did a great job there to keep him keep the charge of Medi off for as long as he could there, but at the end of the day the tires are just falling off of that Aston Martin there, and Medi has a massive tire advantage, and it was just inevitable that that move was going to happen at some point. Higher place in fourth place, currently about a minute and a half behind the podium here right now, give or take, at just about a full lap. The top three are on the lead lap, and everybody else is a lap down or more at this point. The Shadow for GT Finland Racer up a position since the driver swap, now into fifth place, obviously with the exit of number 5 Lexus here for the remainder of the race today. We have Keplero here for the Loose Moose Racing Aston Martin, number 35 car here in sixth position, and it continues to gain on the AHR BMW here, driven by Jacko in seventh place. However, with that being said, Jacko is starting to feel the heat from the 64 Mercedes here a little bit, as that gap is now almost down to 2 seconds. We've started that gap was about 7 seconds after the driver swap sequence, and now it's slowly but surely chipping away at it down to 2.1 seconds. So potentially going to be seeing a battle here for 8th and 7th place in the near future. Moving down through the field here, we got our Grid Life car, number 3 Lexus, minute 5 in behind, so just pacing the Mercedes right now. And again, Little Nicky is in 10th position there, about 2.5 minutes in behind, and has 27 seconds to the good over ORT's Kings, currently behind the wheel of the race car here. So that Dodge Viper just not having a good day here today. Yeah, I would say so, Des. 40 seconds, I say that's probably a safe estimation at this point. He is going to give some of that time back, however, because he is essentially going to owe another pit stop yet in hand over the Esports Race Asylum 44 cars. So he's probably going to give at least 21 seconds of that back. So a tire stop with just a pit stop, no fuel, no damage, just literally running into pit lane, swapping tires and coming back out, is 21 seconds here today at the Glen. If you're taking a fuel service, then it's anywhere from obviously 21 seconds upwards of about 50 seconds to fill the tank right to the brim. However, none of these drivers are filling the tank to the brim. It's just unnecessary weight in this racetrack. Obviously, it's a very fast-flowing racetrack with hard sweeping corners here, so that means it's really putting a lot of pressure on the outside tires, and especially the left side tires here at the Watkins Glen, with it being a lot of right-hand hard corners. So you're putting a lot of strain on the racing tires here at the Glen. So you're not. You got to consider that. I mean, you have to consider that. We're seeing some varying strategies here, and I feel like the strategy from Project 1 has been very strong here today, but are the soft tires going to hold out enough against our first and second place drivers at the end of the day? And so far, it's keeping him in the fight, but I think at this point in the race that his race is looking like it might be for third place here, and that's just me thinking in my head, processing what's going on in the race here today. Keplero's doing a good job, continues to open the gap on Jacko. Jacko is not giving him a ton of time. It's very minimal. It's maybe a couple tenths, 2-3 tenths a lap currently right now, but he's also giving those 1 or 2 tenths lap to the Mercedes here, and now the Mercedes is starting to get within striking distance of the 69 BMW in front here. So we're just going to sit with this here for a couple of moments, because there's not a whole lot else going on the racetrack at the moment. So we'll stick with this battle for 7th place here between the Sector 7 Racing McCougar Mercedes and the Apex Hunter Racing BMW. Both very stylish looking cars in their own rights, I must say. and the gap now 1.2 seconds. So it's not huge gains. We've got Kevin for Project One Racing in the pit lane making a scheduled pit stop here, and one of those drivers on a different strategy than the majority of the field here in this stint so far. And it's going to be interesting to see how that works out in comparison. But as I said, they've been on that strategy, it appears, all day long, and it has obviously worked out quite well. They've gotten up into third place. So maybe the strategy is just a comfort factor. Maybe they just feel better on that particular set of tires for this racetrack, and is worth the strategy implication for a more clean and safe run from each of the respective drivers. It's so very hard to say how you're going to make that decision for a race like this, especially myself being a team owner and having a team in split 2, having to obviously juggle all those decisions on top of our commentary duties here as well. I've a first-hand experience at it. It's not easy, and then as the race starts to unfold in front of you and you have to make on-the-fly decisions, and some of those decisions work out really well and some of them work out really poorly. It's not easy, so you have to really consider who you have running that day, what their strengths and weaknesses are with the car on the racetrack that day, and make a call based off of all those things. So some driver strategies may also be different than other driver strategies within the team from stint to stint as well. It really is not an easy game here. I know to a lot of us that are just sitting back and watching, especially if we're new to the channel, are just sitting here, well, what do you mean? You're just playing a video game. How hard can it be? It's hard enough to feel like a real job on days like today where it's all on the line. It's all on the line when it comes to race day. Every decision, every minute of practice, every tweak of the tune, every relayment of information, every second that has unfolded in the last 6.5 hours or so on the racetrack, it all matters. It all matters. And the ones that make the right decisions at the right times and make them quickly, swiftly, and execute them properly usually are the ones that end up with great results. So it is not that simple. So just for those of us that are out there, are we having fun? We're playing a video game? Absolutely. We're having a blast out there. Friends, we're competing, and we're doing something that many of us in real life will never have an opportunity to do in real life, so that's what makes it so great. But it's a ton of work. It's a lot of work before the race and after the race and during the race, but all that lead up and all those decisions, they all matter at the end of the day. 14 seconds now, the gap between Medi and the Esports Race Silent 44 car. It's a minute 5 gap now between Higher Place and Kevin GT, so gain about 30 seconds with that pit stop there. Shadow is 9.5 seconds in behind Higher Place here, so potential battle for 4th place. Ooh, hello! Game on between the 64 and the 69 car. The 64 car has finally crept up. I figured we had at least a walk through the field before this went down, but glad we got here when we got here, because it is game on. Mercedes all over the backside of the 69 BMW here, and this is a battle for 7th place overall. Now Keplero is starting to lose that gap a little bit to the Beamer and the Mercedes as well, which means Mercedes is most certainly closing in on P6 here, as well as P7 up in front. But for the time being, the task at hand is obviously P7 first. Think about P6 in hopefully a few minutes time. Lap 21, we still have a little over an hour and I want to say 20 minutes of racing time left here yet before we call this thing unofficial, I guess, as we take a checkered flag, and then we'll head into a little session with our podium finishers and start to prepare for the chase to the championship as we head into the final 44 hours of endurance racing from the International Racing Organization this season. We've got 1 8, 1 12, and 1 24-hour race remaining. Total of 44 hours of racing left for all of these teams this season to get whatever points they can get after the end of the Glen here and to make their charge to gain what it is that they're looking for here before the end of the season. You want to know Lugi's laps? You're going to have to just sit tight here for a minute as we're watching this battle. I know. We'll go see him in a moment. You have time, lots of time yet to see that. He's only midway through his stint, so all good. Jacko and the BMW doing a good job at keeping the Mercedes in behind here. The Mercedes hasn't applied any real serious attempt yet here. We had a little side-by-side action in the earlier part of the lap there, but it was a half-hearted attempt at getting the job done. I think it was more of getting clean air and trying to set something up into the next sector. It just didn't pan out, as the BMW has had a good response here so far on the defensive side of things. Just holding good solid lines, just making sure that he doesn't leave that inside apex wide open. The Mercedes isn't close enough to really force position inside of the BMW right at this moment either, leading into a corner. So we're not seeing any real panic in behind the wheel of the 69 BMW currently piloted by Jacko there. Both those drivers going a little bit wide through the chase there as we head into the final corner, but no harm, no foul there, as they both managed to keep it in the track limits, and it's still a game on. So the Mercedes should get a good run here, but he's not going to get it enough time to close in. But if he can stay on the bumper now of the BMW here out of the 90 up the S's, it should give him the run he needs heading into the bus stop to challenge. The question is which line is he going to be forced to take into the bus stop now? Inside, outside, is there a better line to make the pass to the bus stop? I think it's arguable. Obviously, if you're defending on the inside, you've got that first apex, but the outside driver, if they can hold beside you on the outside, they're going to get the inside line through the next two corners, which should give them the position on the carousel. So, and that's exactly what we just seen the 64 attempt there. He tried to do it on the outside, but the BMW just had a little bit further position and managed just to get out in front there. But we almost seen exactly what I was mentioning happen right in front of our eyes. It was coming to that point there. It's difficult. Obviously, the driver that's on the outside leading into the bus stop has to really be prepared to keep that car on a very tight line through the next two apexes. But again, that leaves you on the outside sweeping carousel in a pretty good wide entry line to really maximize it. And you also shrink the exit of the driver on the inside, which typically will allow you to get the job done before we enter into the boot sector. And as I say that, we have a battle here between Jacko and Yagami into the heel there, and the 64 is finally going to get the job done there. It does manage to find its way around the 69 car here as we head into the chase, and the 69 car is tucked in. Are we going to see a response here now? Ooh, a little wiggle coming from 69 on the exit there, and he does stay nice and close though, so this is far from over here yet. We're going to sit with this just for another few corners just to make sure we're not going to see a response coming from Jacko, but the Mercedes has decided it's time to check out and has hit the nitrous button or something in that car, and immediately opened up a 3/4 second gap through that final sector over the BMW here. So let's get through the 90 and the S's here and see if AHR can close up that gap a little bit. No, the Mercedes is going to continue to drive away a little bit. So let's get back to our race leader so our fans and our viewers in the chat can be appeased here with seeing the information on the screen that they're looking for. So everybody's been asking for the leader's lap times. So over the last 10 laps is what we can see on the screen. That's about what we're looking at for those inquiring. And 12 seconds here now is the gap. And I guess I'll move to Medi so you can compare. Alright, so under 12 seconds now the gap. So the 45 car is closing in on the 44 car, but it is not in a dramatical fashion. It is 2-3 tenths a lap maybe right now is what it looks like over the last 3 or 4 laps while we're watching that battle between Yagami and Jacko there. So he's closing, but not closing quick enough, and yet keeping in mind that the 45 car, with the way the strategies are settling in between first and second place right now, pit strategy wise, is going to have 2 stops compared to the 1 stop remaining for the race leaders. So we'll gain some of that time back as well. So heading off into our 45 GTR here, and very consistent around the racetrack here so far in the last couple hours of the race. All of those laps, all in the 44s, and all within about 3.5 tenths of a second apart from each other over the last 10 laps or so. So that's, for the average racer, really good consistency. For Medi, that's probably not quite good enough for him, but very good consistency. So he's definitely gaining. bit by bit on the racetrack here on the race leader, but is it enough with a pit stop out of hand, so to speak? I don't know. I don't think so. If Lugie continues to pace that he's on throughout the remainder of this race, I think he can hold the charge off. I really do, but we'll have to wait and see. Alright, so Kevin has 35 seconds here to Medi. Now, keeping in mind he's on a different strategy than first and second place, so he is going to be waiting for those two to make a pit stop here in the next half a dozen laps or so, which should gain him, 20 to 30 seconds on both those drivers. However, with that being said, he's not going to make the end of the race without having to stop again, so he's going to give that time back. I really feel that it's going to be hard for Project 1 to gain any significant time on first and second before the end of this race on the strategies, the varying strategies between the top three. Unless something drastic happens at this point, I think that his concern should be higher place in the Sector 7 Aston Martin in 4th place, but I mean it's not a huge concern there right now at a minute 15 second gap either. But higher place on the other hand does need to be concerned, because that 66 GTR has been closing in ever so slightly, bit by bit, lap by lap here over the last 26 laps, and now has the gap down to 3.4 seconds here. So closing in and going to try and make something happen here, but I feel that if he does close in on the Aston Martin, it's going to be relatively right around when these guys are going to be making their first pit stops here, and we're going to be waiting for a little bit to see that battle happen. Caballero is 48 seconds in behind Shadow and has 7.9 seconds over Yagami. So Caballero's doing a good job there. He was bleeding a little bit of that gap away to these two. In behind, they had their positional battle, which is about where that extra second came from, which put it up to about this 8-second mark. And now the pace is basically leveled at the moment. Not really gaining or losing is Yagami, but Yagami still has the 69 BMW in the rearview mirror here that he has to worry about as well. Still in the slipstream, still in striking distance, and one little mistake from the 64, and that 69 car is right there to potentially pounce. So he does have that concern in the back of his mind as he continues on around the racetrack and continues to try and close in on another position there, but that could work out for him too. I mean, BMW decides to link up and give a couple necessary bump drafts and a couple of necessary spots on the racetrack. They can start to gain a little bit quicker on the 6th place driver there and potentially make that a 3-way battle as well. So we'll have to wait and see how that plays out. But this late in the season, you start to see a little less competitive teamwork and a lot more all for themselves kind of attitudes. Obviously not wanting to give any assistance to your competition on the racetrack at this point in the season. And with the Viper getting very wide there, as our 4th place driver is closing in on him there, and he's just going to sweep out wide and let that Aston Martin have the ideal line around the corner there. That was a good transition from the number 1 Dodge Viper there, and does allow the 764 to get through basically unimpeded there. Now he's going to have to do the same thing though however for the 66 GTR Finland racing team that's closing in, but this is good for the Sector 7 Racing Aston Martin, as he currently has that blue flag car in between himself and that potential position, the potential car trying to get a lap back on him, pardon me. Is that right? No, that's not right. Shadow's chasing him for position? No, he's not. Yes, he is. My brain was right the first time. It took me a minute to comprehend that. Alright. So this is 4 position, so this is important. So Shadow here is trying to close in here, so he can use that big, wide frame of that Dodge Viper to his advantage here slightly. He needs to close up a little bit more to be able to do so, but that gives a very big hole in the air in front of this GTR for him to use slipstream and tuck in and get a good pull on behind that Dodge Viper. So this could actually benefit Shadow a little bit here in the 66 GTR if higher plates cannot break that gap larger over that Dodge Viper. That Dodge Viper just remains to sit in the slipstream of the 764. It's going to take the GTR right into the battle here, so it's exactly what Shadow is probably relying on here, is that 3.3 second gap is diminished very quickly into a 1.1 second gap here now. And I mean, the ORT Viper is basically pushing the Aston Martin up the boot here, up the hill of the boot into the chase right now. And hello GTR. So GTR is very easily in blue flag. He has given the flash of the headlights to signal the Dodge Viper that he's there and would like to position in the next opportunity. So we'll wait for that transition to happen, and it's probably not going to happen until the front straight here, and that works out pretty good in my opinion for the 66. You can just sit tucked in behind these guys. You use the slipstream on the exit of the final corner to use a slingshot style pass to get around that blue flag car and hopefully not lose any time to the 764 Aston Martin that had to make his pass obviously in the mid part of the racetrack, and there it is. So we just see the 764 come in for a scheduled pit stop there, and that is going to give Shadow the position, move him up into P4, and also the wave around the blue flag car of the Dodge Viper of the number 1 ORT car as well. So 764 didn't want anything to do with that battle. Essentially, it was right at the pit window, so just boom into pit lane, eliminate any time loss for battling, and in a sense also create a slight undercut over the GTR that went around there as well. So I'd be interested to see how that all plays out once the pit sequence kind of starts to filter through. So we've seen one car stop, which means we're going to start seeing most of the field over the next half a dozen laps making that first initial pit stop here to make their tire change. Alright, Jacko is 2.3 seconds in behind the Mercedes. Starting to lose pace with the Merc a little bit here. Grid Life car is in no man's land. Much of the same for ORT. However, with that being said, they have just gotten around the RA Black car due to a scheduled pit stop. So, Esports Races on a 44 car driven by Luigi is in first place, much where they've been for the majority of the race here, and that gap is dwindling though. It's now down to 8 seconds, just about under, and as he gets around this, ooh, he just kept it above 8 seconds. So the 45 car is definitely chasing here with a big push, went really wide there on the exit of turn number 1. Kevin here in third place has the 5th place car currently in front there, who has just given the wave around there. And a very quick transition from the 764 for Shadow, our 3rd place driver, 34 seconds in behind P3 here. Shadow is 1 minute 22 seconds in behind Kevin, and has 25 seconds to the good over higher place, who is making a pit stop again. So it looks like a one and done style pit there for the 764, and that's meaning they should be going to the end of the race here now. Alright, so for the one thing that a lot of the teams probably don't think about or haven't thought about here yet is we are in the final stint, which means that when the checkered flag drops here, that is going to be the end of the race. So once our race leader, whoever that may be, currently right now is the Esports Race Asylum GTR, crosses that start finish line and takes that checkered flag, these racers are going to have 3 minutes to get around and complete their race. So if you are more than 2 laps down at that point, you are not going to get around and take a checkered flag. You're just going to finish where you finish. So tire strategy and fuel strategy, that has to be considered if you're one of the cars that is basically off the lead lap. Now, for cars that are in 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th place that are a lap down or just about 2 laps down, it doesn't really change their strategy much in any sense. It just eliminates a couple extra medium tire laps that they have to do on the car, which is not the end of the world in this particular race with the way that the strategy works out. However, losing my train of thought slightly here. the drivers that are much further down the field, the drivers that are multiple laps down, 4, 5, maybe 6 laps down, maybe 7 laps down, depends on the length of the race, depends on where the back end of the field is in laps down, can completely change their strategy, potentially, due to the way the race is going to end and how many laps they're down. I mean, if you're 5 or 6 laps down, we just lost our race silent black car here as well. Looks like due to a disconnect, so we have lost 2 cars here in the final stint of this race today, and that was on lap 32 for our race leader. They were about 3 or 4 laps down, so it was about lap 28 for them, give or take. It's lucky to get a timeout. Oh my. I'm glad that I am not paying too much attention to the chat and just worried about the racing, because obviously some fun is happening. 6.5 seconds is the gap there. So yeah, I mean, the drivers that are, where are we now, down in the 10th place here in 7.5 minutes and a minute 45, that's 3.5 minutes, 3.5 and 3.5 is 7, so that's 4, call it 4 1/4 laps down, right? So I mean, ultimately, they can completely alter their strategy if they want. They could easily make a different strategy, where being 4 or 5 laps down at this point in the race, and try to make up that extra position at the end of the day. Easier said than done, but you do need to consider that, obviously, when you're coming into the final 2-hour stint and you have a strategy, fuel and tire strategy you have to think about. You also have to consider, if the race leader is going to finish on lap 69 and I'm 8 minutes in behind, that's going to put me 4.5 laps down. I'm potentially only going to run 65, maybe 66 laps of this stint. So immediately the race engineers on the computer letting, the clickety-clack work and letting the brains of the operation do its thing within that computer, and they can come up with some different variations of pit strategies. And sometimes that can make a difference in making up a position at the end of the day as well. So just something I like to touch on as we learn these things, as we go through the races ourselves. We like to throw little tidbits out there through our broadcasts, little bits and pieces. Well, it looks like the chat's very heavily in favor for the pole right now. That's all I'm going to say about that. Alright, Yagami here up at the 5th place. We got the drivers, the pit stop sequence is kind of really starting to unfold here. Yagami is half a second ahead of the Sector 7 Racing Aston Martin here now, so higher place, only down to 6th place from 4th place, making 2 pit stops in 2 laps. But like I said, should potentially be good to the end of the race here. We'll have to wait and see. It's a very interesting strategy. Does make the pass leading into the bus stop there, and does very easily get around Yagami there. You can see Yagami almost just kind of got out of the way and let that happen, realizing that he just made a pit stop. He's out on fresh tires and didn't even want to think about fighting that battle, so he just got out of the way, let the 764 through and back up into P5. So it's a minute to 4th place here now, but appears to have made all their pit stops. Skeptical on that, though. We'll see. I feel like they may need to stop near the end of the race here, but we'll see. Wow, the race leader going extremely wide there as he was going around the 35 Loose Moose Racing Aston Martin there too, and almost took a penalty there. He was going so wide on the exit there, and I mean, we didn't see what happened. Maybe that was a blue flag situation in a weird spot that just made it a little sketchy for both the drivers. It's hard to say, but nonetheless, the leader survived, didn't pick up a penalty, and gets around the 35 car here, putting them however many laps down here now, 3.5, 2 laps down. You see the 45 car in the background there now, so they are essentially in sight line of each other at this point. Now maybe more so for the 45 car than the 44 car, but I'm sure that the 44 car is more than aware that that GTR is in behind there. We got a penalty being served here from number 3 Grid Life car, and we've got ORT here about 3 minutes in behind the Grid Life car here as well. So just a really tough day for the number 3, number 1 car here today. All right, so 35 car has gotten back around the race leader here and gotten that lap back from him. So we're having a little jostle for position here between these two. Now that is allowed, so there's no penalties or infractions or unsportsmanlike conduct or anything crazy like that happening there for the viewers that might be going, hey, what, isn't he blue flag? That is allowed. The blue flag car is allowed to make a pass to get a lap back on any car, whether it be the race leader or it be 10th place. It's got him a lap down on 10th place. It's irrelevant what the situation is, but they are allowed to make a pass to get their lap back on said car, whether it be the race leader or any other driver in the field. However, it does have to be done properly, safely. And it does also mean that once you make that pass as a blue flag car on the lead lap car, so in this situation it is the last minute racing Aston Martin that made the pass on the race leader. He now has 3 laps to build a 1 second and maintain at least 1 second gap over the lead lap car that he had just gotten the lap back on. If he cannot do that, then he does need to concede that position back as the blue flag car and remain to sit in behind that blue flag car from there in out. So he's all within his rules there. It's all legal what was going on there, and Lugi now coming in to make a scheduled pit stop. Medi, you're coming right in behind, 3.9 seconds. So this is the way it's going to break down here. The number 44 car is going to be what I would assume making their final pit stop of the race, as they did a one and done very early on here in the 6 hour mark on that hard tire. They have cleared their hard and medium tire mandates. Should be a run to the finish for them now. With that being said, our number 45 car has only made their first pit stop. So are they going to come out on the hards or the mediums? It looks like they're going to come out on the hards. So they're going to do a one and done here. So we'll see the number 1 car, race leader now, the 45 car, come right back into pit lane at the end of this lap and come right back onto the tire of choice, whether it be a medium or soft tire. And then we'll see what the gap between the 45 and that 44 car really is. And then we can start to have a little bit of an idea of whether or not there is enough time left on the clock for there to be a potential push for a race win battle here before the end of the day. So knowing that it's at least 21 seconds for the stop and the tires, seeing how much fuel is in the 45 here, there's going to be an additional, I want to say 15 to 20 seconds of fueling time into this car. They are going to come somewhere back out in behind the 44 car. Now, what that gap is, somewhere around the 10-second mark, I believe, the way things are looking. So it is going to come down to sheer pace between those two drivers here, I think, at the end of the race. Jacko just coming out of pit lane here. We have Caplero here as well in 7th position, is going to get that spot over Jacko there. Jacko is just coming out of pit lane. We've got Lucas here, is about 1:08 in behind AHR BMW, and ORT is in behind Medi, who's just now coming in. So the race leader clearing that hard tire mandate and jumping into pit lane, and will now set that car up for what we would assume is going to be a run to the finish line. So Kevin is now going to take over the race lead on a completely different strategy than Lugi and Medi in the 44 Esports Race Asylum GTR and the 45 Last Minute Racing GTR. So with that being said, it's going to be interesting to see where he comes out in all of this. He needs roughly about a 30-second gap over 2nd and 3rd place here before he makes his next pit stop, and he most certainly does not have that. He's only got 2.9 seconds here, and he is on some pretty old tires at this point, so I don't suspect that it's going to take very long for Lugi to close in on Kevin here and start to apply some pressure for a positional battle. And that is a massive slide down into the carousel right there for Lugi. It was a half drift corner there before he got the car back moving in a straight line again. A little bit of lag potentially made it look worse than it was, but definitely slid into the carousel there as he continues on around the racetrack. So now as the 45 car filters through the pit strategy here, the gap is 27.8 seconds, so a little bit longer for fuel than I anticipated there, and that's the gap. So it is 27.7 seconds is what Medi needs to try and make up in order to put a battle for the race win here on the 44 Esports Race Asylum GTR. So it'll be interesting to see. That is a pretty good gap with drivers that are fairly close in pace. Medi was nibbling, you know, half a second a lap maybe off each time around. At that pace, we're looking at 50 some laps for him to catch Lugie, and obviously we don't see that many laps left on the counter. So I don't know if it's there. I don't know if it's there. We'll have to wait and see. But the Project 1 Racing Aston Martin number 20 car now in making their pit stop. They're going to lose that position here to Medi for sure. By how much is yet to be determined. If they're on the soft tire when they come back out, then they may have a shot at potentially getting back out in front of the GTR here. So this is a very crucial part of the race here for the 45 last minute racing GTR. He is going to come out ahead of the Project 1 Racing Aston Martin, but they have been released, I believe, as we see the ORT Dodge Viper coming out of pit lane there as well. So we'll have to wait and see what that gap is once they hit the racetrack. And no, they're going to come out on mediums. Yeah, I mean 30 laps on the softs is a big stretch. So the gap is 12. We're going to call that probably 13.5 to 14 seconds once the drivers get back up to pace. So off to our race leader, who's carrying a half-second penalty. That is not going to help stemming off the charge for the 45 last-minute racing GTR there. That'll gain him a free second on the racetrack there. We have Kevin here in third place, 13.8 seconds in behind the 45 car. So number 20 car has almost 2 minutes to the good here over the 66 car of the GT Finland Racing GTR here. So 21 seconds currently over the 764 Aston Martin of higher place, and sitting on a purple lap right now actually is Shadow. So that is a 43.796 currently being held by our number 20 Aston Martin team. Overall fastest lap, I'm not sure what it is, but that is close to the fastest lap I've seen here so far today. And there's a 43.751, so the Shadows does take the stint fastest lap here that time around, but that could potentially change yet. Higher place in the 764 Aston Martin. In fifth place has 27 seconds to the good over Keplero. Keplero has 14 seconds to the good over Jacko. Jacko has 12 seconds over Yagami. And boy, the pit stop sequence really spaced the drivers back out again here. You can see different fuel loads, different strategies going in, and that actually opened up the gaps between all the racers here a little bit. So, battles brewing. Go, Kevin. The 44 car stopped early stint on the hard tire, one and done. The leader and second place, for some of the viewers that are asking in chat, are both good to the end of the race, suggestively, pending the rest of the race. But as far as the strategy goes, that is part of the strategy for these racers, so they should not need to stop again, either one of them. So this is going to come down to a sheer push to the checkered flag between first and second place at this point, and see if the 45 can close up the gap. Now, I mean, he is obviously closing up the gap, that's evident, 24 seconds and still dropping. Kevin here with a 1.5 second penalty, that's most certainly going to be a bus stop infraction right there, and that's going to cost him several seconds, 3 seconds at least, to the race leaders. So I mean, Kevin's in really good position here. Project 1 Racing Aston Martin looking really good here to take at least third place here today. Minute 9 over Shadow, and almost a minute and a half over the next driver in behind them. So looking real solid for a P3 finish here today, and I don't foresee a shot at P2 or P1 for him there either. I think he's just a little too far back for that. I also think that the 45 car is potentially just a little too far back for a push to first place here as well. I think that Medi needed to come out within I want to say 15 to 18 seconds to really have a legitimate shot at putting pressure on Lugi up in front. 27-second gap, it's a much larger task, and he's really going to have to put out a very picture-perfect, flawless run, I think, to make that happen. Can he do it? Probably. What are the probabilities of that being successful? I don't know, 5, maybe 10% at tops, I think, just based off of the way the stint has gone so far. Yagami in 8th place. Again, there's nothing happening. All these guys let themselves get too far apart from each other. They got no battles with the viewers. Make sure you give all your favorite racers a hard time when you see them after the race now, over the next couple of weeks, chat, to let them know that they gotta be closer together than that, so you guys have more exciting battles to watch at the end of the race. Tell them to give it the program, right? Drive faster. There, Will Medi catch Lugi. There we go. Polls up in the YouTube chat. Not taken away from the sheer, obviously, status of who this driver is. He's one of the world's best in Gran Turismo, without a question of a doubt. But the reality of the game is, the math is the math, and the math tells me what the math tells me. So, my guess is based off of just sheer mathematical stats. That's it. Unfortunately, for all of us that choose not to admit it, math is what keeps the world moving around. Without math, the world can't function, and that's just the bottom line. So, it is kind of the most important skill in life. Alright, let's find us something juicy. Let's try to find juicy. Come on, boys, pick it up a little bit. Catch somebody, would you? Huh? Go, go, go. I mean, I could go the other route. We could start commentating cursing, I guess, if we really wanted to. But I don't think that the racers would really appreciate the commentator purposely trying to curse them so we could have battles. I think that I may get stoned leaving the hotel to go to the airport to go home after the race. So we best not upset our racers. Now we do need to keep in mind that we still have teams that need to run a hard tire yet. There's not many left that need to run that hard tire, but we do have teams that need to run that hard tire still, so there are going to be some pit stops here somewhere near the end of the race. Now, with that being said, and leading on to something I said a little bit earlier here as well, for the drivers that are laps down nearing the end of this race, also need to factor in that their race may end on lap 67 or 66 or 65, 64, and make sure that they clear their tire mandate before that time, not thinking that they have till lap 68 to take their hard tire if they're waiting for a last dash one and done on their hard tire. So the whole, obviously I'm sure the teams are thinking about that, but hopefully, with that being said, that the teams are thinking about that are more than a couple laps down at this point, do need to consider clearing that tire mandate a little bit earlier than they would be intending normally, to make sure that they clear their mandate within their jacing time allowance. In other words, it's a big penalty. That's not a mistake you want to make, especially this late in the season. So the races are determined more than just by how the racers finished here, I guess is the point of this overall discussion throughout this stint. Every decision that we make behind the scenes and on the racetrack during these races affects the team overall. Even our behavior off track can affect the team in a negative way, and in the standings and in official results. So every decision that the behind-the-scenes staff and the racing drivers make are crucial, because they can cost you points at the end of the season, and cost points could potentially be a position lost. So in real life, that means the amount that the check is at the end of the season significantly decreases compared to what it could have been. So that's the implications of every decision, and what I've been kind of touching on here throughout the stint, essentially. And now obviously we don't get a big paycheck at the end of the season based off of where we finish, but in real life that is the situation. So the varying strategies usually get the racers fairly close together to some extent at some point in the race in the style of races, but I don't know. I don't think we're going to see a whole lot here nearing the end of this race today. I think that we're going to see, if we see any positions change, it's going to be due to that one and done hard tire strategy at the end of the race, more so than it is, I think, positional battles. So we have we got 26 laps remaining once we cross the start-finish line here, with 22 seconds gap between first and second place. I still don't think it's enough. I think the 45 car would need another 10 minutes on the clock, yeah. We'll see. We'll see how the pace handles here over the next. Give it another 15 laps when the tires are starting to get to a point where what I like to call graining. They start to lose that ultimate grip, and you got to start adjusting your driving slightly to keep the pace in the car. That's what's going to make or break. The difference, I think, for that first and second place push is probably the last dozen laps of the race, and which driver handles that graining phase of the tires, as I like to call it, better than the other. If the eSports 44 car handles the graining process better than the 45 car, then they'll hold the lead. But if the 45 car is maintaining better pace on the graining tires, as I like to call it, the wearing tires, then there is a chance potentially that near the end of the race, that gap gain could potentially be better for the 45 car. So it's hard to say right now, but I still going to stand, and I don't think there's quite enough there. You just being mad at math. Yeah, that's just YouTube math. YouTube math in a poll doesn't work on decimal points, it works on whole numbers, so it's just going to round up or down based off of the decimal point. And that's why the percentages may or may not be accurate. You'll never see it at 101%, but you'll most likely see it at 99% over 100% most of the time in these polls. Yeah, it's an algorithm. That's all it is. It's just a simple calculation program. Woo-wee! Little slide around the bus stop there. Got that car just free flowing. YouTube's a computer, they're not technically a civilization. That would be my only guess, DJ. It's the best thing I could throw at it. The computer is a program that's built by human beings. It's only capable of what we allow it to be capable of, right? And if we only want it to round a number up to the highest number, then that's what it's going to do. Until Skynet happens and they take over the world. But until then, they do as we program them. Alright, so Kevin is losing pace with second and first place. Not too surprised to see that. Shadow is losing a little bit of pace as well. He is gaining on 5th place, so opening the gap up. 5th place is staying pretty steady with 6th. Much of the same between these guys here. Now we do know that Yagami had the pace on the BMW in the early half of the stint here, so it is quite possible that the Mercedes is still a little bit better than the BMW here in the end half of this race as well, but the gap is 16.9 seconds. It's a little bit larger than it was last time around. A minute 35 here between 9th and 8th place, which tells me there was a potential issue there for the grid life car. Losing about a pit stop's worth of time to the 9th place driver. 8th place driver. 8th. Right, so the gap between first and second is now 21.1 seconds. So it's about a second? A little less. 3/4 of a second right now. 14.4, 45.1, 44.4. Yeah, I would say about 3/4 of a second a lap now. So the pace increasing a little bit for Medi, and the slightly more inconsistent pace from Lugi is proving to be a little bit of a time bleeder, but I mean 21 seconds still lots of time there. 23 laps to go when they cross the start finish line here. Could potentially be very close. It's going to be a lot of pressure knowing that one of the world's best in the sport, in the particular platform, is chasing you down. There's got to be a little bit of extra pressure just right there alone, right? So, I wouldn't want to be in this position right now. I'd be losing my mind. I would be racing 5,000 miles an hour while I'm supposed to be racing on the racetrack, just thinking that, oh my god, Medi's chasing me. I need to go. You can't go fast enough. That's what I'd be thinking. So, I can't imagine the pressure that he's feeling right now in first place with like 25 minutes remaining in race. I suspect there's going to be some beads of sweat rolling down some foreheads by the end of this thing. Potentially. We'll have to wait and see. Alright, so HR 69 car is slowly but surely closing in on the 35 car here. A couple seconds gain there, so I don't know if that was just a penalty being served by Capolero, or if the HR BMW has just decided to quit messing around here and all of a sudden put the pedal to the metal. I'm not exactly sure what's going on there, but 2 seconds gain nonetheless. Mercedes is not able to really gain right now, pacing the BMW up in front here at the moment, so not a whole lot really happening. It's not a whole lot happening. Really struggling with multiple mistakes. Yeah. I mean, not super inconsistent. I guess inconsistent was maybe the wrong word. More inconsistent than the driver was facing right now for sure, but I mean the inconsistency isn't that large. I mean his lap times are within 7/10 of a second apart from each other, where Medi's are about 4/10 of a second apart from each other, so it's just a slightly tighter grouping of consistent laps coming from our second place driver currently over the first place driver. But I mean the gap is not dropping enough to warrant panic, in my opinion, yet for the 44 car. I think that they just need to stay on their strategy. He needs to keep his head down and not overdrive the car. Right now, the big thing is not overdriving the car. We got Capolero making a pit stop here. I'm assuming that this is a scheduled pit stop, as we see fuel going into the tank here. Medi is just a little bit smoother around the racetrack than Lugi is as well, I've noticed in the stint so far. Watching wheel movements and telemetry movements, difference on the bottom part of the screen that you guys can't see, but I can see it. The 45 car is definitely a lot smoother in its motion around the flow of the racetrack in comparison to the 44 car. Not by much, but it is noticeable, just a little bit noticeable, where the 44 car is slightly having to force the car here and there in certain parts of the corner to get it to the way he wants it to go. Medi is just in a very smooth, clean motion, where Luke is slightly just pulling the wheel a little extra here or there to make that car do what he wants. So it's just very slight, subtle adjustments in the car that the two drivers are making right now. That's the difference. And the smoothness of Medi is what's allowing him to continue just to chip away at Luigi here, because that smoothness is creating just a better consistency and slightly better tire management, most likely. Kevin here, 28 seconds in behind, giving it everything he's got in third place there, but he's still got a minute to get overshadowed. He's just maintained that minute gap here for the last little bit. Higher places in no man's land right now. Jacko almost in no man's land. He's 18 seconds in behind, so I mean he's comfortable to keep pushing there. Yagami has 3 seconds in behind Keplero, so Keplero has made a pit stop here. That was a scheduled pit stop and has come out 3.2 seconds in behind Yagami, so he's given up 2 positions with that pit stop. So Jacko now benefiting from that. He's going to move up into P6, and that gives him a decent little gap there. That gives him 20 seconds right now over Keplero in 8th place, but from what I can see is he needs about 30 or 30 plus to keep that position on Keplero, so I think he's going to give that back up here when he makes a pit stop. But interesting to see what the gap is, I guess, when he comes out. He's going to take some fuel there as well, so that's going to slow the pit stop delta down a little bit. Be interesting to see. We'll see how it works out. We've got the Project 1 Racing Aston Martin closing in on our ORT Dodge Viper here. It's just been a tough day for Team ORT here today. Alright, so we got 7. Oh, that is a very wide exit coming out of the bus stop leading into the carousel there, and maybe a little bit of lag. Just to emphasize how wide he was on the track there. It's quite potential because there's no penalty there. If he was that shallow coming through that apex, that was most certainly would have been a 1-second penalty there for the driver if he was actually off the racetrack. But there's a little bit of neck coating going on with the 44 car here. There's this small amount of noticeable lag there. You can see just a little bit of bouncing side to side. You can probably hear it in the audio as well, a little bit of the side to side screeching of the racing tires. It's a sign of what we call neck coating or internet lag. Minimal, normal amount of what we consider lag in GT7. This is raceable lag, and shouldn't affect the driver any as well as far as their staying on track goes. This is normal. That's a normal amount of stuff we're typically used to seeing on the racetrack. What we saw from the number 5 Esports Lexus a little bit earlier from Greg. Or Gregu. I take one stab at it, I guess, too. It was very clear that he was having a spiking internet connection just based off the reaction of the car. It was teleporting, it was phasing, it was out of control, it was in control. I mean, I knew it was a disconnect the moment we saw it, so yeah, that's major lag, and that's unraceable lag, and that's unfortunate for the number 5 car. They're having a great race here today. It would have been good for them to have that good recovery drive this weekend. I mean, they're still going to have a mid-pack finish here this weekend, even all things said and done with that DC, but definitely not probably as good as they probably could have made it be if they were on track still. They had one of their top drivers in behind the wheel of the car as well, so you know, there was a potential podium finish there for them here this weekend. Unfortunate. Alright, so we got higher place coming into pit lane. This is a scheduled pit stop for the 764 team here. And Apex Hunter Racing BMW is coming around here and should take that position over. for the time being. But with that being said, the 69 car is going to be owing that pit stop back here relatively soon as well. So Yagami's going around here. He's got 3 seconds to our 35 Loose Moose Racing Aston Martin. And where is he going to settle in behind here? We're curious to see not where higher place necessarily comes out, but the HR BMW, because he is going to be making a pit stop here in the very near future. Back to the race lead, get a little look at the Delta for here. I know that this is something that they're probably very keen on keeping an eye on, so we will make sure that we keep an eye on that for you. And it's 15.8 seconds with 17 racing laps, including the lap we're on. Still skeptical. It's so close. Number 20 car's in a good spot here too. I mean, third place is by far the worst it looks like they're going to end up with here today. We'll wait and see. Obviously that could change potentially, but they're looking very good to be securing that P3 finish here today for themselves. I'm sure they'll be quite excited about that. We've got Shadow here in 4th place, and a minute is the gap. So, I mean, minute 10 to the BMW in behind, who's going to make a pit stop here shortly. Is going to add another 30 seconds to that gap yet. Not a whole lot to worry about there. I think as far as that mid-pack catching up goes, higher place will get 5th place back once Jacko does make that pit stop. Yagami will also get position over Jacko here as well, so that is interesting. And then Caplero will also get that position. So yeah, I mean, Jacko's looking to drop all the way down to 8th place here once he makes that pit stop. He probably should have hit the same lap as higher place. That's what I think. Yeah, huge credit to the esports races out of GTR here. I mean, they've been leading this race for a massive portion of the race. It's been some hard battling between 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place at portions at times during this race as well, which has essentially kind of allowed the ERA GTR to build a cushion, a gap here in the race leading up into hour 6, but once 1st and 2nd were decisively broken free from the pack, that has very quickly changed, where that 5-hour-long cushion build or 4-hour-long cushion build that was happening is now turning into a last tire stint. Hope I can hold on until a checkered flag situation here, as that number 45 car is closing in. I mean, he's not chunking time off of the 44 car, but he's taking consistent little bits of time out every lap. It's gonna be so close, so close. Just trying to give love to the drivers. This is one of the very few races this season where we haven't really seen a last stint hard action between multiple drivers near the end of the race. We have Caplero closing in on Yagami here. Yagami is just in behind the number 3 grid life car here, who's given that position up leading in towards the bus stop there. So a car in between the 64 and 764 car here for the time being. Both 2nd racing teams as well, but competitors here on the racetrack in this series. It's not a team event, it's most certainly an individual team event, not an overall team event, so to speak. Some teams have multiple cars and drivers in split one, up to a maximum of 3 per team, so you can have 3 cars per team essentially if they make the qualifying cut. was the beginning of the season. So we have 3 Race Asylum teams, and we have 3 Sector 7 racing teams in Split 1 here this season. And of course we have another couple RA teams and Sector 7 teams down in Split 2 as well. So a couple of the sim teams with a plethora of drivers to be able to allocate quite a few teams worth of drivers to compete this season. And not saying that every other team is an individual team. Project Platypus Racing has 2 teams in this season. Currently one of the cars is out this weekend. I'm just trying to think who else. I believe Speed Buddy Racing in Split 2 has 2 teams as well. I'm sure there's, I know there's one more, I'm just not thinking of it right now. And then there's probably about 8 to 10 individual teams that only have 1 team entered, as opposed to multiple teams. Now that may just be because multiple teams didn't make the cut for the qualifying grid, or they just didn't have enough drivers to make multiple teams. But that's the way it goes. That's why the rules are in play. 12.9 seconds now is that gap. Just taking a look at some stuff. Go Loogie. Go Loogie. It's probably because I'm pulling away from my mic. I'm sorry, guys. Or my software is cutting it out. I'm having a notification on my software saying my mic isn't plugged in, even though it's plugged in. Which tells me that I need to update my software. Last time I was doing that, I needed to update the software, so I probably need to update the software. So I apologize if that's what's happening. Obviously I can't tell because I'm not listening to myself live stream, or that would be really confusing. As there's a 15-second delay between my stream and what you guys are saying, so I can usually take that delay down to less than 5 seconds, but the problem with that is it puts a lot of strain on the equipment, and it doesn't like the stream cleanly that way, so we just left it at normal latency. So I apologize, we are a little bit behind real time here as far as YouTube delay goes, but that's just the way it goes. I'm not really moving away from my mic either, so it's definitely got to be an issue with that warning I'm getting. Must be time for a new microphone. The one tool that gets used the most out of the stream setup, besides the laptop, obviously the PC itself, is the microphone. I mean, the microphone gets so much use for a broadcaster. I mean, microphone gets enough use being a content creator, but as a broadcaster, it's constantly being used. Being moved around and jolted in different positions. I guess I could see it wearing out fairly quickly. This is my second one now in 5 years, so it's probably about due. I mean, we got 4 cars really close together here. Unfortunately, the only thing that's a potential battle here is Caballero on the Mercedes at the moment, but damage for the 764 car. Unscheduled pit stop coming from the Aston Martin right there, and ooh, that is heavy. It's going to cost him 2 positions there to Yagami and Caballero. So Yagami up into P5. Woo, right on, rocking and rolling, but oh crap, I'm under pressure. 0.6 of a second in behind is that number 35 Loose Moose Racing Aston Martin, and very quickly closing in as well. Jacko's only 15 seconds in behind here as well, so higher place dropping down into 8th position there. Picking up that front aero damage, having to make that stop to get that nose clip replaced, and oh, that was a costly mistake right there, costing the Sector 7 Boomer team. 3 positions on the racetrack there, so a tough late race there for that team here, but the 35 car trying to apply the pressure here to the 64 car up in front, and you can see number 3 Grid Life car there just in behind, not factoring into this positional battle as they are a lap down to these guys here in front of them, but they also right there in the fray can use that slipstream and the advantage of that battle to get themselves around the track potentially a little bit quicker here as well. So going to stick with this fight just for a moment here, and we're going to be keeping our eye on the race leaders. That gap is going to be nearing 10 seconds here pretty soon, if it's still at that consistent pace difference. Now with that being said, from what I'm seeing now in comparison to car condition between first and second place, I think I'm going to say things are about to get interesting. Brake pedal issues. Oh no, we're having some mechanical issues in the 764 car. Word is coming in here, so hopefully they've got that sorted out here now in that car, and hopefully they can just get that thing back around here for the end of the race without any more further incident. But a brake pedal issue with the 764 car is what we're getting from that garage here, so appreciate the heads up from the 764 team. Let's go Caplero. 14 seconds is the gap in behind, and we'll stick with him here as he continues to push in on the 64 car. So Caplero's been having a very good, steady, constant, just sticking to the plan kind of stint here, and it currently is paying off for him here. Both these drivers going really wide though, coming down into the boot, and as we head up in through the toe, the gap is only half a second here now separating the 2 drivers, so a car length here, and the 760 or the 35 car, pardon me, is looking pretty strong here as he continues to sort out how he's going to attack the positional car in front here. So as they come into the chase, it is 3/4 of a second here now, so Mercedes has done a pretty good job at giving himself a little bit of breathing space here heading into the final corner. But one thing we do know about this Aston Martin is it is a rocket ship on corner exit, and that's where its big advantage is against the rest of these cars here, is on corner exit. So you can see it's maintaining pace with that Mercedes on the exit of the corner, easy peasy. It's when you get the Aston Martin into its top end is where it starts to really lose its fight against some of these bigger cars, because the Mercedes, and a Lexus, even the Viper, the Corvette, they have much better top-end speed than the Aston Martin. So where a car may have an advantage, it's going to have a disadvantage somewhere else. That's the whole name of the game. That's the point of balance and performance, to try and keep them all as even as possible, even though it's not a perfect system by any stretch of the imagination, but it does an alright job. And with the ability to tweak front and rear downforce, that allows the racers to potentially gain the extra few tenths of a second that they're looking for out of that car to make it competitive as well. And we've seen that with the Aston Martin this season. Is actually a really good example of a car that is just on regular balance performance without the ability to make adjustments to the downforce on the car. It's completely uncompetitive for this championship, but with the ability to tweak the downforce on the car, it makes it not only competitive but very competitive here in the championship. So just that small ability allows a little bit of BOP tweaking in a sense to make some cars a little bit more viable than they normally would be. Aston Martin's actually one of those examples. So we're just gonna check the gain here on Jacko real quick. He's gained a couple of seconds on these guys as they've been in this, I'm not gonna say battle, but close quarters driving for the time being, we're gonna call this. We haven't seen an attempt from the 35 to actually make the move on Yagami yet, so it's not a battle yet. He's assessing the situation. Maybe he's got something in mind. There's still a lot of race left here yet, so I think just remaining to sit in behind the Mercedes isn't really going to benefit them too much, mainly just because there's a minute gap between them and the shadow with like 11 laps remaining. That gap's just not going to close up unless there's a pit stop that needs to be made there by the Finland racing team. And there we go. So this is a battle for the position, and we're going to see it done on the outside of the bus stop here. And this is, I was talking about this a little bit earlier. If that guy can hang it out on the outside entry, there's a possibility you can get the move done. And the Aston Martin did a really good job there of actually getting the position on the inside apexes of the bus stop, but unfortunately just wasn't able to carry the speed around the outside of the carousel there. And the Mercedes just edging out the defense. But run down through the carousel and into the boot sector is proving to be very good for the Aston Martin. The Aston Martin's going to get the job done. Caballero moving up into P5 up ahead of the 64 Mercedes here, but this is far from done. The Mercedes is tucked right back in behind and is potentially going to be looking for a response. We've got a non-defensive position here. Okay, so the 35 cars feels like there was not going to be a potentially made from the 64 car there, and the 64 car now just sits in behind the 35 car here, playing exactly the same role that the 35 car was just playing. Is he going to be waiting for a better moment to try and set a pass up? Is he going to sit in behind the 35 car for a lap or two and assess the pace and whether or not he has enough to make another attempt on that Aston Martin? What is going through the 64 Mercedes mind here right now? And I'm sure it's a possibility of a lot of different things, but right now it is assess the situation. Okay, you got around me, I got to re-attack here if I want to get the position back, but first I need to make sure I can maintain the pace with him. So I think that's what we're seeing here right now is the 64 car is checking the pace on that 764 car, seeing what's stronger and weaker, and then you'll probably make a more educated assessment potentially on where to make that move. Alright, let's get back to the race lead here. Some struggle-filled laps here for the 44 car here. A minute 47, a minute 48 last time around. Now is he stuck in lap traffic? Is that the issue here? Quite potentially, but we've got the 764 car there just making his way around the 44 car here, and boy, things are looking a little bit pressure-filled here for a race leader, as that number 45 car has 3.5 seconds now to the 44 car, and with 8 laps remaining, dun dun dun, things are getting interesting. So 764 car is maintaining valid pace here, currently ahead of the 44 car, but this is not an ideal situation for the 44 car right now, with that second place driver closing in very close in behind. I mean, as Medi comes up out of the boot, you can see the number 1 driver up ahead of him here. So I see a signal light there. I think it was on Lugi's car there. I'm not sure if that was a signal or a flash at the 764 car or some kind of communication there, or if that was just a miscue button on the steering wheel there. But Medi's coming. 3 seconds now is the gap, and as we head to lap 62, Lugi seems to be in a little bit of trouble here, as that 45 car is lurking just in the background here. So, ooh boy, here we go. On board with the 45 car here, and I just want to, I was gonna say, I don't think that's working today, but it is. Alright. So this is what it looks like from the 45 GTR right now, as he continues his charge towards the race leader in that 44 car up ahead. You can see the 44 car there now makes a look up on the 764 Aston Martin front there to maybe make a move on the inside of the bus stop, but I think it was just going for clean air to maintain the line. 2.3 seconds is the gap here between Medi and Lugi, and the 2 GTRs here are going to make things interesting for us at the end of the race. So just sit on board with Medi here for a minute while he continues to charge towards the 44. Once we get to close here, we'll let our camera take back over and bring us the great battle. But I think it's inevitable here. I think we're going to see a battle. To what extent, we're not sure yet, but I think it's inevitable at this point. The lap traffic is now maintaining pace on the race leader here, so that means that he is slowly starting to fall off the pace near the end of this tire stint, but he is not going down without a fight, I tell you what. Still in 1.9 seconds as he comes around the final corner here as we start lap 63. It is 6 to go. 7 to go, including the lap we're on. My math is bad. Apparently I can't do math either. Alright, so he is closing. The gap is closing. We got a couple of guys close together in a couple spots on the racetrack, but I don't think any of it is immediate battle. So we're not leaving this battle anyways, but we're just keeping an eye on things. Now the race leader, can you imagine what's going on in the mind of the race leader right now? He also got this second place driver who's feeling it right now. He's obviously in a very good rhythm. He's in the groove. He knows he's been gaining on the race leader all stint long, and now he's got the race leader in eyesight. So, for 45 right now, you would think the momentum is on their side in a sense. The 44, he's kind of on that defensive back heel at the moment. That gap is closing. He's 1.2 seconds away. He's almost in my slip. I need to break the slip. I can't let him in the slip. There's so many different things going through the leader's mind right now, as opposed to what's going on through the number 45 car's mind. He just seems to be moving. He's in the flow of the track. He knows he's gaining. He's just trying to stick to his rhythm and his line, and a little wiggle right there as he comes out into the chase, or start of the chase, and that is going to cost him a tenth or so there in behind Lugie as well. And I mean, every little bit of breathing room that our race leader can get right now, I'm sure is very appreciated as they continue to charge around here with 6 laps to go as they cross the start-finish line, and the battle for the race lead is most certainly intensifying here as we head down into the 90 here at the 8 Hours of Glen. So it is 1.1 seconds separating our race leaders. Lugie from Esports Race Asylum and Mehdi Hafidi from Last Minute Racing Team, and boy oh boy, 1 second's the gap, and he's got it locked into the slipstream here, and Lugie is officially under pressure here now as Mehdi continues to find an offensive strike here to take over this race lead. So game on, here we go, who's ready? Uncle Mehdi's just hopping in. Ooh, had a little lag spike there. I don't know if that was on my end or on somebody else's end here, but 3/4 of a second here now is the gap between the 44 and the 45 cars. And as we head up in through the toe of the boot in towards the heel here, you can see that 764 car just chilling just out in front of all this going down. He's got a good view of the action happening behind him there when he has an opportunity to take a little peek up in that rearview mirror. He can see that the battle for the race lead is definitely starting to brew in behind him, so he's probably trying to get the hell out of Dodge right now in order to stay away from this battle. He doesn't want to interfere with the battle, obviously, but he also doesn't want to put any more laps down. He just got that lap back from the 44 car. He most certainly isn't going to want to give it back up at this point either. So half a second now the gap, car length separating the two GTRs here. They come around the track, and they're both got it all on the line at this point. Not close enough to see a offensive attack here from the 45 car yet, and as they come around the 90 up into the S's here, Lugie gains a small advantage coming through the 90 there, giving him just a smidgen more breathing room as we head up the S's in towards the bus stop. However, Mehdi might be timing this to try and take advantage of the slipstream by the end of this straight here as well, but he's not going to be close enough here to make anything happen. I think he's flashing the 764 car there. That sure looked like some kind of light communication. I'm sure he's not saying to Mehdi, hey, just go around. So I'm assuming that is warranted towards the 764 car in front. Now, I don't think the 764 car is impeding this battle right now, so I don't think that he should just need to pull over and give up track position. He's well over a second ahead of both race leaders here at this point right now, and he's most certainly not interfering with this ongoing battle in behind. He even pulled off over to the racetrack there, and they didn't even gain on him there. So I think that 764 has got enough pace to continue doing what he's doing here without interfering with this race lead battle. But I'm not sure. It could just be communication from Luigi to Medi about something too. I mean, drivers communicate with their lights. That's the way it works in racing. And it's game on now as we're getting ready to start lap 66. So that's going to give us 4 laps to go as we cross the start-finish line here. And you can see the 764 car again is just going to give way here and tuck in behind. So that time the drivers were able to take advantage of the 764 pulling off the racing line there in the blue flag zone, and now it is game on here as Medi is taking a look here. He's starting to apply some real pressure here now to Luigi up in front here in the 44 car, and it is going to be a defensive line. No, Medi's just going to sit tight here. And, oh, he took a look there. He's got him playing mind games, but he's like, let's see here. I'm just going to make it look like I'm going to make the move, see if I can get a reaction out of him. No reaction coming out of the 44 car here. However, though, he didn't take the bait, and Medi just tucks right back in behind and continues to apply the pressure. So, a little bit of games being played here, but the great battle here for the overall race finish here today, and with 4 laps to go. Less than 3.5 laps to go at this point as we're now heading into the toe of the boot sector. You can see Lugi's feeling the pressure. He is all over the racetrack. The car is dipping off tire edges. You can see dust being thrown up and grass being thrown out to the driver out and behind. Medi's just sticking to the lines, just staying close, staying tight, waiting for his moment to try and strike. And 0.6 of a second to gap. Lugi's doing a great job here of managing just enough distance here where Medi cannot take advantage going into a corner. So if Luigi were to make a small mistake going a little bit deep into an apex right now, it's not going to cost him a position. It's just going to cost him a little bit of that time. So right now Lugi's got himself in a great spot, 3/4 of a second as we head in through the chase here now, and as we're approaching lap number 67. That's going to be 3 to go here for our race leaders crossing the start finish line, including the lap that they're on, and the gap is 0.6 of a second. So the machinery is the same. It's the same car. So I mean, the drivers are not at an advantage/disadvantage in certain parts of the racetrack with each other. They're in the same machinery. The only difference in the machinery at this point is the downforce tuning and the drivers behind the wheel. And right now, Luigi has got to be sweating behind the wheel of that race car right now. He's probably got that thing absolutely white knuckled and just doesn't want to make a mistake at this point. You see some flashing of the lights here. You know, that might just be a display for the fans even potentially as we're heading in through the bus stop here. And oh boy, this is great. We love to see a great battle here. And I'm just wondering if Medi is just being patient here and waiting to see if Lugi's going to just make that mistake by overdriving the car somewhere and he's just going to continue to apply pressure, or if he is just assessing how and when he's going to make a move here. He set up and over under there as we're heading down in towards the boot and wasn't able to execute, so he's going to stay tucked right in behind the 44 car, and he's going to take a nice good midline entry here into the heel sector, and he's going to get inside line on the race leader, and we are side by side as we head in towards the chase. the heel of the boot, pardon me, and he is going to have the inside line coming around the corner. Lugie's holding strong on the outside, and we're still side by side. And that's going to give Lugie the inside track now heading into the chase. He's got that inside apex. Medi is giving him the business on the outside and holding it tough out there. A wiggle from Lugie, almost making contact with each other, but he manages to just stay ahead. Medi just managing to stay out of trouble there, as well as a wiggle from the race leader trying to keep the lead here, and he's going to have a shaky setup coming into the final corners. We headed to the chase here, and Medi's just going to sit in behind, continue to apply that pressure, and you can see that the heat is on, and he is feeling it in that 44 car. Full defensive coming into the 90. That's going to compromise his exit a little bit, should give the 45 a pretty good run here, and it does, but he's going to take a defensive line heading into the S's and force that 45 car on the outside. It's cost him a little bit of time on that run, hopefully slow the momentum down a little bit there. And I'm not sure what happened there, but a little bit of a wiggle or a loss of control there, and went wide coming up the S's there, and Medi is going to get the job done there. So I'm going to take another look at that there. That was a little bit interesting, but it is the 45 car here now with the race lead with literally a lap and a half to go here, and let's go take a look here. Let's go take a second look here. As they were coming up the racetrack. That was just really, that was a reactionary movement, it looked like, maybe from the 44 car there. He went just to take the corner there, and I think he thought that maybe the 45 car was a little bit closer than he was, and he straightened his wheel out just a tiny little bit to make an adjustment, thinking I think that the 44 or the 45 car was in that space, but he actually wasn't. So I think that was just a radar error, actually, right there from our race leader, second place driver now, Lugie, as Medi got around him there. I think that that was just a spatial awareness thing. That's all that was. He thought that there was a car closer than there really was. He could have just took his line there. The simple little mistake right there. I mean, that was a great battle. I think Medi is on much better equipment currently than Lugie is. The tires are significantly better on the 45 car than the 44 car here. I think that it was potentially inevitable that Medi was going to be applying some serious pressure on him there. But I got to tell you, that 44 car absolutely drove his butt off trying to defend that position. And if it wasn't for that subtle little bit of a miscue, I think, on the S's there, that little bit of a spatial awareness issue, I don't think that battle would have been that easily over either. So I didn't think that Medi was going to catch him, so good on Medi. He just took care of his car a little bit better than the 44 car, and he managed to save just enough to make it count when it needed to count there. So it is final lap here, as you can see on the board is flashing. So when Medi comes across here, that is going to be our unofficial racing results here today from the International Racing Organization and the 8 Hours of the Glen, and then we will take our move toward the podium interview booth after that and talk to some of our race finishers. It was a great effort right there from Lugie. Great effort from Lugie. Gave too much space, maybe, says Den. Yeah, I think he just. I think he went to just go take his line there and thought there was a car in the line, and he reacted to the potential car being there. He didn't want to make contact. That's what it looked like to me. Anyway. .45 had the run on him there, though. I think that there was going to be a battle leading into the bus stop here regardless there, but it is going to be the 45 last minute racing in GTR coming across, and it's going to be Medi with a couple lap charge there to take the race win away from the 44 Esports Race Asylum GTR. That will bring higher place across in 8th place, just in behind there in the 764 Aston Martin. And unfortunately, having those brake pedal issues there late in the race, costing him a little bit of time on the racetrack due to an unscheduled pit stop, but still up in the top half of the field, so not a full wash for that team. I'm sure they would have liked to be maybe in 5th or 6th place as opposed to 8th place, but all in all, still a great finish there for the 764. We got the 4 car, the 66 GTR now coming across in 4th place. That was a great run for the GT Finland racing team there as well, with a nice solid 4th place grab here today at Watkins. Project 1 Racing's Kevin here, though, is going to bring it home in 3rd place here as he comes around the start-finish line That was a great run there for Project One Racing. They looked good in qualifying and right from start to finish here today, holding on to that final podium position. So congratulations to them. That'll take us to our number 35, Loose Moose Racing, Aston Martin here, who's just coming into the chase right now. And we'll be finishing this race up here shortly. A lap down, there is a car just up ahead that's going to take the finish here as well. I'm not sure which one that is. It is one of the 9th or 10th place cars, which we'll go check on here in just a moment's time. And it is going to be a 5th place finish for the Loose Moose Racing Aston Martin. The 64 Sector 7 Mercedes is going to come home in 6th place there. Did close up, tried to make something out of it there, but unable to get the job done. Jacko for AHR is going to come across in 7th place for that BMW M6. That leads us to higher place in 8th place. This is number 3 Grid Life Lexus in 9th position, and the ORT Dodge Viper in 12th place. Now, keeping in mind we did have the number 5 Lexus disconnect there. They were in 4th place at time of disconnection. We'll probably place them somewhere in the mid-pack overall finish, and we did have the Races Island Black car also disconnect there as well, and will obviously finish somewhere within the field as well, either in 10th, 11th, or 12th place once all is said and done. So congratulations to all of our racers and teams here this weekend. That was a doozy of an event here at Watkins, and it usually is. So just bear with me here, ladies and gentlemen. I got to take a couple moments to get myself set up for some interviews, and this will take a minute or two. And sorry about the noise. My earbuds wrapped across my mic stand there. The problem with being a streamer is you have 9 million cords all over the place all the time. It's difficult to move things without catching other things. Alright, so just bear with here. I'm just loading up Discord so y'all can hear. And we're going to go have a little chat with our podium finishers. I would assume that the podium screen is up on the stream by now. So let's go chat with our gentlemen.
Then it is nice to see another team.
Hello, gentlemen.
Set. Very refreshing.
That was an awesome race to watch.
Can we save this for after? Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so we do have our podium finishers here, and they were just having a brief discussion in behind the scenes for everybody that was wondering there. So we'll go ahead and flip some audio on here and have a little chat with our top 3 finishers. So first and foremost, congratulations to all 3 teams respectively for a very short but tough race. As the Watkins Glen's a very fast flowing race. We all know it's a very fast circuit, and the drivers that typically make the mistakes here are going to be found on the back foot very quickly. But obviously the top 3 guys here today, teams, making the right decisions and having a good steady pace prepared for the 8 hours of Glen. So congratulations. Definitely not an easy race, as it's a high intense, non-stop, high flowing speed racetrack. So let's move to our Project One Racing number 20 Aston Martin team here first. Congratulations. Very solid race from you guys here today, and you guys were on a slightly different pit strategy throughout the race than the majority of the field. You guys opted to use the soft tires a lot more to your advantage than the medium tires, which the majority of the field field did, and it seemed to have worked out really well for you guys this weekend. So talk to us about, I guess, what made you guys come up with the determination to take that strategy and how you felt it worked out overall for you in the race here today.
Yeah, great. So firstly, yeah, thanks for everyone, and it was a brilliant race. Everyone, a great watch to the last lap as well. So, but yeah, in terms of strategy, this was a difficult one to call. So we didn't know whether to go for a 3-stop or a 4-stop. I think with the Aston being probably half a second slower than the GTR, it hasn't quite got the pace on the straights and the punch out the corners as much. So yeah, we didn't know which one to go for. So it was kind of a 3-stop or a 4-stop. We were going for 20 laps on soft, probably 3 times, and doing like a 7 laps on medium, and then 1 lap on the hards. But what I was saying to the lads before, that what made this such a great race is that halfway through the first stint, we still didn't know which strategy to go for. There's so many variables. We're stuck in traffic, and the dirty air is an absolute nightmare around here. So once you get stuck behind someone, all those gains that you make, you can lose so much time, and it also wears the tyres a lot as well. So I think maximum attack, throwing caution to the wind, and trying something different, having like an offset so we don't get stuck in traffic in the same strategy with the same tyres, because then you're relying on the talent and the driver to pass someone, and I suppose you can maximise mistakes. So yeah, that was the thought behind the different strategy. I think Jake ended up doing a 4-stop in the third stint. I myself did a 3-stop in the second stint, and it seemed to work out quite well in the end.
Absolutely. I mean, a P3 finish, and it was a pretty solid P3 finish. It was very easily determined by midway through at the 7-hour mark of the race, I suppose, that you guys were, a minute to the good to the rest of the field, chasing the podium, and of course you had a little bit of a gap to make up to the leaders there. So yeah, you guys were in a very comfortable spot. When you're in that position, does that change the way that you're thinking about the last hour of the race, or do you just kind of stick to your plan, your strategy, and just just keep your foot into it and just try to do what you can?
Yeah, to be honest, I think the strategy was going to pretty much stay the same all the way through the race, depending on, it didn't matter what happened, to be honest. I mean, P2 was, we're going for P2, but when you've got someone like Medi behind you, you've got no chance of keeping that guy. He's unreal. He's something else. He's doing the same lap times as us on softs, on medium, so he's just absolutely crazy. But we got a bit lucky, I think, with Sector 7, obviously disconnecting, so unlucky for those guys. We know what that's like at Le Mans. We had an absolute nightmare with that. So, yeah, I think the plan in terms of changing it was never going to change. We were always looking to do the 3 or 4 stop just to maximise pit loss and maximise our pace on the soft tyre, which we know all 3 drivers were pretty much similar on pace. But yeah, in terms of thought process, it wasn't going to change at all. So solid result for us in our second podium of the season. So onwards and upwards. Yeah, the lads did absolutely brilliant. I'm proud of them all. It's a great race.
Now, with that being said, we've got 3 rounds of racing left, 44 hours of racing left, as a matter of fact, before the end of the season. And we know that the mid part of the standings here in the split are very, very tight. It can go either way here as the season continues to near towards its end. You guys are kind of sitting in the thick of that. What's your goal over the next 3 rounds of racing here?
I think, to be honest, we're just going to push as much as we can to the end. This is our first season in any kind of endurance racing since we've been Project One Racing. And, of course, we're involved in CTC Cup as well, so I'm sure you guys know all about that. So, we go between the two. But I think in terms of our goal, we just push as much as we can. The Aston is pretty decent. We've got Atlanta coming up, which hopefully should be decent for the Aston. And like you said, it's really, really tight between probably 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th. So every lap or every kind of point counts. So in terms of targets, I think we just do what we can, do what we're doing now. We've had some unlucky rounds, to be honest. We've been pushing, probably pretty much from the first round of the championship at Daytona in the BM, which didn't go too well. So we decided to change to the Aston Martin, which worked out quite well. Obviously, we've been unlucky with disconnects in some of the races that cost us. But in terms of Austria, we've had a podium as well. So I think we're getting there. The lads are doing well. We did a lot of practice for these events. In terms of strategy, I think we pulled a good one today. I think if we would have gone for a medium, maybe it would have been a bit different. So it's good sometimes to throw a bit of caution to the wind.
outside of the box strategies sometimes are the best strategies in a field of similar strategies. I mean, you guys went a little bit different than everybody else, and it worked out really well for you. So, a third place finish here for Project One Racing, number 20, Aston Martin. And before we head over to talk with our esports race asylum group, any final remarks regards about the race, and any thank yous or shoutouts you guys would like to throw out there?
I think we thank all the organisers for the event, because it's, like I say, it's not an easy thing to sort out. I mean, 8 hours, 24 hours, whatever they are, it's an absolutely unbelievable effort by everyone. And thanks for my team. Yeah, Project One Racing, up and coming. We're getting there slowly. Who knows? Next time we can get a win, Road Atlanta. That's the aim. But yeah, onwards and upwards.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations for a great third place finish, and we'll have to wait and see, of course, what the officials do after they go through the process and make everything official. But unofficially, third place here for the number 20 Aston Martin, and a great run here for you guys today at the Glen. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you very much, dude. Thank you very much. Thanks, everyone.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, there we have it. They looked great out there today, didn't they, in that beautiful blue car? But it wasn't quite good enough to lock up a higher podium position today, as that number 44 Esports Race Asylum team has been strong all season long. They fell just a little short last season to the number 1 defending champions team, ORT, which is struggling a little bit this year. But the 44 car is there. They're in the conversation here again this season, as we have 3 rounds of racing left, and with a very strong performance here today. A second place finish, maybe not quite where they were hoping to be today, but a great late race battle there against 2 great racers. Of course, gave the viewers some great action to watch. But we have Representative Evo here for our Esports Race Asylum group here to talk on behalf of the team here today. So first and foremost, congratulations on a pretty strong race. Very dominant for you guys for the majority part of the race, but boy, oh boy, that Mehdi Hafidi came in there at the end and it did what he did, applied some pressure, and it was a great defensive attempt there. But 2 laps to go there, Mehdi finally got the job done. And talk us through the race. How was it for you guys? No, maybe we don't have Evo here. Oh, there he is.
I'm here. I'm sorry. Well, I'll be honest. I kind of got to sit back and watch the boys do their thing today. You know, they've been working really, really hard since Le Mans to continue the form that we had there, and they've done a really, really good job. And you know, I know the lads are disappointed with second, but I think the race that we put on today, the race that they put on today, it shows much more than what the result gave. You know, we were just thwarted by a particular Mehdi, who's been an animal all season long, and unfortunately he's been there today. But you know, it doesn't take away from what the guys have done in you know, for us. It's still a huge haul of points. It's another podium. You know, we're quite proud that we haven't fallen off the podium yet this year. I think we're the only team to have got podium in each race so far, and it's another good you know, round for the championship. So you know, we're not going to stop there. We're going to keep pushing on. There's still 3 races left, and there's still so much that can happen. Nothing's you know, in place. Everything can change, and just as much as things have kind of gone in our favour, they can go back against us again. So we've got to keep working hard and keep making sure that we put ourselves in the right positions, and then we'll see where we are come Spa.
Absolutely. And I mean, you know, even though what may be a disappointing finish to the racers that participated here for you guys today, and I mean, rightfully so, they had the race lead for the majority of the race, and then had a great battle right at the end to finish second. You can understand how the racers probably feel right now. But with that being said, you know, the guys that you're chasing right now in the championship had a disconnect at the end of the race, and it's going to drop them 2, 3, potentially 4 spots in the field once, you know, everything's all said and done and officiated. Really, in a sense, that gave you guys a little bit of a cushion in today's race as well. Now, granted, it being an 8-hour race, the points are obviously less to be grabbed today than, say, a 24-hour race event. But, how much weight does that have for you guys when you're coming into the last 3 rounds of the racing, knowing that you guys got a good points grab today over the car that you're fighting for the championship?
Yeah, well, we've spoke a lot and we've done a lot of work behind the scenes as a team. Not even on kind of what we're doing on the track, but our mental attitude off of it. I think we started the season well, obviously winning the first race, but I think we were lacking a little bit of synergy, and they racked up the points, and we got to Le Mans and we thought, right, you know what? We've fallen a bit behind in the championship, maybe a little bit further than we thought we would be capable of still fighting with. But we just said, like, let's just give every single race, like it is the last race of the championship, like, the championship depends on it, and we see where the rest of the season takes us. Things have really, really flipped around. They had a bad race at Le Mans. And we just happened to put on probably our best race of the season. We've had a really, really clean race today, and they've had another race where, albeit they drove very well, but had a bit of luck go against them. And this is the thing, over a 10 race calendar, with the amount of hours of racing that we're doing, the good luck and the bad luck is going to swing around. But over 10 races, and with all of the racing that we're doing, statistically it evens out. And I think we had some bad luck at the start of the season. They're having some bad luck now. Hopefully these last 3 races, both us and the Sector 7 esports team get a clean run in it, and we can fight them straight up for the championship. That will be really, really, really exciting. A little bit of deja vu with last season, but every race we're going into it and we're treating it like we're still chasing them. So although our name may be at the top of the championship standings, for us mentally, we're going into each race like we're the ones chasing after them. And we just keep going and seeing from there. But we have to take every race as it comes. We can't get too ahead of ourselves. Nothing's guaranteed. And that team still has an incredible bunch of drivers. And we have to be on our A game every race, every stint, every lap that we do to be able to beat them. It's good to have a buffer, but this is crunch time now, and I know the lads are really, really, really focused on delivering the job that we need to do, and getting retribution for last year.
Absolutely, and obviously, I don't think we need to ask our 44 car what their goals are here moving towards the end of the season, as they're locked in an overall championship points battle for the overall championship. So I would assume that the goal for our 44 car this season is obviously to continue to make strides to lock that championship in at the end of our 24 hours of Spa in November. But any final remarks, comments about the race, and shout outs you'd like to throw out there before we head to our race winners here?
As always, a big congratulations to the podium finishers. It's really, really refreshing. I said to the guys in the channel before you came in, it's really refreshing to see another team on the top step in GTEC. It just shows the competitiveness we've had in the championship this year, with the amount of different people on the podium, and it's always nice to see a new winner. So congratulations to our 2 fellow podium sitters and our race winners. And as always, from myself as a member of the the admin and the upper management, a huge thank you to everyone who's helped put this race together and is continuing to help us deliver this amazing championship. To yourself, to the comms team, to Jaeger, all the lobby hosts, everyone who is a part of our team, whether you're staff, whether you're drivers, people showing up to the drivers briefing, every little component is what helps us put on this amazing championship. And it's been an absolute pleasure. And we've got, 3 races left now? And this is when things get really, really, really interesting. there's battles all over the grid in the championship. So to everyone watching, keep your eyes peeled. There's the best is still yet to come. We've got some of the best tracks that GT7 has to offer, in my opinion, coming up. Some potential wet weather, some drama. So keep your eyes peeled. Thank you to everyone. Thank you to everyone, the whole of IRO for coming along, participating, supporting. Myself, Ray, and Nick can't begin to put into words how appreciative we are of everyone for being a part of IRO and the journey that it's been.
Absolutely, and congratulations again to the 44 Esports Race Asylum GTR here today for another outstanding performance. As Evo had said, they've been on the podium all races this season, and are looking strong to be one of the top dogs here at the end of the season. That's the goal as they continue to push forward. And he said it best, they're working really hard on the synergy, the team behind the scenes efforts, and those results are clearly showing on the racetrack as well. So great job to them there as well. So big thank you to the 44 car, and congratulations for another strong performance and their second place finish here today, and giving the viewers a great battle for the end of the race. But without further ado, let's go talk to that number 45 Last Minute Racing team. We have Finalized here with us as our representative here for that team today. And, you guys have been qualifying on pole position for a large portion of these races this season. Obviously, with Medi being behind the wheel and taking your qualifying runs on to set you guys up in a very good starting position for these races. But boy, today you were able to capitalize on that pole position. And even though it came down to the last 3 minutes of the race, you found yourselves with the race win here. So congratulations, first and foremost. And let's talk about how the team's feeling and how the race went for you guys from start to finish.
Thanks. Medi's been a big help for us. He's been helping us get the car set up and everything. As far as the race go, Medi definitely put the pace out there for everybody, then handed it over to me. I had a slight issue in the bus stop. I found a rut somewhere in there that kicked the car sideways and put me towards the wall, and I ended up losing all that gap that he built up to Harlock, and so for that second stint, I had to fight off Harlock a bit there, and then I had Sector 7 reeling me in also, but some penalties got them to where I could get that gap out to hand over to Yanis, and then Yanis just put his head down and went for it to maintain as little loss as possible, because Adriano was just flying out there. He went from, I think when I handed over, it was a 14-second gap, and then next time I saw it, it was a 50-second gap when we handed it over to Medi. So we were just trying to minimize that as much as possible. Going to the last stint, seeing that everybody was, bouncing around between multiple softs or changing when they used hards, we were pondering what to do, but we just stuck to what we were doing, is the two mediums and then the hard run from there. But all the boys are excited. We were celebrating in the party chat and Discord and everything else, because we got guys that are out and about doing things, but they still tuned in to see the victory with everybody.
Absolutely, and I mean, when you have the caliber and the skill of a driver like, say, a Medi Hafidi on the team, I'm sure that there's a feeling of expectation from the rest of the crew that's there to take the wheel with Medi and can progress through the race with Medi. So, how's that been through the season for you guys? Learning to deal with the pressure of an unspoken expectation that we all have on ourselves, trying to keep up to the standard that Medi has with his ability on the racetrack, and then to come into today and bring home a race win. Are you seeing the work starting to become a success towards the end of the season as you guys all work together with Medi to continue to try and grow the team and improve throughout the season?
That expectation, having him with the crew, it's definitely up there. We don't want to have instances where he's got to, essentially fight the battle for us. We want to be able to support him and him support us at the same time, whether it's, giving us a good position or helping us with the car to, what's comfortable, what's fast around the track. midfield, and today we just had a great run. If you looked at Monza, we were up there also, fighting at the top. But I think the short races is what we're good at. The long races is definitely a lot more work that needs to get put into those just for us to keep battling at the top. Which, with the 2 races we got coming up with Spa and Fuji, those are going to be the ones that we're going to have to really focus on, because those are going to be possible wet races that we're going to have to deal with. So.
Absolutely, and I mean, obviously, it's always great to be able to work with, the celebrities or the legends of our field, and in this case, our World Tour drivers. Mehdi's not the only one that's involved here with the International Racing Organization this season. He's just kind of the one that the hype's built around because he is a current world champion within Gran Turismo 7. But what does that experience and all that time that you guys get to have with him really bring to the overall team preparing for these races? I mean, he has such valuable experience and things that he knows about the game that a lot of us regular racers might not even think about. Does that really help change the way that you guys prepare and practice for these races?
A little bit. He definitely helps us in finding the limitations of the track, especially like for today. There's so many spots on the track you can easily get a penalty, and just knowing how much you can play with that and not get a penalty is very beneficial to that. Seeing how he kind of takes the course, how he shifts the gears, that always helps. And it's definitely improved the team overall. All of us have been getting much faster, even the ones you haven't seen today, between Furious and Kerr and Lemity, River, Richie, all of us, even Shred. We're all getting faster as it goes on, learning from him, and what we can improve on.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, just let me clarify. I know it sounds like that Mehdi is the heart and soul of Last Minute Racing, the 45 team here. That is not the case. This is a team effort. He's just somebody that is well known within the community, and obviously gave us some very exciting racing here today at the end of the race. But we can't take away from the guys that put up the run in between the start and the beginning of the race, so Mehdi had an opportunity to even do that. Now, Yanis and Finalize did a spectacular job in their own stints to manage exactly what Finalize was saying, just trying not to bleed any extra time, trying to still continue to open gaps and fight for battles, and by doing that, they left, the driver that is the top driver on that particular team for the event a chance at potentially getting a race win today. Of course, he was able to capitalize on that with a very hard-fought battle. So for the viewers and everybody listening at home, it is a team effort, and Mehdi couldn't have done what he did today without the rest of the team and behind the wheel setting that car up and leaving it where they left it for him to have a chance at that as well. So, congratulations to all of you guys. I'm really excited for you guys. I know a lot of the guys in behind the scenes of this team as well. It was exciting to see you guys bring that home today. And I know that I'm sure it's pretty exciting in the paddock right now. But any final remarks or comments you'd like to make about the race today? And of course, any shout outs you'd like to throw out there as well?
Yeah, today's race was awesome. Good fight between Sector 7 and Race Asylum. They did not let us just, fly through the pack and do that, or UMP1R. They definitely had us fight for everything. Thanks to the organizers for putting it on. It's not easy. I know how much work they're putting on the background, even during the race itself. We're in between split 1 and split 2 and everything. And then thanks to the team, basically. All of us have a piece into it, whether it's just, Furious being there in the team headset with us, helping us with strategy, keeping us focused and everything, or Richie keeping us lighthearted through it, so we don't, have too much stress on our head at the same time. So.
Absolutely, and I appreciate it. I mean, really great racing from the 45 crew here today, and congratulations to you guys for the race win here. Now, ladies and gentlemen at home, this is all unofficial results. Obviously, we have a process there now where there's a 24-hour window for incident reports to go in throughout the race, and then stewards will take a look at those reports. They'll make assessments. There will be an appeals process allowed once those assessments are made, and then race officials go through all of that information. They go through all the driver swaps, make sure everybody's within their timing fractions, and all that lovely stuff that goes on behind the scenes. There's probably a solid week's worth of work for our race race officials to make the results official, and then we'll have an official set of standings. But from what I can tell, is it looks like our top 3 should be untouched as far as that process goes. So congratulations to Project 1, number 20, Racing Aston Martin for our 3rd place finish here today. The 44 Esports Race Asylum GTR, who is in a dogfight for the overall championship win this season with a nice solid 2nd place finish, and the number 45 Last Minute Racing GTR with a last couple lap battle for the race win here today to give themselves their first race win of the season here as well. So congratulations to all 3 of those teams and to the rest of the teams that were out there and fought hard today. Absolutely great racing. Nothing but heart and soul comes from these racers at the International Racing Organization. There is zero quits in these guys and gals here, and we really do appreciate everybody. And again, congratulations to Last Minute Racing for the race win. All right, so let's just quickly recap our race here real quick before we say goodbye to everybody today. I want to say thank you for everybody for tuning in for the 8 hours of the Glen, presented by the International Racing Organization. I was your host for the final part of the race, GT45 Gaming. Absolutely great interviews as always from our race finishers, and a great job by all the race teams and the racers out there today. Thank you to the volunteers and behind the scenes here at IRO, from our lobby hosts to our broadcasters, production team, and of course the bosses that make it all happen. Without their direction, their constant communication, and their constant guidance, this doesn't go as smoothly as it does here at International Racing Organization. The volunteers are the real superstars here and always are, so much love to our volunteer staff, and I hope everybody enjoys the remaining, we got like 36 days of summer left, I believe it is, here before we start heading into fall, which means kids are going back to school and routines go back to normal. So with that being said, remember, family is the most important thing in life, everybody. Take care of what you have, because tomorrow is never guaranteed. Remember, you all matter. Stay winning. And from the International Racing Organization, we'll catch you all on the next one. Cheers for now.